chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now with death, so we can light it up. I know that we can make.
I'm Dino. My name is Jan Retief and I come from Dorstop.
How long have you been at Stellenbosch?
So I've been there for 2 years now, studying computer science, and I'm planning on staying 3 years and then doing my honors the next year. Time is a bit of an issue, I must say, with academics. You have to make time to be able to play some Rocket League. I mean, it's definitely more fun to play in the university scene than it is to play with friends, I think. A bit more competitive. I think I played in the high school leagues earlier, but I think the uni league is a bit more fun for me. When I went from the high school league to the uni league, I thought it'd be a bit bigger, but the league wasn't that big as I thought. But I think it's great though that they're playing Rocket League. I think it's a great game in the esport community. Yeah, in the big scene, I think it's RLCS, the big competition is really big. I think it's gotten a lot bigger over the years. I mean, since I watched it in 2017, it was a bit smaller, but now it's getting really big. So I'm really excited to see where it's going.
Well, last 10 seconds. Looks like it's going to be a 6-goal shutout for Stellenbosch as Darth gets himself on the board.
I've been at Stellenbosch for 2 years now. I'm studying data science, a Bachelor of Data Science. And I think that quite nicely overlaps with the Rocket League for me. It's quite a time-consuming degree, which is why I opted to step back a bit from the normal RLCS circuit. That's where I'm at right now, and that's what I enjoy. Of the universities that I know in South Africa, Stellenbosch is probably at the forefront of esports, because we have quite a few FIFA guys here as well competing today. We have, I think we have CS, we have Valorant. We have obviously a few teams in Rocket League, and they have bursaries also for esports, so they're quite heavily into developing that. Last year was the last year that Psyonix had CRL LANs, which was just for EU and NA, and that was an actual LAN like Worlds. I think they went a bit cold turkey on that and just stopped it without really saying anything. So hopefully they included South Africa now in the actual RLCS, so hopefully they do the same and they bring CRL back and they actually include South African universities, since Uni Rocketeers is kind of showcasing us a bit. It's the first opportunity we've had to show off college Rocket League in South Africa, so hopefully we include it in the next CRL, and that would mean another LAN, more exposure and stuff like that.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Pyra J, and we are talking to the Rocket League esports team of the University of Warwick of Coventry, England. I am joined by one of their stars here. We got Sushi. Sushi, welcome in, and of course, congratulations on qualifying for the UR Worlds tournament.
Thank you, Pyro. Really appreciate it.
No problem. And speaking of qualification, I kind of want to dive into that because y'all had a road of a lifetime.
Honestly, even going into the tournament, we all had like next to no expectations as to how we're going to make it, because we know the big names like Roehampton, SETU, Berlin. We were all expecting like, you know, those top 4 to go in, and we just wanted to go in and enjoy, have a good time. If we really want to be technical, Freefork and Janino are subs compared to the main roster of me, Zouch and Rez, but I believe both of them haven't touched the game in quite some time, so I figured it was a better way to go with Treefork and Zanino. We made the best of the situation we were in, and I think we did well to qualify from given that.
How you got into Rocket League there?
When I just finished my GCSEs, I was just looking around on YouTube, just like looking at random Rocket League clips, and I saw University of Oxford playing against University of whatever, and I was like, oh, that's cool, there's a University League. I wonder if there's the same with the high school league. I found players that wanted to play. I set up the entire thing. I'm glad I did that because it was a very enjoyable, and we were the best team in the country for 2 years straight.
Give me a slice of what it's like in the life as a student at the University of Warwick.
At Warwick, it's very difficult. Definitely this year I've had less time to play Rocket League. At the best, I was only getting like 20 hours past 2, whereas if I was in my first year, I'd probably be averaging north of 70, but you didn't hear that. I do discrete maths at Warwick. I've just finished my 3rd year, and I'll be starting my 4th and final year in September. At Warwick, there's the esports center. I actually work there as well. I had my first shift at the esports center before I had my first lecture at the university. Warwick is very high up in terms of esports stuff like NSC. We are always dominating like the leaderboards of there. And our esports center definitely helps with that. Esports Society has a partnership with the esports center where for NSC you'll have to send one team to play there for the night, and actually being able to play together in person makes it a much more fulfilling experience. Like just being able to fist bump your teammates from the sides. We are quite well known as, you know, being top tier in esports, so that allowed us to like be able to partner with big companies like HyperX, and last year for us, for our Rocket League team, we had partnered with Williams Resolve for the year, where we got tadpole coaching, which was quite cool. It's nice to be able to represent EU and the UK at Worlds.
As an esports collegiate player, like, how does that differ to you as, say, competing in like a professional tournament or just around tournaments of England or the UK, or, you know, how does competing under the banner of Warwick as a collegiate esports player differ from any of that?
Definitely in terms of normal tournaments, you need to be a lot better than I am currently. Especially to play in those kind of tournaments, you definitely need to do practice outside of playing hours, and especially with university going on, having that kind of time is unreal if you do. It's nice to be able to just finish a lecture, walk to the esports center, and just you're already there with your Warwick University mates, and you're just there playing. And even if you don't win, it's always a good time because you've just been able to play game you like with people you have in person, and I think that experience is more than worth it. Being here allows me just to continue doing what I enjoy, not at a really high standard, but a good enough standard for me to compete and enjoy, like be at the top at least.
Any challenges maybe that you expect to face in this international collegiate tournament?
It would be nice to make top 8. We're definitely like the meme of that clown with a gun next to
not the
next
clown
to the
in the army. Oh no,
the clown in the army. It would be nice to make a good showing, so I know I will definitely put my best into it. Just to even make top 8, I think is a good enough achievement for us. Obviously, in our back of our minds, we'll be obviously gunning for the win. We're not going to go there saying, okay, no, we just want to get top 8, that's it. Obviously, I think every team is going to do the same, no matter how good or bad they are. They're going to obviously want to win. So yes, I obviously want to win.
How does this iteration of the team feel for you guys?
It's been quite nice. I mean, obviously I've been teammates with Treefork for the past 3 years now, and we've had a fair share of ups and downs, and I think this is definitely one of those ups. We definitely do like playing with Zaninho. He's quite efficient. He's a god in that. He's like a Warden Part 2, if you remember that. I know that even if we don't get a good result or a result that we expected, we'll have definitely enjoyed the games. and if not, taking a learning note or two.
Any thoughts in general? I mean, about the competition?
I'm excited to see how well the other regions are, because I have no idea about, South America, kind of MENA and OCE, right? Yeah, I have no idea as to how good they are. So it would be nice to see how they fare in terms of other universities, whether it's just NA and EU on top, like it is in main Rocket League.
Excited to see the University of Warwick competing in Uni Rocketeers World. So Sushi, again, thank you so much for your time, and I'm wishing you and the team good luck this weekend for UR Worlds.
on to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship, and we are just about ready to begin the long journey through the Championship Sunday playoff bracket. My name is Seb, and along with me is Gaugan, Vaudable, and Achieves. Of course, on the desk with me this evening. Boys, how you feeling? Gaugan, starting off with you.
For one, I am ecstatic to be a part of another Championship Sunday here at UR, and I don't know how you're feeling, Vod and Achieves, as well about this, but the fact that we've got 3 regions on display in this top 8, getting more international as we go, it's bound to be fantastic.
This is just a mirror of RLCS, it feels like, at this point. With MENA having representation in this top 8, we kind of expected big things from them. Maybe I expected a little bit more from them, but hey, they still showed up at the end of the day. They were able to make it into the competition. I think this is their time for redemption to really make their sky be the limit for this tournament, and I expect big things from them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to today. It's going to be awesome. I've been waiting all night, we finally arrived. It's playoff day. That's what we're here for. And, Swiss stage was a lot of fun, but now you get the pressure, the tension, the drama of single elim. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Swiss was fun for everyone. Absolutely, it was the most fun I could ask for. As one of my Canadian teams, of course, was eliminated. Bruton Parker was eliminated as well in that 5th round. Otherwise, I think it went relatively par for the course. We saw Davenport get eliminated. We saw Mackenzie get eliminated. I would say that when it came down to the 5th round, there was definitely some shockers that we weren't expecting. Of course, Berlin Phoenix going all the way to the 5th round. KAU, which was a team that I think we were all kind of incredibly hyping up, except me. I actually had them going out in the 5th round, or going through in the 5th round. They somehow found a way to qualify in a full best of 5 audible, I believe, against Bruton Parker, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was a really intense series at the end of the day. Unfortunately, didn't get to catch it all, but I did get to see the result at the end, and it was neck and neck the entire way, back and forth every single game until it got to that game 5. Then finally KAU were able to clutch things out. The biggest question mark during that series, though, was the defense. Where was it? And hopefully for KAU's sake, they can kind of shore that up going into today, because that was the biggest glaring issue from both sides. There was so many goals being scored in that series that should not have happened. But it was a nice show that was put on for the viewers.
Yeah, well, that's kind of been the struggle for this team. I mean, geez, I'm trying to remember if you were the one casting or not, but the Genoa KAU series, that was one that we fully expected to go like the full 5. It was going to go like 2 top seeds coming through, and Genoa kind of was just swept them, made it look free.
They were good games, but KAU definitely dug themselves in a hole very early, and then that game 3, it came down to just a crazy pinch straight down into it, and it was really just an unfortunate finish to a series that very likely could have went the distance, but what are you going to do? You don't always get the banger you're expecting,
Yeah, but I think even then, while we were waiting for a lot of other matches to go on, Gaugan, USM, they made through 3-0. Now, obviously, things are a bit different now in bracket, but I think even as the NA1 seed, we weren't expecting him to go the full 3-0, especially taking a set off of Dr. Buhmann, our current, world champions.
Right, I mean, maybe you consider USM a little lucky that they didn't match up against Buhmann or Genoa in the Swiss stage. They get up against Berlin. I mean, that's
Berlin,
easy.
excuse me.
Yeah, like, again, even if it's Berlin or Buhmann, neither of those are easy teams to put away, so hats off to them for doing so. You alluded to it. It's going to be a little different for USM today, but just the fact that they let me walk back the point that I was just about to make, because they had the first seed coming out of the bracket, but lo and behold, who have they matched up against but KAU, the team that everybody thinks is going to go the distance. It's going to be an uphill battle.
You say going the distance, but I am a little concerned, but we'll talk about that in a bit when we get to our predictions. For the meantime, let's compare let's take a look at the bracket real quick, because we do have our predictions that we did have earlier this evening in the first day that we had competition. And all I will say is that this is definitely a bracket that everyone predicted to some way or another. I think everyone had UDM getting eliminated, which makes me very sad. SETU, I think, making it through, and Audible being as strong as they are, I think was definitely a bit more of a surprise for me.
Yeah, SETU really had an interesting journey to their top 8. They took Dr. Buhmann to 5, and they could have swept them, but they got reverse swept, I believe, in that series.
Rip.
Then they took Lincoln to 5. And then they took Berlin to 5 and won that ultimately there as well. And it's just crazy how many almost maximum amount of games that SETU played throughout the entire journey. The one series that wasn't a 5-game series was against UDEM, of course. Unfortunate for that. But even then, I mean, what a journey for SETU, trials and tribulations, and eventually I think they had kind of one of the harder brackets to make it into this competition. So forged through fire. Now they have to play St. Clair. We're feeling pretty confident. That's a rough spot for them.
Yeah, that is one of the rougher matchups you could ask for. And I'm looking also at my prediction in terms of who I had. I had Genoa versus KU in the top end for the top quarterfinal. I had UDM versus USM in the second. I had St. Clair versus Dr. Buhmann in the third, and then Berlin versus Bruton Parker in the fourth. I didn't have SETU, and I think I kind of... Who else did I eliminate? Oh, I eliminated... Who did I eliminate, actually, comparing to the thing?
Probably GVSU, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Well...
Did anyone have GVSU in their top 8? That's what I want to know.
No, I don't think so.
anyone did.
No.
We have to look at their journey through the Swiss as well for that. I mean, seeing their journey, they played off against Berlin, got swept. Then they played Lincoln, went to 5 but lost. Played Stellenbosch, RIP Stellenbosch, but they gave it their all. Got a 3-0 sweep there. And then afterwards, what was it? They played UNSW. UNSW, we saw, hey, they got a game. Shout out to UNSW there as well. And then
that's sick.
UDEM, unfortunately for UDEM, fell right at the doorstep and failed to qualify, but GVSU made it through for that as well.
Yeah, I was definitely upsetty spaghetti. Achieves, how did your prediction look compared to what our bracket is looking like now?
I went 7 for 8. The only one is Grand Valley State instead of Bruton Parker. So it all played out, like you said at the start, relatively as we could have hoped.
Yeah.
You're having a really good day if you get lucky enough to get all 8, but I think across the board, my predictions for the bracket, I still back KAU all the way. I say what you want about the defense, but I think there's something to be said about they're not thinking they have to play defense. I think they're very capable of it. Offense. They just didn't. So I have KAU winning over Genoa, also beating SETU in the semis. St. Clair and SETU was probably my biggest toss-up across the board. I think the bottom side of the bracket felt pretty straightforward to me. But I think it's exciting, I think third world championship, third region to do it.
That'd be cool.
Well, we are firmly into it now, so let's just introduce the segment then. We are now going to make our playoff predictions. We have asked all of the analysts and casters and myself to see what will be the final outcome of this bracket. So let's start off with mine, because of course we like to clown on mine the most. And it is a journey that I think most people are generally expecting. We'll see if we have it up here. I think.
Yeah, we're still looking at Achieves for now.
I think this is Achieves.
That's
Achieves,
mine.
It's a good one.
I walked through it all.
This is definitely ball knowledge. But this is mine, and I think it's a fair bracket if you assume that St. Clair are playing to the form that they can. I think KU they're going to beat USM, yes, but I don't think I have the confidence in them beating a current St. Clair at the moment. But I still think Genoa wins.
You know how I was doing that thing with Mockfish yesterday and copying his notes?
You copied my homework.
I actually copied your notes this time. Yeah, right, and I have almost the exact same. Just the games are changed up a little bit. Because remember, I learned my lesson last time that you have to make it a little bit plausible deniability. So with my bracket on it too, I think I have just a couple games changed with USMK or St. Clair SETU going to 7 instead. Dr. Buhmann not giving a game to GVSU, but the exact same results for everything else.
Change the homework and put a different name on it just a little bit.
We literally did this for Champ League where like we made our like predictions for or was it predictions for bracket or
it was for brackets for champs, and I had the exact same one as Taco.
Yeah, and he literally just went Microsoft Paint, scrubbed it out, and wrote VOD's predictions.
I didn't mean to. Like I went through it on my own, and it's like, oh, just take a screenshot of Tacos and use that with my name on it.
Yeah. So in this case, like this is also, I think, what you're generally going to see across the board for a lot of these. I really don't think just based off performances, we're going to see too much different. Genoa taking the win over Berlin, though. I mean, listen, I think it was Muckfish that was telling me that, you know, Berlin, they're actually scrimming now. They're actually playing to their capacity ever since those early Uni Rocketeer seasons where they were dominating everyone. Now Genoa steps in, Dr. Buhmann steps in, like, okay, we actually have some challenge now. We actually have some competition that we have to deal with. But in this case, I mean, you know, St. Clair, you know, for once, I feel the Canadian, you VOD. I'm proud of you.
I had to give it to St. Clair over SETU. I know SETU had the harder journey. My brain says SETU should win that series, but my heart says Canada, and I got to go with my heart on this one.
You know, a little NA bias never hurt anyone, right?
Gaugen,
let's take a look at your bracket here. I want to see the insanity that we have lying in wait.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What's Stax's?
Do we?
Yeah,
have,
I would honestly say go to Stax's first because I'm looking back behind the curtain and I don't know if mine are visible, so I may have to audibly relay them. But if you can look at Stax, go ahead.
If we have Stax's bracket, let's bring them up because his
Swiss was
crazy, but he did predict USM making it out for. What?
What?
Brother. Well, okay, did you make these yesterday? Like before?
He might have.
No way. No way he made those yesterday.
No, because if he made them yesterday, then that means that USM with Melodic loses to SETU, which is just brother. It's brother. And then SETU beats St. Clair, which I know he puts as best.
But he does have Genoa.
So
yeah.
Interesting thing to note about these, though, we don't really need to look at my bracket because this mirrors mine if you flip the result of USM versus KAU. I do have SETU beating KAU in that top half semifinal.
I could kind of see that, yeah.
And I have Genoa winning the grand final over SETU 4-1. The reason, it's a lot of just gut feeling in what SETU are capable of doing because I know that, like a bunch of other teams in this bracket, they can win in high pressure situations, but it's definitely a coin flip. Don't get me wrong; they're either on or they're way off.
I don't agree. I think you guys are sleeping on St. Clair really hard. Which is fair enough. You know, you watch European teams, you're like, wow, Europe is the best region in Rocket League. Therefore, all NA teams are trash, and the one NA team that has rolled through is actually good. And it will be St. Clair, I'm telling you, man. But in this case, I do think that, you know, Stacks might have made this with USM with Melodic.
You know, I could see it, though, because I don't know. I mean, maybe they have some energy fueling them, USM, like they did yesterday, to get through KAU. And KAU, it took them a while to really look cohesive, it felt, in my opinion. So that could be what his opinions are with that. And maybe he is just Nostradamus and has all of the insight to everything with this bracket.
I mean, let's, in all...
If we had St. Clair, though, win over SETU, then we'd be guaranteed in potential... Yeah, guaranteed an EU versus NA final, which I would love,
That'd be great. But to be frank, like, let's put it into perspective. Like, USM, even without Melodic, still has Zath and Astro.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Which is, like, still two pretty good players to, like, have on your roster.
But they're playing on EU servers.
But they're playing on EU servers, which they already beat Berlin. But... that isn't so much of a problem. It's more the fact that they had like a GC3 sub, which is that's a problem, right? That you're gonna have to contend with. I don't even know if USM, you know, how many games they take off KU, if any at all. That's like the big discussion.
They'll probably take at least one, yeah.
I'm thinking so, especially with their performance thus far in the bracket. I want to see Pyro J's bracket. Because I want to know how much he disrespect. He did. Yes, he did. All right. Well,
hey, he gave him 7.
Dr. Buhmann. All right, Dr. Buhmann over Genoa.
Beat Genoa yesterday, so it does make sense.
Yes. And I think that would be the correct.
plausible.
That's like using your brain, which not a lot of us use. But that is kind
This
of
is the
what
big brain bracket.
this is like actual analyst mode for a minute, except St. Clair losing.
Listen, I'm just calling out though. Pyro did, once seeing that Stacks and hearing that I had Setu in the finals, said Setu in the finals raw in Twitch chat, and then hasn't backed it up in his actual bracket. So I don't know. I don't know how credible this really is.
It's a little sus, Pyro. I'm just saying. I don't know where the
I feel like
faith
if we had
is.
Mock's bracket, he would have Berlin going all the way.
He would know. He would find a way to put Berlin on the other side of the bracket, so it would be Berlin and Dr.
there we
Boom
go.
in the
Oh,
final.
Berlin, Buhmann final, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he was pretty mature yesterday, singing high praise for Genoa. I wanted to call him out for saying they had to beat 2 German teams in a row, but, you know, hats off if he followed through on that.
We don't have his, unfortunately, though.
All right, so let's take a look at Tylactose. I am interested to see also the insanity that may come forth from Tylactose. And wait, is this it?
Similar?
Is this
It's not too
similar?
crazy.
Yeah, Dr. Bowman taking it. KU
Just
taking
Setu instead of
over.
KU.
USM and Genoa. Yeah, you know, this is. I mean, I don't see Genoa losing
It's
4-2
plausible.
to Dr. Bowman.
No, I don't
That's
see
I
a
think a bit
4-2 either.
ambitious. I think you got to put it at least a best of 7, but it's either Genoa or Bowman. I think everyone is saying the winner is on the bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah.
No one is going for the upset thus far.
Well,
Thus
I
far.
did. I went KU.
Yeah.
Well,
Chiefs-
yeah,
the
but
Chiefs is
that
fake.
that doesn't count.
Yeah, okay.
We're moving a lot of goalposts here today, aren't we?
All right. Let's bring up Muntz's bracket. He is our last analyst remaining that we haven't seen from just yet. And if this is it, this is basically a better version of Tylactose.
Was that actually like your thoughts, or just like we got to dog on Tylactose?
Dr. Bowman goes to Game 7 with Genoa.
Okay.
KU Setu goes Game 7. Dr. Bowman wins 4-1 against Setu. That's a little ambitious, but yeah,
I could
you know.
actually see this bracket happening.
Like
as well.
I really don't know if anyone gave GVSU a game.
I didn't.
I think I gave
him
him one. I think
Okay.
I gave him one.
If you gave him
It
one,
is server switching, so they could get one off.
they
of
could.
that.
Yeah. And then I do not think I gave him one. Yeah, poor
Imagine
GVSU, man.
wins it all, though. I mean,
Dude,
what
that'd be
a journey
wild. That would be wild.
Oof.
Also, no one had Berlin winning against Genoa, so that could be something that could happen too.
That could be, especially remember, like Genoa is not playing with the full roster. They are still doing great with the sub, but they are not
True.
playing with Arju, right? And at some point, I think that's going to manifest itself a bit more in best of 7 than anything else. With that, I mean GVSU, like I feel for them, but oof. St. Clair, on the other hand, no one has them really going far except for me.
I have them going
Hey.
to semis.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have them going to finals.
One step further.
Oh, no, I do have them going to finals. Actually, that's right, because I copied your notes. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, those are our brackets. I think it's pretty safe to say that the winner between this bracket, at least among predictions, is between Buhmann or Genoa, or unless you're a Chiefs KU. And that
So
is-
you don't actually believe St. Clair is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm actually hearing.
Listen, I went into this, I said, hey, a Canada team is making top 4 or maybe the final, but I saw Genoa beat Northwood with my own
All right.
eyes that I casted. No one is beating that team at full strength.
Fair enough.
So let's take a look at our schedule for this evening and how the quarterfinals are going to be shaping up. We are going to be starting from the bottom side of the bracket first, which means we'll be kicking things off with Berlin versus Genoa, one of the final deciders, I think you could safely say. GVSU and Dr. Buhmann will be up next. We'll see if GVSU can get a game. I would love, to
Make it a battle, Just go 7.
Make it a battle.
Go to 7,
Make it a
yeah.
journey. Setu versus St. Clair will be up next. It's going to be Ireland versus Canada, and then KAU versus USM will be our final match of the quarterfinals before we move on to the semifinals. Boys, do you have any particular favorites I think you really want to see? Like one match that I think of the quarterfinals you really think is going to be popping
Set to
fun?
St. Clair.
Setu St. Clair.
Yeah,
St.
that is
Clair.
the
That
match
is-
of the quarterfinals.
Absolutely.
You just gotta see it.
You know.
I think
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a sleeper with Berlin Genoa, because obviously, it is a full EU matchup and Genoa is not full strength. So Berlin, this is probably the best shot you have. Yeah.
Break all of our brackets, Berlin.
Right.
Dude, I'm so down for it. I think I would agree. I think St. Clair SETU, but I think my heart says I don't want that because in the event that St. Clair loses, I don't know if I can take it.
It's okay. We're used to it.
I think it's an interesting one. I think, but to me, Genoa and Berlin, they have the most ramifications to it. They have the most consequence to it, especially if either of these teams go far. I think if Berlin wins, I think it's safe to say Dr. Buhmann and Berlin is going to be a fun matchup. But if Genoa wins, I mean, it could very well be our finalist right there. We'll see. In the meantime, we do have what will be one more interview to play this evening. I know they are eliminated, but we are running a bit quick on time before we get fully into our match. Actually no, we're gonna scrap it. No, we're still good. So we do have
X Factor votes.
Yeah, no, I think they're just figuring out the back end because we are running a bit quick just because the lobby is going to be set up pretty soon. And of course, we went through all of our predictions pretty early because, I mean, listen, they're all basically the same. So we have an interview with one of our expansion regions. We have UNSW coming from OCE, the first OCE team to compete in a top-tier collegiate event in all of Rocket League history, as far as I'm aware, and that is across CRL, that's across CCA, that's across Uni Rocketeer. So it is really cool to see them here this evening. Let's play that interview.
All right, welcome everybody. I'm Pyro J, and today we're talking to the Rocket League esports team Roar of University of New South Wales of Kensington, Australia. I'm joined with one of their stars, Diggs. Diggs, welcome in. Thanks so much for joining the little interview session here. And of course, congratulations for qualifying for the Uni Rocketeers Worlds Tournament.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Speaking of qualifying, your team played quite a few teams, and on that qualification run, you lost a grand total of 1 game throughout the whole thing. So that's pretty good. Also, you guys at UNSW are longtime winners of the AEL, including the most recent one of the Australian Esports League. Talk to me. Are you guys just the cream of the crop when it comes to Australian esports collegiate teams?
I mean, pretty much. My team has like 2 pros on it, which like no other team even has close to in our league. So I'll be honest, it's not really much of a challenge for us. So yeah, it's good to finally play against some teams that will pose a bit of a threat to us.
All right, I like it.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest challenge, at least for my teammates, is that we're gonna have to be up at 2 a.m. to start playing the tournament. So assuming it goes for another like 3 hours at least, we'll be up till like 5 a.m. Which for me is like my normal sleep schedule. So I'm not too fast. But my teammates have a more normal sleep schedule, so it'll be a bit more of a challenge for them.
But I love that. So 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Sounds like you're going to be the hype man of the squad, keeping the vibes alive.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see the games go down because it's Swiss. You're going to play 3 different teams. You're going to get 3 very different experiences from what it sounds like. So I hope it's a positive experience no matter what. Come Saturday, or will that technically be Sunday for you?
Yeah, like 2 a.m. Sunday.
2 a.m. Sunday. All right, 2 a.m. Sunday, Diggs. We'll see you and your team of UNSW at Uni Rocketeers Worlds this weekend. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, man.
No worries, thank you.
To me, it is just so incredibly cool that one of the aspects of this event, yes, we make the ping work, but that we have these huge expanding regions in essentially from every corner of the planet at this point in VOD. We have, of course, MENA, we have OCE, we have South Africa, and of course, Europe and North America, and we get to see it on a collegiate stage.
It's amazing that we've been able to put this together. I mean, a huge effort by everyone involved, all the qualifying teams as well, but also the back-end staff who made this possible for ER Worlds. I mean, they need to give themselves a pat on the back and a round of applause for that. But also, shout out too, if you want to expand the prize pool, you can do that as well, because it's a whole volunteer event. So make sure you contribute if you can. It's not obligatory, but again, would it be grateful for the teams to get some hard-earned cash afterwards for that too. But
Yep, no, this is an event that you might think, because of how well the production has been, that it is run by an Epic Games or a Psyonix or a Blast or whatever, but it's not. This is a completely volunteer-run event from top to bottom. It is truly a passion project for those who are in it. And if you want to contribute to increase the winnings that these players are working for, you can type in !prize pool, where you'll be given a link. So if you want to donate, you don't have to, but if you want to and you want to contribute to the prize pool, you are fully able to. So that will be in the chat below. So huge, of course, thank you to everyone who has contributed thus far, everyone who continues to contribute, and everyone who has helped out with this amazing production. But that being said, let's move on to what will be our first match of the quarterfinals. It is going to be Berlin Phoenix versus our current unofficial world champions in Genoa. Boys, this is an incredible matchup between two powerhouses of the European side of collegiate. Gaugen, take us through this matchup.
Listen, both of these teams are hopefully going to feel as comfortable and at home as they possibly could in an international tournament like this. It feels like the good old days. Obviously, Genoa are not at full strength. Obviously, Berlin may not be the dynasty team that we knew them to be in years past, but both of these teams have a lot of pressure on this matchup because this very much establishes if Barist can bring Genoa through to a tournament win, or if Berlin really can start to claw back after we've had, rumors of retirement from these players. Maybe their heart's not fully in it. Berlin has a better chance, like I said earlier, than ever, potentially, to best Genoa and get a really deep tournament run here.
And Vod, you and I were there at the first ever CRL World Championship where Berlin did not make playoffs. In fact, they kind of got slapped around, and this roster is essentially the same. But now I'm hearing that they're trying. Right, this is like, if like Northwood before, when they had Line Blaze, they just didn't scrim anyone, they didn't care, they hopped into the server, they played their match, and they won. But now it's like, oh, things are starting to slip. Now we actually have to scrim. Now we actually got to do VOD review. Now we actually have to be a team, and it seems to have sort of paid off in small steps. While they haven't claimed their title just yet, they could be on the run here.
Do also have to correct you real quick here, Seb. The new unofficial world champion is actually Dr. Buhmann, because they got that win over Genoa.
No. It's only best of sevens. The best of fives do not count.
Only best of sevens?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Technically, that's not how it works. But either way,
well, I'm not following Wikipedia rules.
Hey man, he's the host. This is his show. He drives this boat, all right?
With Wikipedia rules, it is best of sevens.
But no timeouts with this as well, so that's going to be interesting too for these teams. They might be used to that when playing a best of seven, but also we saw for CA Summer Series, no one really used timeouts, and the team that did, they didn't
which
make
we
it
thought
through,
was baffling, by the way.
Yeah, that was
Please,
crazy that no one used
teams,
timeouts.
if you're watching this, use your timeouts.
Well, they can't hear, so
next time. Next time.
But even then, I think this is going to be a
They
very
don't have
intense
timeouts
matchup
today,
and
I
a
don't
proving
think.
grounds for Berlin for sure.
Oh, we don't have timeouts. We don't have timeouts today, so that should be clarified.
Don't listen to Sam. Timeouts are bad.
No. It's just because, seriously, it was incredibly tilted. That's like we gave the availability of timeouts and just no one used them. So hey, just go on through. But we don't have timeouts today. For the time being, before our matchup, it will be an interesting one. Now, Chiefs, you have been able to cast these teams across multiple times now. Of course, Berlin back in the day, and then Genoa this time around. How are you feeling about both these teams coming into it? Obviously, Genoa, they're not playing at full strength, but they're still doing incredibly well. In Berlin, they are kind of like the old guard of European Collegiate Rocket League, looking to get their title back.
Yeah, I feel if you're Berlin Phoenix, you might as well, just give it the full giddy up and try and really ride this one out, because I do think it realistically is probably the last shot at it, if you're gonna go for it. And if you can't beat Genoa that's not quite at full strength, you never deserve to win anyway, is the way I see it.
Valid.
Savage
but valid.
That is real if I ever heard it. You gotta hear the TikTok music now. All right, let's get to predictions. Starting off with you, Gaugen. This is our first quarterfinal that I think has a lot of weight to it. What are you feeling?
I honestly should feel more comfortable in my prediction. I said it would go to 7, and I have to stick with what my bracket said, so I'm going to pick Genoa. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I've been a champion of Barris. This isn't somebody that they plucked off the street and given the chance to play with the rest of Genoa. It's obvious that Barris belongs there. But we had the same questions about Berlin when they introduced High Roll, about what position he was going to fill amongst the pair of Tigre and Nagflow. I still back Genoa to have that resilience. They have the prior history of results in very recent events. They have a good look, so that's why I'm going Genoa.
Odd. Where are you going?
I want to go Berlin here just cuz, but I know my brain is saying I have to go with Genoa on this. I was pretty good with my predictions as far as following along with the series that we had on stream yesterday. Maybe not my bracket per se, but all but GVSU, of course, with the teams in top 8. It just doesn't make sense for Genoa to go down in this matchup. Berlin would really have to pull off that upset, and even with the sub, they kind of look more cohesive from what I've seen from Genoa recently. So I think they had a little bit of a speed bump against Dr. Buhmann in their journey to get here to the top 8, and now that they're here, they're ready to just lock in and get all the way to the finals. So I think they're going to take this one. I think I had in my bracket specifically 4-2.
Jeez.
I also had the 4-2 for Genoa across the board. I think it's a really good opportunity for Barris to prove value, right? You have, the show through Swiss stage, and they go through relatively smoothly, 3-1, only slipping up against Buhmann a little bit. That's all right. You're never going to go through clean on Swiss stage, or if you do, good. Take the long rest and enjoy it.
If you do, M80 happens.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have the worst quarterfinal luck of all time. But Barris has a great opportunity here. It's like, hey, Berlin thinks this is probably their best go at it. You're going to get, as much as they can throw at you. And I think if Barris has an excellent showing, he doesn't even have to do a whole lot. I just want to see Barris put up a really good, strong midfield defense, because that's really all you need against a team like Berlin. If you have one guy that consistently gets good challenges on the ball, you're in great shape. And after that, you can let your team do the rest. And that's all I want from him. Just get a hand up, take the ball off him, and I think you're in good shape.
So here's the thing. I actually, and you guys heard me, I went into this and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick Genoa, because it just makes sense. They have fantastic wins under their belt. They seem to be playing strong, even though that they have a sub currently playing for them in Barris. But I'm not. Jump the gun there, production. I'm actually going to change to Berlin. I'm going for Berlin mainly because I'm also looking at the overall standing of where Swiss was at, and I'm looking at the quality of opponents both teams had to play, and I want to put it in a bit of perspective here, okay? So Genoa had to play Mackenzie. They got eliminated 1 and 3, right? Pretty early. Yeah. They did beat KAU. That is the one great win that they have. They immediately lost to Dr. Buhmann, who's another contender. And then they beat UDM, which is just an okay matchup. Berlin, on the other hand, while they did go the full 5, they had to play GVSU. They went ahead 3-0'd St. Clair, which is huge. They went a full best of 5 against USM, which was a difficult thing to do, essentially. They went the full 5 against SETU, and then they went the full 5 against Lincoln. And to me, I think a lot of it comes down to I don't know how good KU is just as consistent, or as far as consistency and as far as where is the base floor for them. I'm taking Berlin. I don't know, especially the loss against Buhmann and how big it, how stark it was, I think kind of shook me up. And I'm I think I have a bit more confidence in a Berlin that is comfortable with the roster, that knows exactly how they want to enter a best of 7, than a Genoa who I think is still trying to find their feet just a little bit, and didn't struggle as much during Swiss, whereas I think Berlin, they had to go through many more trials.
You also don't sweep the desk that way too.
Yeah, that too, but I listen, that's not why I'm doing it. I actually think Berlin actually legitimately have a shot here. Also, Quinn's my friend, and he was at Berlin, so that's fine. But with that, those are our predictions. I believe our lobby is just about ready to go. And with that, we are going to get into what is an amazing thing here with the hype chamber. It is going to be Berlin Phoenix versus Genoa to see who will be our very first semifinalist. Casters, take it away.
Well. Our first quarterfinal of the day, Tylacto. It features a team that is as stingy as they come defensively in Genoa against a team in Berlin that will get their scoring opportunities, but they have to convert because they will be few and far between.
Absolutely. And the occasion is something to take into account as far as I'm concerned as well, Stacks. Last time we casted TU Berlin, the Phoenix, of course, the Oakwood incident occurred, so hopefully no repeats of that, but it's very symbolic, really.
Trouble seems to follow you everywhere, though, so who knows?
Away from that fact, not a fact, misinformation, is what I want to raise in how symbolic it is that Berlin here are playing in their black kit. It's Genoa who take the red, and I'm used to close to 5 years of Berlin being the top seed in their red. They're not allowed it anymore in this matchup, and if that's not a symbolic changing of the guard, at least for the European universities, then I don't know what is.
Fight for the red to gain it back as Berlin getting tested early here. Barris running underneath, just racing back to get in position, as now Dead's going to clear one downfield, and we'll see this Genoa attack perhaps if they can keep a little pressure on Berlin. It's kind of the old guard against the new. We know exactly how good Berlin has been in the past, but that's the key term there, Tylacto, in the past. Genoa has kind of had their number of late, as that opportunity is sent well out to the corner, and we remain in a scoreless tie.
So much in the past that it's impressive in itself that they're here in the present, as Nagfloat, with a little pinch, walking clear from the backboard, will force early answers out of Genoa, who will watch as Tigri fails to deliver with that double from the ceiling. And albeit Tigri with a famed, rightly earned career in Rocket League history, how sharp is his razor's edge? Because it's going to need to be at its best, I feel like, to cause Genoa defensive trouble consistently.
A high roll stopped by Barris there. He'd run out of juice. Now Hyder over to Barris, and another block by high roll way out in front. He's been very proactive here at the midfield. Snag flow up the ladder. Try to trigger some kind of counterattack for Berlin. But he's not going to have any gas coming off the wall, just trying to do too much with far too little. And it should be another free counterattack for Genoa, but Barris has let that one get away. Tigre now, nothing doing. Hyder, got a look at it, off the bar and sent away by high roll. Another opportunity in front, second touch, no. Dead coming on, and it's blocked out.
Very important hold for Berlin, who I was going to say had been doing a great job of meeting the Italians at the halfway line. However, the first time that really failed to occur, and they ended up in very hot water. Similarly here, a double commit could be an open chance for Barris, who will happily take it.
I think a lot of questions on both sides. Okay, Barris and high roll. Who is going to kind of be the one that steps up and helps out their long-established duo? Well, Barris draws first blood for Genoa.
Had this going as a 4-1 to Genoa, which I thought was a little generous in the face of this fact. The last time the two teams met back in UR Winter on the European side, it was a 4-0 for Genoa in a best of 7 of the playoff bracket. Granted, with Arju on the field, though, really, again, credit to Barris and how happily he fits in to this roster and really helped orchestrate the coming together of it.
They can have all the talent. I mean, there is always plenty when you get to this level. It becomes secondary at that point. You know they're good. How well do they fit together? As Barris and Dead look like they got kind of tangled up there. So how well do they fit together? Not so well, and it cost them. Berlin ties it.
Yeah, they've just tipped up the jigsaw box there as Dead Monster high-fiving Barris a little too hard, who then again gets slapped across his net following repositioning, and that Berlin will, I would say they've earned it. It was a bit of an inter-team effort. It's a very important equaliser nonetheless.
1-1, and again, with how difficult it has been to generate those opportunities against Genoa, got to take advantage of those situations when they present themselves. This kicks out in front, but high roll too far back. Nagflow racing back to stop Barris' shot, which he does. It was wide. And now Nagflow just watches Dead march right in on him. Hyder's shot blocked away by Tigray. No clearance just yet, though. Nagflow will finally get it out to midfield. A brief reprieve with that booming clear, only to be intercepted by Hyder. Had to get underneath that one. It was just rolled right to him. And now Hyder can set up Barris, but Nagflow's all over it.
Nagflow under the ball this time as well. Back it comes to him. Can't quite work the angle, but two Italian defenders committed, albeit not Hyder, who drives high from the back all the way to the Berlin backboard.
Numbers.
There's a couple whiffs. Not quite reading the bounce, but a chance now. Barris in the center, blocked by Tigray.
They could have had a big numbers advantage if they'd broke it out cleanly from the zone. That's a good job by Genoa, keeping that pressure on and not letting Berlin get a clean counterattack. Now they're back defensively. Tigray couldn't stay with that ball. Now high roll met by Hyder, and Nagflow stopped by Barris. But it's Tigray looking for somebody to center to. Nobody's home. This goes all the way downfield, and Berlin have made a mess of it that Nagflow has to clean up.
Hyder on the cleanup of the offense, keeping it rolling. Dead will commit, albeit very late, with Tigray first to that ball by some margin and demanding a save out of Barris at the other end, who then gets another great defensive drive to send that ball far away from the red zone as high roll at the front post trying to see Berlin through to overtime, but the ball is still up, cannot quite be caught on the down, and it will be sudden death in game one.
We start off our playoff day with sudden death in game one. Hyder looking to make it very sudden, but Tigray's got the clear. Can he stay with this? That's the question. He may need high roll to step up behind him, who has got a piece of that as well, but Hyder's all over it. Needs somebody to be on the other end of this ball. Good 50. Sets up Hyder, but a good stop by Tigray. Dead now. Just throw it up at the backboard. Hope that high roll will make a mistake. He did not, but it may still yield a goal anyways. Oh, Hyder! What a redirect!
Incredible finish from the Italian, who links up from Barris' pass, but that angle, the ball doesn't even move. It's static in its firing to the far post.
Oh, that was a banger to kick off game one, to kick off our playoff day. What a redirect from Hyder, as Hyder and Barris combine on both goals, and a 2-1 victory in game one. Yeah, that's just the first of what may well be 7 full games here between Berlin and Genoa.
Yeah, could easily be so, if they're like that. I don't know if I'm ready, Stacks. Emotionally, I like to think I am, but physically, it is too warm here in the UK. It's going to be 33 tomorrow. This series is heating up already.
I would take 33 in freedom units right now.
Yeah, that is true, but our houses, they are not the same. They
no,
are not the same.
They are decidedly not.
No.
You have a lot more light in yours. But hey, listen, Genoa, known for being a very tough egg to crack, right? Team that does not give up many opportunities. They only give up 3 shots against Berlin in game one, in a game that went to overtime. Granted, a very brief overtime, and Berlin didn't get to do much in that OT. But I feel like Berlin has got to maybe take a few more chances here going into game 2 and beyond, Talacto, because, again, Genoa's not going to give you much. You've got to kind of press the issue. They're also not going to score a ton. So you can kind of afford to take those chances, and we'll see if Berlin does that as the series goes on.
That is the matter of balancing it and finding that difference between taking those chances but really generating them in the first place. I mean, credit to Berlin's pedigree over all this time. Their best before seemingly infinite, but I mean, they were outshot 15-3 in that first game. It didn't really feel that way. And again, that's credit to them, but it's a sad fact that does remain very much weighed in the favor of Genoa, who have a surplus of chances even early on. How many touches does he need? It will end up in the back of the net from Hyder, who nearly saved it on the goal line.
Well, Hyder just did everything he could just to keep that ball alive. It was down and getting away from the goal line, and Hyder makes his presence felt again. And it's Hyder and Barris combining for yet another.
Nice little communication from Berlin early on as they'll head into the red half for the first time this game in the opening minute. Tigray just has it swept out from under his gnome. The doormat pulled out from under him in a demo. Might create a chance, but Hyder coming in from the side couldn't shoot directly, but Genoa can certainly directly be in the driver's seat as they're forcing reactions here, and 2 Berlin players with their backs to the net having to make the touch, and it's served right back up for the Genoa defense.
Well, it shouldn't be any surprise to see Hyder involved in the offense here for Genoa. He spent more time in Berlin's half in game 1 than he did his own, which is just astonishing.
It's summer holidays.
Right?
That's what he's doing.
Rent for being over there.
Yeah. How many Italians go to Germany on holiday though? That's a good question. I mean, the Euros was over some time ago. I don't know if they want to experience
Thank goodness,
those trains.
because the Euros are still going on. Your voice would be in jeopardy.
That is also true, but maybe England would still be in it. Hyder and Deadmonster will double commit, but Barist is going to still be there, and that's the sort of difference. I feel like you get a double out of Berlin, and it's usually due to a miscommunication in the system that usually needs to run very much to the book. Whereas Genoa, I was going to say there is no book. There's also no save. Tigray will again prove clinical on this pop-out shot.
Just, again, threatening Barist, and I believe it was Barist that got swatted out of the way in the goal in game 1 that Berlin had scored. So, again, it's Tigray and Nagflow on the Berlin side. It's Barris and Hyder on the side of Genoa. Waiting to see Hyrule and Dead kind of get in more involved in the offense. Certainly getting opportunities, especially on Dead's side. Not so much from Hyrule, as he'll try to bring this ball across midfield. Met rudely by Barris, and then Hyder just dumps that into an open space and forces Berlin to move laterally a lot and burn a lot of boost just to get to the ball, let alone move it forward.
Little pinch from Hyder, although a side flip from Tigray, who manages to get a dunk regardless. Choose not to take a lesser touch, but instead just use the opponents. And from one down, Berlin now 1 ahead on half-time, and it's a couple mammoth efforts from that man right there.
Yeah, Tigray with both big-time 50. Now the one guaranteed 50 in the game, the kickoff. It was just about neutral. Here goes Barris. He's got Hyder waiting for a pass that just won't get there. He had to go up and chase it. And Nagflow forced back. Barris is waiting there, and this has kind of been Genoa's bread and butter. They've been camping on the Berlin half, deep in their territory, waiting for a ball to get through, because Berlin just has not shown the ability to generate a quick and deadly counterattack. That's an awkward ball defensively, and they break down Berlin. Barris will score the tiebreak, or rather the equalizing goal.
Yeah, so concise around the German backboard there, just forcing that double commit at the front post as the back post gets impatient and baited into the speed of Genoa. And I'd like to raise our first important stats contribution to the broadcast from our official statistics employee who is paid in numbers. That is Actional2, first name stats, second name man. And earlier I raised a very important point of what Italian tourism to Germany is like. I'll have you know that Italy is the 7th biggest nation contributing to tourism in Germany. As instead Italians choose mostly to go to Spain. That's their favourite destination. So what do you make of that, Stacks?
I make of that it's 3-2, because Berlin just looked like a bunch of fish out of water right here. Hyrule let it get away. Then Tigray, there's no ping disadvantage here, so I'm not sure what happened to him there.
No, I mean, he can try and say that we're playing on USE servers, but he wouldn't be speaking the truth.
No.
Albeit, 2 have been sent to that kickoff, and Tigray's still gone level with it. It's been an incredible performance from Tigray thus far this game, but had to see if it's going to be sufficient. A nice pass from Nagflow, forcing a response out of Dead Monster on the goal line, but swatted back across now. Berlin running slim on time as it continues to bleed down. Nagflow is doing a lot down this left-hand side. He doesn't want to leave, but I don't think Genoa really struggling just yet.
Well, when Berlin get in the zone, they've been trying to utilize that back wall, and Genoa, for the most part, have defended it well, but this time, the infield pass right to Nagflow, top bins, and we're all tied again.
Yeah, let's Hyrule take over in the corner, finds himself in the center, and it's a perfectly placed pass out of the reach of Hyrule he couldn't turn the nose of the Octane in time. We've got a 6-goal thriller into the final minute. 3 apiece. Tigray stuck on the wrong side of the ball off kickoff. Could be awkward. Dead Monster somehow rotating through some Australian breakdancing, but ending up with the ball. And then it nearly ends up in a dangerous spot. Barris looks for the flip reset double, but he's not going to be allowed it.
Head just over high roll, but nobody's over there. Nagflow and Tigray both go, though. So Hyder into an open net. A double commit. Costs Berlin dearly.
They end up on the same page, just too much. And Hyder, potentially the easiest goal he's scored today, he certainly made it look just like that. Giving Genoa another advantage here, and the pain for Berlin, it's starting to set in. They ain't got long to change it now.
Actually, has to be the easiest goal he scored today. He had the crazy redirect in game 1. He had one that he had to fight with to keep along the goal line here in game 2. Yeah, that was by far the easiest. As this one's lobbed downfield, high roll will catch. 10 seconds to go. Berlin's got to go to work. Pass to Nagflow. High roll's going to chase it. Got to come up with another brilliant pass. It's in a scoring position. Tigray, no! And Nagflow can't jam it home. They got to go back to square one. It's still loose and available, and high roll just can't catch up to it. Genoa hangs on in a Wild West shootout.
What a hang on. It was a real secure effort from Berlin that would have gained themselves a 0-second equalizer against any lesser opponent. But the Italians are certainly not that, and they will go 2 to the good in this best of 7. It's troublesome for Berlin, but not something they can't overcome. If they keep moving in this positive direction, far more shots on this occasion, it's looking better, but it's going to need to come as an avalanche once they tip over that critical mass.
Right, well, the shots a lot more even this time. Berlin did get some opportunities. Granted, it looked like Genoa had just a couple defensive breakdowns, but a lot of it was just Tigray was a lot more aggressive and kind of forced the issue. You could see Berlin, they would either dump the ball in, or if they at least got some kind of sustained pressure, try to run it along the back wall. The goal that they scored where high roll had the infield pass out, that was more Hyder kind of waiting on the goal line, just expecting, oh, they're going to play it around the wall again. I'll jump when they do it. Then when it comes back out in front of him, it's like, oh, wait a minute. That wasn't in the script. So, if Berlin can kind of keep them off foot, then maybe they can get a foothold in this series. But Genoa still finds a way. They win a slow, low-scoring, grindy game in game 1, and then they win a shootout in game 2. They can do it all. Can Berlin catch up?
Let's certainly hope so. It's really interesting to look at Barrist's role in this series. I feel like he's been such an agitator, trying to get under Berlin's skin as Hyder nearly gets the ball under their crossbar. We're going to move on swiftly from that nearly wonder goal. Because both teams were really known during the Swiss stage with how efficient they've been with boost, spending very minimal time on zero as such and keeping themselves in nice refined rotations. Because of that, no gaps caused by anyone being out, not expected to be challenging the ball. Whereas Barris has kind of thrown caution to the wind in that regard. He's used over 800 boosts so far this series while supersonic, which you could say is a waste. But really, if he could have used more on that occasion, he might have got the block. Instead, Berlin will nip in front with high roll, and it's another narrow lead for them.
That's high roll just by the slimmest of margins, winning that ball into an open net. His first goal of the series has Berlin with a rare lead. Can they hang on to it, though? We know that Genoa is going to get their opportunities. There goes Hyder. Right over high roll. Barrist well forward again. Someone from Genoa always is. There's Tigray now along the back wall. Oh, dead. That little wave dash landing might have cost him, but it doesn't matter. He's got it to Hyder, and Genoa tie it again.
And that is all Barrist again. I mean, Dead Monster sweeping through, but he plays a beautiful pass across, and the demo comes through from Dead Monster. But I mean, I can't stop talking about Barrist because I want to finish my point and say that last game he stole 12 big boosts from the corner. Over 2 a minute being denied by for the Berlin back line, who will have a chance to go forward through Nagflow. Again, it's so difficult when you seem to have a pest problem constantly in your defensive formation. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. Forget the defensive formation. They don't need one. Tigray is forward, and he's going to put Berlin back in front.
And Tigray Nagflow, despite that just bizarre double commit at the end of game 2, that duo is expected to do big things today. And they team up for yet another. Oh, Hyrule thought about coming up behind Tigray, got called off at the last moment. Opportunity now for Genoa, but that bounces high. Now Dead gonna have a tough time getting that back down towards the net. Hyder's shot is blocked out, saved by Hyrule. And this one, a loose ball back towards midfield, taken again by Genoa. It's Dead, center around, tried to score it himself, but it's blocked out.
The Berlin crossbar has once again re-entered the chat. How long will it linger? Is the ball sent far across halfway to be challenged by Hyrule? Really trying to press Genoa back, but a whiff challenge from Tigray, expecting to play for a dunk. Will open time for Hyder to work in the corner here, but he's low on resources. Can't find a second positive 50.
Oh, Nagflow's got to get to this as Barist was threatening. He's done so. Try to keep that one close to the vest. Try to dance around now. Almost playing with his food as that one's off the crossbar. Barist floater sent out by Tigray, and the rebound goes well wide. That's a good ball, though, by Dead, finding Hyder in the direction of Barist. We realized he wasn't going to get there. Dead and Hyder, however, trying to team up again. Here's Barist looking for an equalizer again, but denied.
Big breathing space earned by Nagflow's doinking clear. Hyder will try and send it right on back, but they find Hyrule. Looks for Nagflow up the left-hand side with a nice, sane little catch. Tried to find the top corner, in fact. Berlin really led by any significant margin this series. If I'm not mistaken, they've only had 1 goal leads as it's found across pitch, but too much so. Nagflow can't generate the power on that occasion, and Berlin are not hesitating to commit forward despite their lead.
And they can't afford to commit, to be hesitant at all because, oh, there's a demo that breaks things up and Hyrule will score again. They can't afford to be hesitant here because this is a Genoa team that will just kind of pick you apart. They're so far forward, they almost try to overwhelm you. This time, with that deflection going out to midfield, Genoa just got completely frozen and all Hyrule had to do was just throw it where they aren't.
No, they're going to have to let it go. I'm afraid it is actually a 2-goal lead for Berlin. Just after I was saying they haven't had one. That shot's actually off target. Surely the woodwork of Berlin cannot continue to deny Genoa, as of course, that is the case right now. Dead Monster looks for the side double. He won't find any luck in that either, and Tigray is going to be allowed another clear.
High backboard, Nagflow's there, and Genoa are finding out firsthand exactly what peak Berlin looks like as Nagflow flies high over Barist.
That's going to feel good. Going up for the angled read off the backboard and just playing for the opponent to miss, and they do. It's always a bit of a ratio on that play, and one that really sits Genoa back down. They've been so rightly confident over this past academic year, albeit coming together in the hopes of greater things. They're here with a chance at a World Championship title. They lead by 2, but barring a miracle, that's going to very much be significantly cut into.
And despite all the work for the first couple of games from Genoa, now they're being outscored by Berlin, even though they've got the 2-1 series lead, presumably, barring some kind of catastrophic collapse. As Barist bringing that one back to his own back wall. And now Dead doing all they can to try and keep that out of harm's way. Nagflow had tried to clear the way as well. And this has just become a formality. Berlin bringing the heat here. Shots even, goals very much not, as the Phoenix have risen from an 0-2 deficit to get on the board here. The final 30 seconds as Genoa looks for any kind of positivity, any kind of consolation prize after what has been a big statement out of Berlin. And if they're not going to score there, they're not going to score at all. Final 10 seconds, a little victory lap in Game 3 for the Phoenix from Berlin, who finally have something going in this series. It's 2-1.
There is a spell on that Berlin goal on Neo Tokyo. An incredibly mixed clinicality from Genoa, ultimately outshooting by such a margin in Game 1 that it didn't matter that they weren't driving for the target too well on the finish. They were very, very clinical in game 2, and it's just 1 from 10 shots here in the third. And how many of them came off the woodwork? I lost count, personally, but Berlin won't mind if that keeps happening.
Well, I mean, you could do the math, right? I mean, you had 10 shots, 10 that registered. You had 3 saves on the side of Berlin, and only 1 goal scored. So Genoa are going to come away from that game, understanding, first of all, okay, Berlin can handle the counterattack. Berlin can handle our pressure. So now they've got to kind of maybe peel back a little bit and then maybe not be as smothering on offense, where they can limit teams to 6, 7, 8 shots over the course of a game. Now they have to be a little more cautious, and Berlin has kind of bought themselves a little more freedom on either end of the field.
Will that even play into Berlin's hands even more if it starts to backfire just a little is the question, because you're right, Genoa are going to look to change. They did mostly find their success in patient, multiple touch corner play, baiting Berlin into potential double commits, but there's usually... Well, there's no breaking down that goal. There's usually a lot more space in the transition game if they can bait Berlin forward and play fast on the counter. I mean, what is that?
Well, listen, if this were on another show, we'd be calling for a Johnny Boy kickoff review, because where did High Roll turn? He turned upfield on a ball that was rolling into their territory. What happened? Sheet up, shot into a goal. Granted, got a piece of it, still went in, 1-0.
High Roll will look for redemption, but is only allowed a 50 there, as it does go corner bound from Barris, but he will look to full commit for a second bite of the pie. Not very much be allowed it at all. It's driven back all the way to the halfway line as 2 Berlin defenders quickly jumping without any hesitation. Nagflo does incredible work to effectively wrestle the ball through the whole team. And with the demo coming through, High Roll with a great chance, but a great save, even more so, by Haider.
Berlin do look a lot more confident than they did in the first game and a half. As Dead just trying to sky one up, didn't have anything to work with there. Almost just trying to delay Berlin. Might just be delaying the inevitable, though. If they can keep any momentum from game 3, there's Tigre. Just parks it. Wins the 50. 1-1.
It's more incredible midfield work from Nagflo, but that first touch from Tigre, so deft, just takes it down and baits Dead Monster in, who struggles too much to close the distance. He was the most boost staff on the field last game, and if Berlin can keep that up, they're going to keep getting opportunities like that, which they're showing and reminding here that they're more than capable of taking, as High Roll drops it down for Nagflo, who immediately fires in response.
Wow. I mean, after Barris watches High Roll go over top of him, Dead is just dead in the water. There's nothing he can do about that play. Berlin had them all dead to rights. 2-1 now. And while the shots coming into this game greatly have favored Genoa, basically on the heels of game 1, I mean, they've had 23 shots in this series. They don't look like a team, 33 shots. They don't look like a team that's had almost 40 shots now through 3.5 games.
It's almost a more frustrating fact than one that should be reassuring, considering the lack of finding the back of the black net. That is the fact that stands tall against the Italians. It is Dead Monster, again, just second to a challenge by a narrow margin. You don't expect that from this player, who most would probably expect to be the sharpest on the field, perhaps only outside of Haider, who has been quiet for the longest time thus far this series, after really running the show in the opening 7 or 8 minutes.
Barris has nothing to work with here except his own mechanics. Got over 1, but High Roll will slow things down, throw it forward, and Dead will get there crisscrossing with Barris. That'll fall towards Nagflo, and I mean, at this point, Tigre's just accidentally passing to Nagflo, and that tandem is working in spades. Here's Dead. He's got Barris in front. Can he get it to him? Sure can, but the shot's still deflected wide.
Yeah. Very, very rarely ever on a team for RLCS together, but I mean, even in spite of that, I can't think of many 2 players that have played together for a longer duration than Tigre and Nagflo. Think of the time they've spent even here on Utopia Dusk together and the memories made on that, can they add another great one to the collection by leveling this series and maybe going one further? Because, well, Barris has really had the ball dropped on his head cleanly, but didn't look like he truly wanted that there. Couldn't run onto it. Instead, Hyder has to run it around the corner, but Berlin's defense looking ultimately steadfast in this regard, and I believe Nagflo got that boost, though he didn't really get to enjoy it for very long. It's Hyder, shot direct to the front post, but again, the post.
Yeah, just didn't seem like it's a regulation-sized net on the Berlin half. This ball centered towards Hyder, deflected out to the corner. Dead will give it a look. Hyder looking to steal some boost out of the corner, but could not. And this will fall in the direction of Nagflo. Wins that over Barris, but Dead is right there to collect for Genoa. But he can't follow that ball. Demolished after Nagflo steals the boost, and then he spawns right in, rolls it to Tigre. This will angle downward, needs some help, and looked like Barris and Dead couldn't quite figure out who was going to take that. And things have fallen apart for Genoa as High Roll bounces one in. What has happened here to this otherwise dominant Genoa squad?
Just watched High Roll scoop into it off the corner curb and then watched, and I was like, yeah, any minute now the Genoa defender's going to come sweep in and clear it to the corner. Any minute, any second. Okay, and it's in the back of the net. And ultimately, I reckon Berlin are about as surprised as we are. Genoa, another game slipping away from them in the final minute while they're looking to press and draw back level with their German opposition. It's instead going the other way, and you talked about the size of net. I have to completely agree. It feels like Genoa are having to deal with defending a full 11-a-sider, and Berlin have rocked up to this series with a hockey net in the past couple games, and they must feel like that to Genoa as well, and that's frustrating at this level.
Boy, if Nagflo had scored that one, just end the series at 2-2. Hyder tried to drop it down to Barris. They got 30 seconds, need 2 goals. Could get one here. Barris through the air, and Genoa have some life in game 4.
It's a Herculean effort from the man in the Fennec, blocking out any potential save from Tigre, and the crossbar for once will finally work in favour of the University of Genoa, albeit the clock still very much not on their side, as Barris has to build from the back here and find another block, which he does. Hyder is there with a laser towards the top corner, forcing an epic save out of Nagflo, who has to watch this patient build-up from Genoa, which is awfully patient given the conditions, as Tigre won't hesitate for 1 second to put that one into the far corner. Dead Monster having to work magic, but it's now golden goal as Hyder is up with all so much to do. Tigre looking to be blocked on the backboard, but he does not need to save the ball. It's not quite on target, and it will just touch down in time.
Boy, he threaded the needle and everything, and his teammate just a little too far back and kind of had to be expecting, a big clear out to the corner, give himself time to get to it. Oh, that was, again, it wasn't perfect, but it was about as good as it was going to get. And Genoa had a real chance to tie this game up at the last moment. Berlin, they'll breathe a little bit easier having that win and having this series all tied up now at 2 games apiece. But that was heartbreak waiting to happen.
Very much so. That it's kept intact. Is it mint condition after all these years for Berlin? The play, the heart, they've been dusting it off regularly. It's been broken a few times, but it's here. Humpty Dumpty is back together again. I don't know what the German nursery rhyme of Humpty Dumpty is, but I'm sure they've got some sort of version. I don't even know. We've got Genoa ultimately, I think, playing frustrated. You can see it on the offense. They're trying to be so direct, which is frankly what Berlin want. They don't have to think about the solution. Forcing Berlin to play imperatively kind of covers up one of the biggest weaknesses we've seen in slow responses over time against fast opposition. And that's what I meant about Berlin really having it played into their advantage. And that continues to be a series we have with no shortage of kickoff goals.
Kickoff goal. Ball's heading your way. Okay, I can't fault Dead for going after that one. He thought he definitely had a shot at it. What a win by High Roll to get on top of that. And that's how quickly Berlin strikes in game 5. They may get another one here. As that one kicked out towards Nagflo, popped away, double commit near the midfield line, but it does get the ball downfield into Berlin territory.
Getting concerning for Genoa, who trail early on. In last game, they actually got more mid-boosts than Berlin, who continued to be clinical and efficient. It's Hyder trying to create a chance, but the angle just never really opened up for Dead, who had to respect the defensive presence. Barist looks to try and disrespect the presence there with a secondary dunk, but so difficult to keep it on target against this hockey-sized net.
Since nobody's made it quite clear enough in our chat, let me just explain to everybody. There are no timeouts here in this best of 7, in any of these best of 7. So now it's just 3 games to a finish. No extra help as Dead left it for Hyder, and Hyder ties it.
It's a significant goal. Nothing flashy about it, but Hyder will certainly take the penalty shot that he found himself well positioned for, and a high roll, very exposed in his attempt to save. I mean, in fairness, the speed of this series is prominent. And you think, no timeout, but there's a fair argument to say in the majority of our matches that we'll see today, server switches are basically a timeout in themselves, and they'd be happening after every single game.
Certainly not in this series. 2 European squads, and boy, one of the big stories I think of this whole playoff is how the, almost like the legacy of the German teams has people living in the past. As Barris got one down in front. Oh, near scoring opportunity, but it's blocked away. Hyder, we'll get to more about the Germans in a moment as Hyder drop it down. Dead is there, and Genoa lead.
Really good patient play. Hyder, not a problem. Takes it to the backboard. Doesn't quite find the double down, but it ended up being the perfect bait to call the defender out and leave the open net. And this is a high scoring game 5. I don't see the defenses tightening up anytime soon.
These German squads in Berlin, of course, great in Uni Rocketeers competition. And Dr. Buhmann, technically the reigning world champions. Not as strong as they've been in the past on paper, but they're still here. And in the case of Berlin, at least a moment ago, had a lead and we're looking good in game 5. All of a sudden, that's turned on its head. Genoa now up 2-1. For how long? High roll and Tigray not on the same page. Nagflo coming up to bail them out, though, as Dead with the stop. Hyder got spun out by Nagflo, and a loose ball in midfield will be claimed by Barris.
I don't even know if either he or Nagflo were happy to be spun out in that situation. Both had places to be, meetings to get to, and they got awfully caught up there with all their belongings. It's a nice pinch-out pass from Dead Monster, but Barris can't get over the ball. Can't really work the double either. The backboard well defended by High Roll over half-time as the 50 favours Berlin, and Nagflo's allowed up uncontested to send this deep into the red.
High Roll again, utilizing that back wall. Dead has that out to the corner. It will fall to Nagflo after Tigray couldn't catch up to it. He's got to retreat for a midfield boost. He's got it and waiting to see what Hyder does, as that is who comes away with the clear. And now 2 to beat, and he won't beat 1. Barris first on the scene. Drop down pass right towards Dead. Follow up from Barris, has that net where Dead is there on the doorstep, but it's well off, and he just couldn't get any momentum towards the net. Now Hyder will give it a look. Flick towards Barris, trying to thread the needle, and Tigray the save.
Yeah, no power on the finish. Tigray, no pre-jump from him. He's there to cover off any potential P-roller and ultimately proving necessary. But it's not just defense needed for Berlin as they drive forward through High Roll. Dangerous backboard, but Barist is well in position to get up first and doesn't have to worry about any bump attempt in High Roll. Another surprise summer holiday package booked. He is nowhere to be seen on the defense here.
Yeah, he got caught up way too far. That's kind of what happened to Genoa at the midway point of this series. And now it's come back to bite Berlin. Now they've got to be even more aggressive, down 2 goals with 1:20. And more of those opportunities are going to open up. So again, a team that in Berlin that has not had a particularly good conversion rate has to take advantage of the few opportunities they're going to get. Hyder has Nagflo scrambling back. And he just skied up there. A little bump on the sidewall. Might have given Berlin some life, but that clear from Dead has Berlin scrambling again.
High Roll absolutely sending that patch of air below the ball into Rosette. It's Dead Monster picking up the pieces here. Flip reset, trying to drive towards the net. Second flip reset, not found, but Hyder rifles it off the inside of the post. That could have put the game to bed and put Genoa on series point. They still could find themselves here into the final 30. A healthy advantage. Nonetheless, they hold as Tigre struggling to force any awkward defensive responses into that drive.
They have to get downfield quickly and score. They have to score on a counterattack here to give themselves even a realistic chance of finding an equalizer. Nagflow's got it through. They've at least beat some defenders. Need a demo. Not going to get one. Hyder pops it away. 6 seconds remaining. Last call. Shut down. And Genoa do reach match point. It took them a little bit longer than they would have liked after taking the first couple of games. But they only need one more to survive and advance to the semis.
Really paying dividends and respects they should to the start of their series. Genoa putting them in this situation because they were out cold the last couple of games before this. Berlin, they don't have much time to revive themselves after that, albeit there were chances. Not too many of them though. Far much more restrictive from Genoa, who show their class there on DFH. They head to try and see out this quarterfinal matchup.
Statistically, that game looked very similar to game one, right? I mean, it wasn't particularly as close as game one was, but the shots 11-4, as they were in game one. I think it was something like 15-3. It was just a bludgeoning in that first game that Berlin kind of survived until you got to that overtime. In this game, Genoa just got shot after shot after shot, and Berlin just a couple of defensive miscues, and it buried them. They haven't been outclassed necessarily, but they have put themselves in positions where they're facing a lot more pressure than would ever seem sustainable.
Can they sustain? Being the very difficult question, unfortunately. And they very could find themselves giving a prompt answer in the negative direction if this gets off to a perhaps not a kickoff goal start, which is nice. Indeed, it won't be. Not following the trend of the last couple games. If you're just joining us, thank you, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, for being here on Championship Sunday of the Union Rocketeers World Championship. This just our first best of 7 of 7 today. It's going to be great Rocket League all the way, and Berlin, they want to be a part of it for far longer than just this, but there's work to do if that's to be the case.
Oh, Hyder again forward, as he has been just about this entire series. Certainly the games where Genoa have generated double-digit shots, as that one going just a little bit wide, and now Tigre will have to try and chase it. Barist is right there, and he's going to run out of gas, but not before he gets that all the way to the back wall and buys his teammates time to get boosted up. Not that it matters for Hyder. He's demolished. One to beat. Tigre, he put the brakes on and almost got by, but dead with the last-minute save. And Berlin are sent back to the drawing board. That shot's going to be blocked out by Barist. Can Nagflow get it down? High roll shot is blocked as well. Genoa tested, but they answer the bell.
I don't know how intentional that fake was from Nagflow, but really impressive that Genoa were able to respond to it. High roll leaning back, but unable to get the touch he wants. Nicely placed by Tigre to force a response and be able to get that corner boost steal. Dead Monster with more than he was showing on that occasion, but didn't get a chance to bait in Berlin because they simply took him off the field as they continue to press high up it. Unable really to find a drive onto that ball was High Roll. He instead finds himself backwards and allowing Genoa out of the box.
That'll be a tough ball for Barris to control, so Hyder's going to have to make the stop along the back line. Dead is there as well, and his clear will go over top of High Roll, who had given some token pressure. Nagflow back into the field, and he's going to be needed for that defensive effort. Try and start a counterattack. He's got Hyder up to meet him. Out to the corner. Favorable bounce, but then Tigre just kind of went off to the side and didn't really follow it up very well.
Dead Monster very much at the back of the field, you see there, and he indeed gets a clearance from the backboard. He's really been anchoring the rotation for Genoa, spent 3/4 of his time behind the ball. Hyder behind it for the musty double. That can't be legal.
Oh, that is sick. I mean, no matter how many times you see it, when you see the best players in the world pull that off under pressure, it's still wondrous. And a 1-0 lead for Genoa just after the halfway mark. Hyder has been unquestionably the MVP for Genoa here in this series.
No, I mean, if this was Skate and Berlin were going to have to try and match the trick, they could just close the game at this point. Thankfully, a very different format for them, at least, as Tigre swerves around one challenge, that of Hyder, but Barist is there to back him up, and now Barist is up, looking for a double of himself. He isn't allowed to find it. No second to that collection.
Hyder over top with Tigre kind of camping forward. High roll there as well. And he get this ball centered for Nagflo. He's certainly waiting to pounce. Nagflo up, and Hyder the clear, only as far as Tigre. Another opportunity with Nagflo waiting for a ball that's never going to reach him. High roll. It was at least in the right place at the right time, but still the ball found its way into his territory. Now Barist will try and clear over top, and he will. Out towards the center line. That ricochets around, but High roll's all over it. And now Nagflo with nothing in the tank. Sketchy situation for him defensively. Tigre comes in to help out. Down to a minute 15. Berlin need a goal, but first they've got to break this pressure from Genoa.
Yeah, I mean, there was 3 of them in their 6-yard box as that drive came through from the Italians. Really not where they want to be. As Barist, very deft back pass towards Hyder. Very strong awareness, that or he just didn't know what to do with the ball. I'd like to go with the former. Nagflo is up uncontested on that occasion. 2 here challenging as the ball at the top of the Genoa box in the air. Tigre back on the ground looking for the pass across. Could find the top corner. It's squeezed out by Barist, who somehow denies Nagflo. He fails to get the angle he wanted. And now it's off the post. The rebound, again the post. 3rd time lucky, blocked by Hyder and Deadmonster combined. It's not going in for Berlin.
Tigre had to go to the midfield boost. He was just waiting for it to spawn. It finally did, but it cost them maybe a good look at a rebound opportunity. Everybody so far back, and Dead has an entire year to try and clear it. High roll now has that one with some help from Dead downfield. Now they're going to play a man down, needing a goal. Back into the play is Nagflo. 8 seconds left. Barris might have got caught with his head in the cookie jar. Oh, he's bouncing high and out of reach. Berlin had it sitting on the doorstep. And now, can they scramble with no time on the clock? No, they cannot. Genoa survives and advances.
That's heartbreak. For Berlin, forget the dusting, the mint condition. They are out of the tournament. A 72-point showing there. Painful for High Roll, who just couldn't find the touch to get it over at the end. But I mean, it's been well earned there. Series long by Genoa, who were a lot more tested than I think they'd have liked.
I'm looking at these numbers. They're going to be chatting afterwards. They were like, yeah, how was your day? Oh, my team outshot the other team 12-2 in a game that we got knocked out of the tournament in. No big deal. Just how many, so many great opportunities created by Berlin there. The most shots they had in any game of this series. And even through all that, they lose 1-0. I mean, you give credit where it's due to the Genoa defense. They did enough to stay alive in that game, but boy, they got maybe a bit of divine intervention is about the best way to describe it.
Yeah, I think all of the post-karma that they had built up following that Neo-Tokyo affair where Berlin just couldn't be scored against, even when they didn't have a defender back, really came back to bite them, unfortunately. It will be 4-2 to ultimately the favourites, Genoa, who advance to the semi-final of this UR World Championship. Our next matchup, though, is going to be EU against NA, and what a team from EU. Dr. Buhmann, the challenges for them going to be Grand Valley State. Certainly, the underdogs will have that best-of-7 quarterfinal right after this.
peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. Inspired now just to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we come. Hear my voice speak through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. As thoughts borderline, blinding from a distance. No more resistance. So I speak up. I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we come.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Unirocketeers World Championship. While we keep cooking on the quarterfinals for y'all today, I am joined here with Hyder of Genoa after their 4-2 win against TU Berlin. Hyder, welcome in.
Thank you.
Of course. And congratulations on your win against Berlin. Honestly, it felt like we were back with the Unirocketeers season with a match like this. But first thing first, I know you guys have played against a bunch of different countries in this World Championship. I guess Brazil, the Saudis, even Canada. What's this experience been like for you guys?
Like the changing of servers, was kind of annoying, to be honest.
That's fair.
My ping doesn't get good ping on Eastern servers.
Yeah.
So apart from that, the games were pretty good. No disorganization or anything like that, to be honest. Yeah,
that's
just
fair.
Played and won, apart from the last match against Buhmann, but yeah.
So I guess playing on typical servers for this quarterfinals match was much more comfortable, much more of what you like.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, fair enough, Hyder. We could very much see that you were more comfortable on these servers because, frankly, you popped off. As soon as you hopped in a call, we were talking about your musty double tap, but there was much more than that. I actually want to ask you, can you guess your goal participation throughout this entire series, like as a percent?
70%, maybe?
Close, but not quite. It was 100%.
Okay.
You scored 8 of the 13, so if you're talking about scoring them, that's close, but you assisted the other 5, so it was ridiculous. You were part of it all. I want to ask you, is this the typical form of Genoa? Are you always trying to be the front man? Dead Monster on stats was typically the player that's playing behind the ball, or is it more of, hey, whatever form you guys take is fine?
Like, we're playing with a sub right now, so we had to change some things. Because most of the times, I let Arju do all the work in front.
Fair.
So, yeah, I'm basically taking his spot right now with Baris. And
Well,
yeah,
hey, big shoes to
I mean,
fill,
it's working
but
too.
I'd say it's working as well. Exactly. But there were some cases in that match where it didn't work, right? After
Yeah.
game number 2, you guys are up 2-0, and it really flip-flops. You guys weren't able to score, put away more than 1 goal, and suddenly Berlin is getting more than a 1-goal lead. They ended with a 3-goal lead. What shifted in your mind there in that series, and what did you guys do in terms of adaptations to bring it back?
We just like took a break for 1 minute, deep breaths, and then we just like move on from like the 2 losses. We just said let's win. We started like booming the ball more in front, so like more passes, because we were like getting kind of closed out, but doing solo plays in defense, so they were challenging a lot, and they were scoring because of that. And yeah, just did like the opposite, and it worked out.
That makes a lot of sense. Game 1, you guys outshot them 15-3. So bringing it back to exactly what that was seems like the right strategy. It definitely paid off. Hyder, thanks for your time. I do want to ask you, because it looks like you're going to play either Buhmann or Grand Valley State next, and that is a potential rematch against Dr. Buhmann. So is that something you guys want? Any thoughts around that potential rematch later on today?
Obviously, we don't want Buhmann because they're good. But I want my revenge against them. So yeah, I think 100% they're winning against like the team they're playing against. So yeah, we probably match them.
All right, you called it here first. Hyder's saying the rematch is happening. So while we potentially get that cooked up, Desk, I'm sending it right back to you to bring us that action. Thank you, Hyder.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, I was kind of baffled by that musty double tap. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's one thing to do it, you know, in a server setting, but it's another to do it against like a top team like Berlin that has like great players. That was kind of cooked. So, shout outs to Hyder, shout outs to Genoa for continuing their run as the unofficial world champions.
No,
yes,
you're not going to make that a thing.
No, it is. It is.
You're the only one saying it.
I don't care. It is. Because unless anyone proves me otherwise, I mean, listen, they still
Buhmann
are.
have proven it yesterday.
Buhmann won in a best of 5 in Swiss. By that metric, I mean,
that's
I guess,
all you need.
Vitality are no longer the defending world champions, I guess. Anyway, so with that, let's move on to our next series, which will be GVSU versus Dr. Buhmann. GVSU, Grand Valley State University, coming in from North America. Dr. Buhmann, our current defending 2023 CRL world champions, and are looking to take this bracket as well, hopefully make it to the finals, take it to Genoa, and make the entire run work. GVSU, Gaugen, I think it's safe to say, are the most, how do I put this politely, slept on team here. I mean, realistically, they had to fill in, and it's not that they're necessarily a bad team, but I think to the caliber that we have here, you know, they're a team that is struggling to find their place.
Right. I made the analogy kind of harshly against them yesterday that they were the clown amongst the soldiers in the lower half of the bracket.
So that's rude. Okay,
that is very rude.
I would never do that to any European team on North American
going
soil.
on the record.
Gaugen, if you say that, though, does that mean that UDEM are even bigger clowns?
Okay. Under threat of Seb
invoking your citizenship.
Yeah,
on
under
it.
threat of Seb staring at me like poking holes through my forehead, I'm not going to agree with that. I am going to say the win over UDEM is the bright spot in the run for GVSU and Swiss, but other than that, it's just, you can't get behind this team that much when they're faced up against the last team to win an offline collegiate world championship with their roster still intact and seemingly still playing at that level.
And Dr. Buhmann, they are currently the defending CRL World Champions, not unofficial, the actual CRL World Champions with a win over Fisher College back in the day, which we saw, which absolutely wasn't a fluke by any means. But True. They are still currently like the one, I would say, if Genoa is the favorite, they are absolutely the number 2 going into this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Dr. Boone zoomed through that Swiss stage and really in a spectacular fashion, looking back at their performance and the journey that they had to make to get to that point. The really biggest speed bump that I talked about before was against SETU, where they almost got swept by them somehow, but they got the victory. They were able to take that one against them and come out on top afterwards, and they looked really cohesive against Genoa, which was, to, I think, a lot of our surprises. Genoa, I mean, for the most part, had been known to win that almost every time that they faced off against in recent history. But of course, it was a little asterisk because they didn't have Arju on the roster there. Regardless, though, getting that win is huge, especially after seeing how tough that matchup was for Berlin just now. Buhmann getting that win, I think, makes it even bigger of a boon for them. But GVSU, they have the work cut out for them. I don't even think they're going to get a game in this one, but who knows how it's going to go.
No faith. Sorry, Lacto. I mean, I get it. You're the European here, but please, like, offer some condolences or some uplifting words for Grand Valley State University here.
The good news is they will get at least 2 games on their home server.
That's true.
US East. That is where the good news ends, I'm afraid, Seb.
Well, we do have some interviews here with Dr. Buhmann. We have interviews with a bunch of different teams, but we were able to pre-record some of this stuff and really kind of walk us through Dr. Buhmann's journey thus far, their thoughts as well in this interview. So let's let that clip roll.
All right, well, hello everyone. I'm Pirate J, and today we're talking to the Rocket League esports team of Dr. Buhmann School and Academy of Hanover, Germany. I'm joined along with one of their stars, Zeto, my man. Welcome in, and of course, congratulations for auto-qualing to the Unirocketeers Worlds Tournament.
Thank you very much. I mean, not quite much of an effort, but we're happy to be here.
Hey, maybe not this year, but last year it certainly was. I was there at CRL Worlds, like nearly front row, witnessing your team take down Fisher in the grand finals. It was a sight to see. I'm curious, 1 year afterwards, how does carrying that title feel? How does it feel holding that coming into this tournament?
I think overall the other people talk more about it than we think about it, actually, because in the first weeks we arrived in Germany, it's been quite amazing because all of the newspaper companies like that came up to us and asked us many things. We had to give many interviews.
Just you being an esports player at the collegiate level, what is that like, not only within Germany, but how does that compare to just competition beyond collegiate?
When we entered Collegiate Rocket League, we were like very happy to win everything because especially when we signed up Capsule as well. Besides finally, we were just dominating everything because all of us had experience in tougher competitions. It was not that challenging for us, but I mean, obviously still good opponents, and especially the whole European scene has developed very well. Like, for example, look at Genoa from Italy. I mean, they're putting up an effort and a really huge challenge for us. So they already beat us twice, and yeah, we were looking forward to beating them this weekend. So.
Final question for you, Zeto, here is just any general thoughts on the competition at Unirocketeers World?
I mean, we are feeling kind of honored that we are about to play on it, especially as an invited team. And we are very excited to see how the other teams in other regions have developed over the past year. We are very happy to be able to accept the challenge, and we are trying to give it our best.
Zeto from Dr. Buhmann of Hanover, Germany, thank you so much for the time, for the interview. I look forward again to seeing you guys this weekend at Unirocketeers Worlds.
looking at that footage from Worlds just makes me feel all fuzzy inside, and not in a good way, in a very bad and disappointed way. But was great to see Dr. Buhmann as well, and really kind of just get them back into form of things. It really takes a lot of us back to good times when we're able to run a lot of these collegiate tournaments, both offline and online. So I'm very happy to see them here this evening. But lobby is just about ready, so let's throw things to predictions while we can. Gaugen, where do you see this going?
Listen, I mean, if you thought I was going to take my probably swan song on the UR stream as a chance to finally be the true American that I am, I can't see myself doing it. I'm really sorry. It's Grand Valley State. Yeah, right, exactly. I want to believe in them so much, but, to echo the sentiment that will probably be repeated by everybody across the globe, Dr. Buhmann, this is the series that they're going to look the most dominant in all day. Whether or not they make it farther, that's a question up for debate, but this has got to be where they get a dominant 4 or 5 game win.
Audible.
I said it a little bit earlier, but I'll say it again. I think this is going to be a 4-0 sweep against GVSU. Even with the ping disadvantage, Dr. Buhmann have looked dominant throughout the Swiss stage. And GVSU, again, they are always a Cinderella story of sorts to try and qualify for events. They got into this event due to some NA teams not showing up as they do, and then they were able to actually show up in the bracket, which was huge for them, but with an asterisk at it being, I talked about it yesterday, UDEM not showing up when it mattered. I'm sorry, Seb, I know I keep bringing this up, but I have to just for posterity's sake there. Regardless, though, Dr. Buhmann should get the victory here on this one.
It's really just adding salt to the wound. I mean, I can see GVSU getting a game. I haven't predicted it, so you can give me the Keyboard Warriors, because they will be looking to make a swift start to the day that they only really want to end in one day, and it certainly won't be starting with any hiccups here.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you guys. Yeah, give me Dr. Buhmann. I mean, I got to give him the flowers, and I'm sorry, GVSU. I've casted you before. I cast you in quals. It's sorry, boys. But I'm happy to be proven
Great
wrong.
names, though.
Happy. Yes. Yeah, that's true. I'm happy for North America to, prove me wrong. It would be an incredible story, actually. That would be a story of the ages.
A massive upset, maybe.
But we are going to be in a sweep here for Dr. Buhmann, as they look like in everyone's predictions. They are going to be able to take this victory in Grand Valley State University. They're going to be working from behind here, but our match is just about ready to go. So it will be our second quarterfinal this evening. It's going to be GVSU from North America versus Dr. Buhmann from Europe. So for our second quarterfinal, casters, please take it away.
It's a David versus Goliath affair here in the second quarterfinal of the University Rocketeers World Championship. We are going to be starting on the EU server. Dr. Buhmann heavily favorited, and I mean, if you ask the majority of just about anyone that you could possibly reach to ask the question to, it's a foregone conclusion. Tylacto, is there any hope for Grand Valley State?
Well, good thing you asked, because the David on this occasion is actually named Cyber Sausage. Will that change the outcome? Potentially. But if it does, it'll certainly be even more interesting, because, I mean, the namesake has already been dunked here on the defensive side, as GVSU will look to fast acclimatise to the EU server. Granted, they had to do that yesterday already, if I'm not mistaken. And Sai is in a gizmo.
We've also got Fabso in a cyber truck, which, in my opinion, is a decision. It's going to be pretty hard to carry a team with that kind of low pulling power. We'll see how he goes throughout the series. I would anticipate a fast change after he's matched that up against, I don't know, you could match it up to the likes of my 96 Toyota Hilux, if I'm completely honest, and it's probably going to come out second best.
I thought you were just going to say up against any functional vehicle, but then here we are, I guess. Cyber Sausage is going to roll it around the backboard and force an answer out of Sire. Make no mistake, we joke around, but Grand Valley have very much acclimatized pretty decently here. They're going to need to be able to get Dr. Buhmann uncomfortable frustrated off their game in any way, because GVSU have got the quality. Perhaps not in the levels that we have been reliably seeing out of Dr. Buhmann. Unfortunately, or fortunately if you're a fan of Dr. Buhmann, they score, but the Cybertruck is going to get the first goal of the series.
Cybertruck showing us exactly what it's good at, and that's the autopilot running into things. Right there, just running in and tapping that ball over the line. All the work done by the teammates, but Fabso was there to finish it off.
Yeah, Fabso, I actually don't know, but perhaps he cannot drive in real life. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But here he is, looking for that light clear. As Alpha plays it off the sidewall to find the Cyber Sausage, who is up, looking for the backboard bump to open up the dangerous drop. It does not quite materialize for the North American side. It's double commit from Dr. Buhmann, but they're not going to mind when the pinch is that strong and away past the halfway line. A really interesting choice from Kalos to leave that mid boost. It still stands there to this day. Legend says nobody will ever take it, but Kalos is back, and to the back post he fires. Dr. Buhmann caught napping. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and Kalos just hanging around despite a lack of momentum and a lack of boost. In fact, I think wisely in ball cam there, not in car cam looking for the boost, but staying aware to his surroundings and to that ball to the far post, able to turn on it and push it in for the equalizer. And I don't know how to feel about this. I don't want this to be a bit of a false positive as far as Grand Valley State's chances. But hey, if they want to find some gritty equalizers, I'm totally here for it. I'm just worried that Buhmann are yet to put the foot down. Once they, change out of certain presets, there's a venom on the pitch. I mean, that should tell you what they think of this matchup. I think things could get a little bit ugly, but I'm totally here for them not to be ugly in the meantime.
They've also conceded to what is the namesake of the region for the 6th generation of Pokemon, which is arguably where the entire franchise went downhill. So it's not really a good look. It is true and it is big, but that challenge was very much not so. It completely did not exist, as therefore the 50 on the second time of asking goes the way of Zedo, but he's going to get no dunk. So we're into the final 2, and the Gizmo is up looking for a double. This is just very strange from Dr. Buhmann.
Gizmo, the little flaps on its ears still move. Is that a thing? That was a thing, right?
Yeah, when you accelerate it, they lean back. They get all streamlined.
I actually rate that. I'm a big fan. It's probably the worst thing in the world to actually use, but yeah, it's cute if I'm completely honest. Right now, Grand Valley State's efforts pretty cute as well, staying in the game and making it look like a competition. We'll see if they can maintain that level and surprise a few people. An infield pass to nobody. Fabso was removed from the play, and Grand Valley State look to push forward on the transition, which is promptly shut down. Fabso with the infield off the wall, and it comes to nothing for now. A minute remaining, and we are still all square.
I can't believe... Hang on. Sorry, rebound, not there. I can't believe how mean we're being to very well playing an accredited university who, at a server disadvantage, are holding the defending world champions to a 1-1 scoreline. If it weren't for a flipping Cybertruck, Gizmo, and Venom on the field, we'd be very much peeled. And that is... Oh, goodness gracious. Forget the Satsuma, forget the pear. This man can peel any fruit with a shot that sharp. Do you have anything like this in your kitchen?
Actually need to get my knife sharpened at the moment. It's more like
actually do.
I'm more like smashing tomatoes rather than slicing them. I should have said smashing pumpkins. Yeah, I could probably punch tomatoes into more concise slices than my knives are allowing.
Don't
at the moment.
That. I feel like I can see you punching your tomatoes in
Depends
your
what I'm making, Sometimes you gotta. Sometimes you gotta. 20 seconds remaining. GVSU fighting for the game, I guess. Not really their lives at this point. Would be pretty wild, though, to take a game on opposition servers. But for now, it looks to be the expected result unless they find something wondrous on what's going to have to be 0 seconds. The ball will remain in play, but Zedo gets a valuable touch. Cyber Sausage starting the hopes and dreams, which are promptly shut down by Sai. We'll see if Kalos can continue. Alpha doesn't have the boost to get up for it, so... Oh, it was going to be grounded, but he did get in the way. Eventually, the ball touches the ground, and it is Dr. Buhmann taking game number 1. And just as a reminder, this was on EU servers, and we will now switch to North America.
I'm very curious to see how GVSU do on that, because it was an incredibly respectable showing, which in some ways arguably almost works against them, given I think Dr. Buhmann will have their guard up going into the second one. I'm very curious to see whether their vehicle choices remain, but thankfully I've just received a very insightful note from our statistical manager himself, who has pointed out, with regards to Kalos, of course, the name of the region in Generation 6, those games, X and Y, are statistically the least sold in Pokemon history. So what can I say in terms of the main games? Money talks, and that might be why Kalos, his goal wasn't enough to win Dr. Boom in that game.
So is it actually Sub-Zan that, in fact, needs to sit down? Is that what you're saying?
He should probably already be sat down.
True. Look, Pokemon aside, GVSU, wonderful fight there in game number 1 on the servers, or with the server disadvantage, rather. Look, we're being a little bit mean to them for the memes, but it was just that memeing. They have made it through the Swiss stage. They are here in the playoffs. Let's not forget, they did reverse sweep that Swiss stage, so they are no strangers to adversity. They had their backs against the wall, and they did manage to overcome quite a series of obstacles. It was a long road to make it this far. It's going to be a long road to a victory against Dr. Buhmann. I have a feeling they'd have to do it in 7, if I'm completely honest. And I'm not sure, if I'm completely honest, that this kind of play is sustainable for them, with the only caveat being that they did display this kind of play on the EU servers. Like you said, very curious to see how they respond. Very curious to see if Buhmann change anything up with the car choices. I have a feeling, though, their pride won't allow them to, right? They can't switch this early. They have to wait at least another game, in my opinion.
Well, I think they... I'm looking at the warm-up. I'm just looking to double-check whether the cars remain. I think they're in serious car choices right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing yellow.
The respect is there. Grand Valley State, they've forced it out of them, as we're going to look to be moving on to Manfield Night. And this is the thing, is there mind games within the server tests themselves? As I believe we may have found a happy US East server. I mean, if you're Grand Valley, you want to get that immediately approved, because you want them to be playing on it as fast as possible. But equally the opposite true for Dr. Buhmann, who, if anything, want to warm up for as much time as possible because of the amount of changes that's going back and forth. You're not going to play the game 3 on the same server as game 1 unless you're incredibly lucky. It will feel different, and when you're flip-flopping like that, it really tests the cohesion and chemistry of the team and the systems that you have in play to rotate, to communicate on a varying amount of delay. And you know what? I'm curious to see how Grand Valley work that on their home server, and of course Dr. Buhmann, how they adapt.
What would the ping be here? I don't play a whole lot on North American servers, but I'm guessing between 80 and 120, depending on location.
Well, you're spot on. You can see it right there. It's 108 ping for both Zeto and Psy, 112 for Faza.
Everyone above 100. You're absolutely right. That's going to be a factor in what was a very close game number 1, despite the memeability of the car choices. It was a close-fought battle, so we'll see if that closeness is altered whatsoever by the ping. And as boring as it is to talk about some like technicality as ping disadvantages and advantages, I've actually been enjoying. I think it adds a little bit of a wrinkle to the matchups, and I'm kind of here for it. So let's see if the ping changes anything. Game 2 between Grand Valley State and Dr. Buhmann, who, may I remind you, are the reigning world champions at this point. Let's see if they'll be upset here in game number 2.
Cyber Sausage demoed for his long clearance crossfield early on. It's a message from Dr. Buhmann. Despite the slight delay, they're not going to have any difficulty finding their target. Or at least that they'd certainly hope to be the case. Cyber Sausage is back on the field, but he's stuck in front of the ball, whereas Zeto in the Octane pinching it around and getting a pop out for Fabzo to fire away, but 2 players back for GVSU. May not be the fastest start out of the blocks from them, but they should find comfort.
I wonder what the conversation was in the Buhmann call. Was it? I wonder who suggested maybe the car switch and how that came about. Was it like, guys, should we just switch back to our main cars? Or were they...
I think it was...
Was it pre-agreed,
like
you know?
Blue Phoenix stood behind them saying, guys, if you take a Cybertruck and Gizmo onto the NA server and lose, I will kill you.
I think that might be the most likely one. You kind of need that voice of reason, that ball, with a chance to find the top corner, but in the end, it was off the crossbar and away, and that would have been a spanner in the works. GVSU almost starting with a caress to the top corner, but it wasn't to be on this occasion.
A big moment there for Kalos, of course, who found a narrow angle across to the far post in game 1, but fails to do so on that occasion on the lower ping, which is surprising, if anything. The chance really one that he'll be wanting back and perhaps should have taken at this level, certainly so. Will stay 0-0 in light of that, but it's been very positive from Grand Valley, who are still pressing forward.
Yeah, big demo there, creating a little bit of space to move into for Grand Valley. They couldn't really make it count, but a back pass here will allow Kalos to half volley it to nowhere. And Sai on a quick transition, almost with the follow-up off the ceiling. Fabso will keep the pressure on. It's a dangerous position, but well guarded in the end. 2 players there to take care of it. Only 1 needed. SETU's made this unnecessarily awkward, but he should stay with it. Just about gets it clear, but looking a little bit toothless. And the wall dashes are mixed up, and it all unravels for Buhmann. Speaking of unraveling, Alpha just air rolling away from the ball and nearly gifting an open net.
That was, you've pulled out, you've gone to wrap your first set of presents at Christmas. You pull the ribbon tape out of the box where you keep all that stuff, and it just completely unravels as you pick it up, and you have to pull the thing back together. Or you drop the new toilet paper as you go to change it. Just completely ruin the first few grabs. I mean, I don't even know what to call them. There's no terminology for that. It's unknown territory. But you get where I'm going. It's frustrating. Yeah, I like that.
Deep into the second half of game number 2. Yet to find a goal. Both these teams, not really with any big chances other than that miss from Grand Valley State's defense, but even that was only really a half chance. Difficult to predict. Nothing too direct so far. We've seen corner-to-corner action. That's a good read that stops the latest attempt at a shot. We'll see if either side can muster up. It's a 1v2. Almost a 1.5v2 there, but the defense of GVSU standing up big enough. Kalos can't get back to that. Cannot get to a bump either. But they will. The blue side. Keep some pressure on. No bump incoming. Yet Zeto avoids it and gets up to the challenge. Cyber Sausage cannot find any angle. And again, it's just all to the corners. It's all towards net, but with not a whole lot of power. And everything's relatively unthreatening.
Yeah. You got to remember, there's vulnerability in this Dr. Buhmann side as there's a direct shot, but it's saved by Sai, who rotates well in at the back post. Dr. Buhmann yesterday being taken to 5 by SETU of Ireland, a commendable team of course, but not one they've ever really struggled to dispatch domestically within EU, at least before now. They're looking to try and keep a clean sheet here against Grand Valley, but Zeto's going to do little more than force a defensive response there. Will turn and go for a second alongside his teammate Sai, the Austrian, and really struggling to carve a clean-cut chance. Indeed, that best chance being for Kalos, the one that he would really like back, and certainly given this context from Fabzo, who has just collected this gift.
Yeah, Cyber Sausage just not quite finding the read off the back wall. No momentum in it. Pre-flip, not enough, and now suddenly 9 seconds for GVSU.
Make it 5. Here it's flipped out to center, but the 50 goes the way of Dr. Buhmann, and Sai will tuck it away for a flattering second goal here in this second game, and it's a firm advantage now to the defending world champs as they take a secondary server advantage heading towards game 3. flattering.
I think flattering is right. I asked at the beginning of the game if the closeness between the two teams would change with the server change. And honestly, it just got closer. And GVSU did look better, I think, showing that game one wasn't a fluke. They were able to back it up on their own server and keep things closer despite the scoreline being different, but despite the bit of a cushion between the two teams at full time. For me, Grand Valley State, just as competitive as game one, if not more so, and looking more dangerous as well, even though there wasn't a whole lot from either team until the last, 5 seconds. And even then, the goal that went in, it wasn't that threatening. It was just a bit of a misplay.
No, indeed. I would have expected a really interesting game. The sort of game that I want to see out of Dr. Buhmann. It's sad that we didn't. Perhaps we will in this upcoming one, should they go down. And really, Kalos should have put Grand Valley up by the 1, and then you put Dr. Buhmann on a timer. That's suddenly actual discomfort that they have to deal with. They're great at dealing with it, nonetheless, of course, but they'd have been forced to do it on that ping, and if they didn't find a resolution within that game, that's where the door is not just left ajar, but forced ajar on merit of Grand Valley. But they were unable to do that, and it's a game likely full of a little bit of regret. Didn't get on the score sheet. They're conceding 2 a game, and it's going to be awfully difficult to score 3 or more against the defense that they're up against.
Yeah, and look, they're losing boost battles as well. GVSU spending about double the time, very roughly double the time of their competitors on 0 boost. And still being able to keep it that close is admirable. I mean, being able to defend, being able to transition, it's all so much more difficult when you're sitting on that donut. So for them to have kept it that competitive throughout the entirety of the game, spending that much time on nil, credit to them. The problem is, with all those heroics, with all of that verve and fight that they have, they're yet to get a game win in this best of 7. And now Dr. Buhmann have sort of broken serve, so to speak. They've gotten that win on the NA server firmly in the driver's seat, and I wonder and I worry that the confidence and the momentum will just keep compounding into a bit of a steamroll here in the final few games.
Certainly when you consider that in tennis terms, they effectively got that break point through a double fault. That opening goal for Dr. Buhmann with 10 seconds left on the clock isn't one that I'd want to see again. Certainly I can only imagine them even more so in their shoes. They're testing the server now back on the European side as we look to be heading towards Neo Tokyo in Game 3. Once both teams are happy with the server, which they may not be, this is potentially going to put them series point down if Grand Valley State do go down, as one would expect with how things are going thus far. They need to try and change things here and now, because a win in this upcoming game would be huge. I think they'd almost be favoured going into Game 4.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for GVSU. It's a miracle seeing them make it this far. I certainly didn't have them in my predictions. They were actually the one team that I didn't have in the top 8. I had, I believe, Bruton Parker in their stead. So they swapped out.
Bruton Parker.
yeah. I mean, they've done wonderfully to get here, and credit to them. They've been given a tough matchup, although all of them are a little bit tough at this stage in the tournament, but it's not going to get easier. They just have to break serve here. They have to win on this next EU server. Otherwise, it's all a little bit done, in my opinion. They might get that final NA win, but it's still such a long road. Such a long road for them to tread down. We just need goals, honestly. I just want to see some more direct play. Get it out of that corner. Sick of the corners. Don't want to see the corner anymore, Talacto.
The corners are a safe space. Do you not feel safe when you're in the corner?
I feel safe, but that's the problem. I don't think they can play safe at this point. I think
growth only happens outside your comfort zone.
That's so true. That's so real.
And unfortunately for Grand Valley State, they have been in the corner. They've had a very cold Cyber Sausage, who really is sort of one that kept in the freezer. Great for long term, but ultimately not as nutritious as fresh off the shelf. And that's really proved to be the case with the 10 seconds left goal, when he got cold on the goal line. gave up that response for Dr. Buhmann, who had not looked their best on the NA server. And that's why you don't want to be cold on your... Trying to tie it back to having a
I
sausage
know what
in
you're
the freezer,
trying to do.
but it's really difficult to do
I
so
think
in the right
now
way.
we're just gonna move on to game number 3. Back on EU servers, Grand Valley State fight just about for their lives at this point. Dr. Buhmann comfortable with the win on their server in game 1, and then the following win in game 2 on the North American servers, looking to put themselves onto match point with a win here. And you said that they didn't look their best on NA servers. I could argue, I think, that they didn't look their best on EU servers either. The scary thing for GVSU is Buhmann didn't look their best, and they're still winning.
Yes, indeed, and that's what the best teams do. And you know, if Dr. Buhmann do start looking like their best, then we are going to need to start calling the cleanup crew. But that's a great save from Cyber Sausage, who wasn't cold. In fact, he was very hot-footed on that occasion. And Kalos likewise doing a great job on the defense. Again, here on the European server, Sai looking to style on the defense, but he's not really had a chance to do that just yet. We are missing some Sai highlight reel goals, I will say.
I think we're missing any kind of highlight reel goals, if I'm completely honest. Had a decent shot in game number 1, but I'll be honest, I only really remember reacting to it. I don't actually remember what the goal was itself, so it can't have been that amazing. I don't know if you have any further insight.
No, I mean, I think that the series reel highlights would be right now is just seeing the chips go under Dr. Buhmann. Game 1, game 2. But will it be the case for game 3, and in what manner? Because Grand Valley could do something very special, and it would more likely than not have to start right here. But that volley is served up onto the plate of Zello, who was sat down and had all his cutlery necessary to poke that one away to the corner.
Sai with a chance off the sidewall to cause some havoc, and beats one, but Alpha's there, waiting with a full tank of gas. Zeddo needs to play this well. Was about to be overrun by the blue numbers. Pass to Kalos, but cut out. And Buhmann just seemingly pretty happy to stay fairly conservative. I'm not seeing them throw any numbers forward. It's just kind of one at a time and waiting for an error to occur. And that error coming sooner rather than later. A double commit opening up the back line. And that open net will not be missed. Sai, highlights aside, is not missing from there.
Very much the case. Sedo, just a simple rotation, looking to try and get the corner boost steal. Dangerous kickoff there. Sai with a flip reset, and there's the first. He makes it look so simple.
Yeah, it did look. It's sort of really basic. He just went up for it, the little lean back as well. Much harder than it looks. Goodness, that was just clean. Looks so casual. But it's 2 goals now. A casual 2-goal lead. An innocuous one. It didn't feel like they really had to try that hard for it.
I feel like Sai should start like a cleaning product range. It's a sort of the kind of sponsorship that he just needs. Could you not imagine him on the adverts? Like, hi, it's Nicholas Steinhauser, and I'm here to bring you Sai, the cleaning product. And he wipes it, and then the kitchen surface just sparkles afterwards.
Is that his name?
I'd buy
Nicholas Steinhauser?
I believe, if Wikipedia is to be believed, then that's, yes.
That is.
Are you not as sold as I am? Are you not as sold as I am? But he's actually from Austria.
Fake.
Excuse me, Muntz. But it would span all of Europe. I mean, it would take over the world, I think. If as long as the quality of the cleaning product would back up how clean his plays are, that's going to be an assist for him on that occasion, as Fabzo makes it 3.
It's a lovely assist too. That little pinch taking Alpha off guard. Fabzo, all he needed to do was put that to the far post with any kind of pace. Does exactly that. Triples the lead. 3 goals now in the game for Dr. Buhmann. And this is what we worried about, Steve. We worried that they were getting a little bit, or that they'd be a little bit too comfortable with the 2-game lead. Apparently not comfortable enough to put a shot on a relatively unguarded net.
Too comfortable. You know, hands in pockets sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on side. There's nothing clean about that. He's left a spot on the surface and had to go back for a second wipe.
I'm actually impressed that he managed to turn that final shot in. I thought he was.
He actually stayed calm. Like, I'd do that, and after the first one hit the crossbar, the controller would be on the desk, and I'd already be at my seat walking away. Like,
that was one of the worst goals of the tournament, I will say.
It wasn't one of the least. It was one of the more entertaining. So I take that. I mean,
yeah. Depending on your measure,
that makes it better. It doesn't matter if it's worse. You know, better means more of a smile on your face.
So you're putting that in the top 10, or are you putting that in a goal highlights video?
Well, it depends. Well, no. Goal highlights video you watch to be impressed.
Sure,
that's a feel good goal. That's a goal. Where are the montages from?
Best moments.
You know, best moments, most smileable moments.
Moments which made Tylacto happy.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work the algorithm the same way, but
doesn't roll off
you
the
know,
toe.
maybe
Right
Grand Valley
now,
getting a goal would join that club. I don't see it in the last 20 seconds. They seem to have established a quarantine zone out around the Dr. Buhmann penalty box where they're just not allowed to go. The shot will put the ball into it, but ZeTu will make a routine save, hands out pockets on that occasion, despite the 2 pre-jumping attempts of a block. They will sail right on past, and Dr. Buhmann will sail, cruise, call it what you want. They're on quarterfinal series point.
Yeah. We talked about long, tough roads. The road, I guess theoretically didn't get longer, but it did get tougher at this point. There are no more chances to have a little bit of a trip over, have a little slip. It is win or go home for Grand Valley State. They are at that spot, but they have kind of almost been here before. They reverse swept the Swiss bracket with no room for error at that point. I see your eyebrow raising. Are you good?
They have. No, they're right. You're right. You're spot on.
Am I?
I was looking at the scoreboard. I was taking it. That was my taking in information face. I have to refocus. Take in information.
Anywho, as I was saying, I was going to say they could do it. I don't. I personally doubt a little bit. I'm doubting pretty hard.
A little bit.
My bracket has a sweep here as well.
Yeah, same.
I will say I'm more hopeful than I was at the very beginning of the series that GVSU could get a game. As in before the series started. I had no hope. And while the hope has ebbed and flowed throughout, there's been peaks, there's been valleys. I am in a valley, but it's still higher than it was at the beginning of the series. They have shown me that they have a little bit of what it takes to match Buhmann in a few different areas. We're back on NA servers now. But we will be once they find the server that is satisfactory to all players involved. Honestly, my predictions be damned. I want to see the Grand Valley State run. I at least want to see them get a game here on home turf.
I think what you're going to see is a trio of mercs from what I'm seeing from the test lobby. Your ebbs and your flows and your highs and lowers may suit Roller Coaster Tycoon very, very well, but I think you might be about to bottom out when you see these vehicle choices. Maybe it'll work in their favor, but you know, Dr. Buhmann out of Gottingham, they don't look anything like being thrown off their game. You know, ZeTu was in the Grand Valley State half 55% of that game. Usually players tend to lean more into their half than anything because they want to be behind the ball. And ZeTu, of all people, of the trio of keyboard warriors that makes up Dr. Buhmann, ZeTu is the one whose comfort zone is very much closer to his own net. So that to me represents a building up of confidence, if not overconfidence, over the course of this series that say Gottingham aren't changing direction anytime soon.
Yeah, look, something weird that's also been pointed out by our stats man, first name stats, last name man, Mr. Atch. One demo throughout that entire game. That is wild. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear my dog just occasionally being like, Puff.
I cannot.
You cannot?
No.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad. Either way, one demo in that series, or in that game, I'll get there eventually, That's a very low number.
That's the fist run. But then on higher ping, is it harder to coordinate demos? I wouldn't say so. From my experience playing ranked against higher ping opponents, I find myself demoed perhaps even more often than not. Though, you know, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. We're on Utopia. We've got game 4, and credit check. Is it 3 Mercs on the field for Grand Valley State University? Are they bringing the vans? Oh yes, they're bringing 2 of them and a Dominus, because that's just the holy trinity. And it nearly works. In fact, it does. A chance, and it's the first lead of the series. Alpha for GVSU. How is this working?
I don't know. It's kind of the pressure's off, just having fun meta, right? We've seen multiple teams over the years just perform better, even if it's a short-term gain. But for now, it's just working. Why not? Why not have fun with it? You're already almost guaranteed to lose. Everything is against you. Everyone believes.
I don't know what you're on about.
Come through and win this. So why not undergo some shenanigans?
Okay, well, this is shenanigans to say the least. I was about to point out that the sad fact is the Cybertruck has a 100% win rate this series, and they're looking to try and keep that fact. But this is certainly one of the replays of all time. I don't think it would quite make the montage of goals that make you happy, bring a smile to your face. But, you know, appreciate the submission nonetheless. Are you okay?
All right, I'm back. I just had to go and check on my dog because he was doing a help me bark, but everything is fine. Everything is good, and there's a Buhmann goal. What did I miss that?
I didn't realize you'd missed that.
I'll be honest, I did type to you in the chat.
You did, but you're implying that I'm reading. I was too captivated, in fact, by the goal that you missed.
Was it a good one?
Yeah. Chat, how would you describe the goal that Dr. Buhmann scored?
Help me out, chat.
I'm relying on you to do a text description. And for those who are listening but weren't able to see that goal, they're relying on the text description as well. So yeah, you can go with whatever you read. And I will agree with them. So here's Zeto, out of the back. Is challenged by the Merc of Cyber Sausage. Sight is up. Couldn't just shoot on target. No, had to go for the flip reset double back towards the top corner, which did not quite find the mark.
Well, I mean, Decomp, you know, my go-to when I want to know things. And he said, best goal of all time. So, yeah, that's incredible. I'm really happy with that.
You better check the board.
If someone sends me a link, I'll check it. I don't know how to check it myself, if I'm completely honest. I'm just a Rocket League caster.
You certainly won't see a replica of it this game or this series. Well, I certainly hope you don't.
Can someone please send me a link to a clip?
Here's Sight with a flip reset once again. But a good save out of Kalos. Merc on Merc action, albeit they don't actually connect. Alpha's there in the Trucker Cyber for Cyber Sausage in not the Cybertruck. In fact, the Merc. A little bit of a frustrating dissonance between that fact. Kalos not landing the contact on the double, and that is a shot of all time from Cyber Sausage.
A little over 2 minutes now to find a winner. While I was away, I obviously wasn't able to observe, but despite the equalizer, GVSU seemed to be competing.
Absolutely.
From what I've seen, which is lovely. Lovely to see. Oh, that's an interesting decision from Cyber Sausage. Going to look for perhaps a bump. I'm not sure. He took a strange route as he rotated out. But there's 2 in the corner here, so a ball from Carlos could have cut 2 defenders out of the play, but he was unable to get anything in field or at net. A flick opportunity, but it's always going to be weak from that angle. And we are down to 95 seconds. Could it be in a low-scoring game like this? Next goal wins.
It feels that way in this low-scoring series in general. Big chance for Cyber Sausage, who rifles that off the top of the Merc. An important block. Difficult over the shoulder for Fabzo it was on the USC server, but he does a great job there. And Sai patient with the touch of them 50. Means that Kalos has to play a long ball from the ceiling. We'll find his opposite Merc. The rebound, Alpha, there on the bounce, and they lead again.
That is wild. A wonderful passing play. The entire team involved in this one. And while the finish wasn't pretty, it was effective. And it does give Grand Valley State University their second lead of the game. Still a lot, though, of time remaining, but they might find a third. The good! And the Merc comes through, punching a cushion now in this game number 4 and giving GVSU some hope to win their first game of the series.
Get Merked indeed. Surely this is the start of a reverse sweep.
Surely. That all but guarantee he's it.
He's it indeed. As the next letter in the alphabet, F, may be appropriate by the end of this game if this is thrown by GVSU, who will need another kickoff to be taken here. Surely the Merc, the OG best car at kickoffs, back a long time ago when you could just drive into the ball. And you can see here Merc to Merc nearly quickly restoring that 2-goal cushion, but it's not to be. Sai is there, and it's tense times for Dr. Buhmann, who would like this slate to be clean, but right now it's looking more like that of a very old roof.
They were almost surprised, it felt like, to have won that kickoff so cleanly. And with so much space. But with space, there comes pressure and time to think about your actions. But not much time remains now. 20 seconds for GVSU to hold on to this first win of the series. What would be their first and only win so far of the playoffs. After a legendary run yesterday, they're trying to replicate it on a smaller scale. Right now, all they need to do is ground this ball to get that party started. They have done exactly that. And yeah, for me, that's reverse sweep guaranteed.
And there it is. This hype chamber gets the usage it deserves from GVSU. Beautiful. Getting a game on the board, on home server. This is our turf, they say, whipping out the Mercs and Cybertruck. And once again, the stat stands, months. The Cybertruck is at 100% win rate here in this series. It actually might be the best advert for that product that has ever existed.
That is actually crazy, and if I'm honest, a little bit disappointing. Yes, this was the culprit for pulling me away from the game. But we are going to head back over to EU servers. And while GVSU have looked competitive throughout the series, the last time we were on EU, they looked a little bit less so, Steve.
You're right. I agree. So cute.
Might have a treat for him.
All the treats. But yeah, being back on EU servers, one would, despite that great showing, think that perhaps a formality is incoming. If the Mercs and Cybertruck stand strong together again, though, which I believe they surely will, you just don't know. It is going to take an early goal, perhaps even a kickoff goal, to put Dr. Buhmann in that slight bit of panic mode. Should they score first here, I consider the series to be over for a team of their quality on a home server advantage. But I'm happy to be proven wrong.
I think you're 100% right. I think that early goal is going to have a massive impact in the mentality of the GVSU players. We often see it, these comebacks halted by a quick goal from the front-running team. But if Grand Valley State can find something, like you said, a kickoff goal, use that Merc power, I think they'll put themselves in good stead. They'll start to maybe believe themselves. They would have probably been laughing and having a good time with that 2-goal cushion, and then once Buhmann brought it back, the nerves probably crept back in a little bit. I think a quick goal here will settle those nerves once more. And maybe put a little bit of pressure on Buhmann. No one likes the inklings, the thoughts, the slight little whispers of a reverse sweep in the back of their mind.
No. they don't. Those need to be silenced sooner and immediately, in fact, no later to be discussed. But they already have put the physical and in-game pressure on their German university opposition. I mean, we talked about SETU. First time I've ever seen him be 55% in the other half. The whole team of Dr. Buhmann, last game, 70% in their half. Not just a lot more normal, but being pushed back by GVSU. And we never even saw that in the respectable showings of games 1 and 2, that we were making the case for them to be even at best. But can they even be happy with the server? It's suddenly really amped up in seriousness. There's a couple servers down already. I can see searching around the players not happy. They want to get this one right on Europe, and Grand Valley know that they're on their last life still.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell who wasn't happy with the server. I guess obviously it's GVSU, but if there was a specific player unhappy with it, but I think rightfully so. They should be a little bit pedantic when it comes to server choice here. They're suddenly realizing that, yes, we do have a chance. We've matched Dr. Buhmann in a couple games and we've beaten them in one. It's very possible. It would be very possible for this to have been a much closer series to this point even. If the ball had bounced a little bit differently, looking back at that late goal in the final, 6 seconds that just kind of bounced in off a nothing ball. If we'd gone to OT there and it's a coin flip, things could be different. GVSU could be the ones putting the pressure on Buhmann and Buhmann needing to worry about which server they're on. I'm not sure, but it's easy to say that right now looking back at those moments. But I still with all this talk, I'm struggling to believe, Steve. I'm really struggling.
Well, they multiplied the goals they've scored this series by 4 in just one game. So if that isn't going to give confidence, I don't know what will, as we head on EU server to DFH Stadium for Game 5. Dr. Buhmann with another chance to push this one away, and it's pushed away awfully well there by Cyber Sausage as Alpha in the Cyber truck. And in that strong clearance now. It is indeed 2 mercs, is it? No. 1 merc. Cyber Sausage has changed into something. I don't know what, but Cy is up. Looking for the demo! Oh, dear!
We've been asking for Cy highlights, I guess Cy-lights, and he's found 1 or 2, but for me, the best goal yet. Getting ahead of that ball, getting the bump or the demo, and finding a final touch to put that ball on target for what could be the defining goal of this series. We talked about how the front runner can halt a comeback in its tracks by an early goal in the game after losing one, and that's exactly what Buhmann have done. Can GVSU respond? Can they regain a little bit of that confidence that they found in the last game, in game number 4, and can they do it on EU servers?
We're about to find out. It's a very tough climb of a task. Alpha fishing the ball out, but only getting dunked by a backwards Fennec of SETU. He gets some help turning around, but he won't need it. It's a shot on target by Fubzo, and what a shot that is. It's 2 already.
2 quick goals now. This could be it, the final death throes of GVSU. Yeah, that's a wonderful ball from the ceiling into that top corner-ish area. I mean, it's in the first half of the name, right? Buhmann.
I thought you were going to say top corner-ish.
It's Boom. Yeah, Dr. Top Corner-ish.
The PFH University of Top Corner-ish, Göttingen. Yeah.
Sounds British.
It does. Oh. Don't know what that team bump was, but if it works out, that would be a very tilting goal to concede, albeit not going to be the case for Dr. Buhmann. They have to follow this scooped ball out of the corner towards Alpha, but this seems to be throw everything and see what sticks strategy time for GVSU. Understandable in the situation they find themselves in, but I'm not confident of its effectiveness. That's an understatement.
Abso's got a chance, but Kalos getting up to it, shutting it down. Fabzo another flip reset, but a little bit too far out in front of him to get back to it. It almost found its way in itself, but not quite enough power on it to get past the defense. Alpha with the delayed stutter step on that side wall is enough to win the 50 down to a teammate, and they're going to look to push on from this Grand Valley. See if Cyber Sausage can eke out something. He can't. Fabso shuts it down and looks for transition.
And that Fabso near the ceiling again after that second goal. It's close to half time, and GVSU still registering a pulse, but it's quickly fading. Zeto will join the scorers club here on DFH, and it's a tidy finish from him too.
That could be it. If that first goal was impactful, the third could be even more so. Things feel within reach up to now, at least in my opinion. There's still half the game to go, but GVSU have barely had a sniff at the ball in the offensive end. And if they do, it's like this. There's a lot of space between the oncoming offensive player and said ball that's just sort of been smacked forward, and that just gives time for Dr. Buhmann to get involved, to get in the way, and to get in front of any kind of offensive activity.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to stake much to make a fine return if you were to hedge your bets on the chances of a GVSU 3-goal comeback on away server here, the way that Dr. Buhmann are playing. But there'd be someone who'd try it. Miracle believer nonetheless. Another 2 minutes now for that to occur. Sai, with definitely one of the hits of all time, will find the possession overturned. Alpha looking for the pinch towards... Oh, the fake. I actually think fully intentional, and it's worked. A genius goal from GVSU, and that could be the start.
Genius is one way to put it.
If that fake pinch from Alpha was intentional, that's genius. Because there's no way they score if he pinches that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. What a fake pinch that was, indeed.
I don't think he meant to
got a chance
fake
off the
it,
kickoff corner from Cyber Sausage. Goodness me, I thought the 3-goal lead was unreachable for the side in blue, but they've decided to put 2 goals together in quick succession to bring it to within 1.
Have I got news for you? It's a dangerous kickoff again. Cyber Sausage will get the better of Zeto. Is the bounce kind? No, it doesn't matter. He wasn't there for it anyway, but comes back up this left-hand side wall for the perspective of Dr. Buhmann. Sai is up. Sai is down, and so's the ball. It's out of the net somehow.
Somehow, some way. Oh, that could... I thought for a second was going to find its way in. Wasn't sure if Fabso was expecting it, and he might have crept off that post, but it wasn't to be. The defense remains solid, but they haven't managed to clear the ball just yet. That'll buy them some time, as Alpha needs to retreat for boost and let his teammate take over. We'll see if there's a chance here for Cyber Sausage to make a play. Not enough boost in the tank to do anything impactful, so Alpha eventually called in to action. That's a big miss. The shot is high. It needed to be. It was about to be blocked regardless. And Kalos, without any boost, does drive the ball towards midfield, but he can't do much else. There's not much time left for GVSU. They're on the back foot, but they are throwing everything they have at that ball, trying to dig it out. They do exactly that, but they cannot put a transition together.
There's no way. They're all 3 at the back. Boost in short supply. Sai is up and toying with the ball, and the defense as one once again. Cyber Sausage plays it away to the side, could lose valuable seconds off the clock, and Dr. Buhmann come back, fire towards the net. It's full miracle territory now as Cyber Sausage can't find Alpha, can't find a saving grace, as the good graces are sent with no kind regards, because Dr. Buhmann eliminate GVSU 4-1 in the quarters.
I mean, the result was to be expected. I think a lot of us probably surprised that GVSU looked close to getting a second.
Yeah, what a series. I was really worried that it would be Dr. Buhmann having fun every game, and I think that's what they thought when they rocked up with those cars in game 1. But that wasn't the case. They quickly had to correct those in Game 2, and a well-fought one nonetheless. But another North American university will fall. And we've got another NA versus EU matchup coming up after this. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be SETU of Ireland against St. Clair of Canada. Our third series of 7 today. You're in the right check. You are absolutely in the right place. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship, and that series went exactly as expected.
Yeah.
Yep, that it was a 4-1, and
Yeah, it was a 4-1. What do you
most
want?
people expected a 4-0, I know some ball knowledge havers did predict a 4-1, so kudos on them. I would love to ask who did guess 4-1. Anyone guess 4-1 here?
I think
Stacks.
it's just
Of course.
Stacks, yeah.
Of course.
So-
of
Yeah,
course,
just
Stacks.
Again, I said in the chat earlier during the pre-show that if you're going to put my bracket up again, you need to post it with a spoiler warning. I don't make predictions. I post spoilers.
You know, I'll admit that I gave GVSU 2 games, and they almost did. But
They almost also didn't get that game too, and I had 4-0.
true. I don't know
If
what
they
it
didn't
was.
Play in Cybertrucks and all
it
that
was the
stuff,
Merc buff. It was the Merc buff Cybertruck. I'm
like-
telling you, it's cursed. The Cybertruck is cursed on broadcast for sure. But that will be our second quarterfinal on the lower side of the bracket. So now we have our semifinalists in Dr. Buhmann and Genoa for our first semifinal. But now we switch things over to the top side of the bracket, where we get to have a matchup that is close to my heart, that makes me sweat profusely, in SETU and St. Clair College. This is a matchup that I think has a lot on the line for both these schools. These are both individual programs that put a lot into it. They both have developed their teams from the ground up. St. Clair, of course, playing with Vesh from Europe, who is currently in Europe. So we do have a mixed roster between 2 Canadians and a Polish player. But is it a Pole? It's a Pole. Yes, Pole.
Yes.
It's the
I don't
term,
know.
Pole. Yeah. Anyway, point being, with St. Clair, they went into it 3-1. SETU had a bit of a harder time, and we'll get into exactly why in just a moment. But we do have an interview with, I believe, Spoods. So, Seb, take it away. All right, what's up, everyone? I'm here with Spoods from St. Clair College, one of the longest-standing members in St. Clair. How you doing, man?
Doing great. How are you, Seb?
I'm great. You know, it's a world championship, and 2 of the teams are Canadian. Couldn't be any happier, to be honest.
It's true.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. So, I guess on the overarching view, you know, you are one of the NA representatives, and I think it's fair to say that CRL started off with NA. It is an NA born thing. but it's gone through a lot of changes over the past few years alone. What's your general view on the collegiate scene within North America, how it's developing, where it's at right now? Obviously, we didn't have a spring semester, but just your general thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, obviously sour taste recently, but I think overall people should do well to remember that, we've definitely come from grassroots, we've come pretty far. Obviously, it's a bit of a pain point for this past year with the disappointment from Psionics. And again, I'm not really too big into the interworkings of what happened and why, we didn't get an event.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only actual sort of things that we had was I ran a show match between Northwood and Genoa, and that was flip-flopping between servers, and Genoa actually won that one. So I don't know, man. We're so cooked. All right, but that aside, what is your personal ambition for your Worlds? Where do you think you're placing?
Good question. Obviously, we definitely want to win. We go into every tournament with that mentality. Obviously, Europe is really strong coming into it. I would say, we'd be ecstatic with, top 3, top 2. That'd be great. Obviously, winning it is our great goal, but, we've got some really tough talent over in Europe, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, you guys have a little bit of a cheat code in that you do have Vesh, who is still in Europe.
Yep.
Which, all I'm saying is that's the sleeper, dude.
This is true. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Obviously, I'm going to be in the stands rooting as much as possible. I'm hosting the whole weekend, so I'm excited to see where you guys place.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you, Seb.
Thank you, Seb, for conducting such a great interview. Appreciate you, man. You looked great. Like the OG shirt. It was pretty good. But I'm going to pat myself on the back here. Yeah, thank you, Spoods, for the interview. Always such a professional for years now. Since Gaugen, Spoods is the last remaining member of that World's 2022 roster with Comp J and Spoods, the one that made it to the semifinals for the first ever World Championship. And now this is his this is his third time, I guess, now competing internationally with other teams from across the world. Definitely carrying a lot of legacy with him along with St. Clair.
And it's great to see. St. Clair is a name that there's a lot of love that comes to that institution from across the pond, obviously with Quint trying to make that cross-region transfer stick with the school and always seeing St. Clair in the mix. It's great, and in a tournament like this, you can tell the confidence is there. They understand they may not be the strongest team on paper, but all it takes is one series, and especially in a matchup like this, to see St. Clair come into this ready to take victories, take names down, I'm here to see it.
Vod, I think it is safe to say that, there is a bit of a camaraderie with, the Canadians, as both you and I are Canadians, and the European side, in that we both look to take down Americans, and so that's why we have a closer relationship. Obviously, Gaugen mentions Quint, the first ever CRL transfer specific for CRL cross region. They're coming into this and they're dealing with SETU, who has been an absolute tank of a roster throughout the course of Swiss, and it has looked, quite good in their own right. I think to a lot of people's surprise.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is that them taking, I think it was Dr. Buhmann in the second round of Swiss all the way to Game 5, and I mentioned before with the way that they did that was the biggest surprise of their journey to start, and then it just continued that way with Game 5, Game 5, Game 5 afterwards. Berlin almost got the victory at the end, and then SETU somehow pulled it off at the end. They have been forced through fire in this bracket, and St. Clair, I know we were talking about this in the break a little bit, they definitely had a lot easier of a journey than SETU did. So that's going to be the biggest question mark coming into this specific matchup. Will that journey have it tested St. Clair enough to face off against the SETU roster, which I would say is one of their harder matches that they have had to face off against in any of their series. I mean, Berlin, of course, getting the 3-0 sweep against them, huge for them, and they almost got completely shut out in that entire series from what I saw. But SETU taking Berlin all the way to 5-2 is another thing to think about with that, and getting the victory when comparing these two teams.
So Stax, as the resident St. Clair hater, you did not have St. Clair making it through on your bracket. You had SETU making it all the way through. You mind explaining yourself?
I'm glad you asked. So, yes, when I look at SETU's results, yes, they struggled. That's putting it mildly. But they did go 5 with Buhmann. They did beat Berlin. St. Clair was swept by Berlin. And when I look at all the stats from St. Clair, like, oh, they get all these demos and they do this with the boost and that. Great. They did that against Lincoff Park, New South Wales, and a lesser Bruton Parker roster than I remember from CRL. So the Bruton Parker win is pretty impressive, but it's probably right on par with SETU's win over Montreal. So, okay. Actually, that would require me to be giving praise to Canada, and I can't do that. So, yeah, no, I do know that SETU is they are an underdog in this. They're going to struggle with all the physical play of St. Clair. But I don't think that St. Clair is going to be able to bully them around as much as they did most of their other opponents in the Swiss.
I will give a bit of an actually there in that Bruton Parker, Montreal, technically not on the same level. Bruton Parker made it, pretty deep into Summer Series, and Montreal did not qual because they choose not to qual. So
they just chose not to. They chose to go 2 and 3 as well.
They couldn't do the second qualifier.
Yes.
Okay.
But they had to go through a second qualifier.
Like the University of Toronto did. I am so tired of this. But
sorry, American teams actually play the quals.
All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna see what's gonna happen to the one other American team later. All right. So in this. Really, it is St. Clair taking the torch for North America and the entirety of this bracket right now, considering the state of both the other teams. SETU, I don't even know if I would say they're the underdog necessarily for this, just because, like you mentioned, Stacks, the wins that they have taken are substantial. They have gone the full 5. St. Clair, while they went 3-1, it wasn't to the greatest competition, but I would say on paper, the roster is a bit better, obviously, at dealing with it. This is just a 50-50 matchup, and I think that is fair to say. So with that, let's get into predictions. Gaugen, this is a spicy one. What is your prediction?
See, I think on one hand, you have to give St. Clair credit because while you say they may have had the easier run, Lincoln did face 4 teams in their 5 matches that all qualified, and Lincoln fell out at 2 and 3. So, decent win to start, but I think this matchup is 55-45 in favor of SETU. I'm going with SETU, and I promise it's not because I'm the UR rep. I genuinely think they have a slightly better shot here.
Claude, please. Please.
I know you want me to go St. Clair here, Seb. I know you do.
Brother.
And I want to as well.
Brother.
But I've been undefeated in predictions on Death so far, and I gotta keep that going, and I gotta go with SETU on this because they are going to be the team who wins this ultimately. They had the harder journey. They beat Berlin, where St. Clair couldn't. And St. Clair, I really hope they prove me wrong because I would love that.
No, you don't.
I just haven't seen it from them yet. So SETU are getting this win, but I think it's going to 7.
All right, Stacks, lay it on me.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I want to necessarily pick SETU. I mean, that could set up the desk for all 4 of us to pick the same team, and we would curse them. That would be a horrible thing to happen, except I know who I'm dealing with down there. So... yeah, no, I got SETU here because I don't think St. Clair is going to have nearly as much success with their demos. I think that SETU will manage their boost well enough that they won't get starved out. And it's going to be a banger. I think this goes all the way, but I do think SETU comes out on top.
All right, hold on.
If he comes back and starts singing "Oh Canada," can you please just skip the hype chamber and
team
jump?
Here that is making it to the final. It is the one and only Canadian team in this bracket, taking down Ireland, taking down KU, taking down Germany or Genoa to win this whole thing. This might be the only time I get to say it. St. Clair for the win.
Mic dropped. That's
Our
it.
lobby is ready. St. Clair is the last representative of the Worlds 2022 bracket. They are here. Worlds, every single one qualified. SETU want to take it to St. Clair and make a name for themselves in this bracket for our World Championship casters. Take it away.
Whether you're a fan of Canada or Ireland, either way, buckle up. It's a highly anticipated quarterfinal matchup. Many people on the panel expecting one of the most coin-flippy, tightly contested matches of the day. Yeah, at last we have arrived at SETU versus St. Clair. Two teams that have made every single Worlds event. Well, St. Clair has, excuse me. I'm thinking about Berlin, but St. Clair, I think I gave the edge to SETU as well. They've got some work to do.
I think if we were blessed with a flat-footed matchup between the two teams, I would back SETU as well. However, we are starting on US East here, and that is a very hard act to follow that has just been displayed by Seb, and I don't know if St. Clair want to deal with him disappointed following that. I mean, St. Clair got through the Swiss more efficiently. SETU are a turbulent and tumultuous team to say the least, but my goodness are their team. I'm expecting a historic series.
It should be a good one as Tylacto. I'm sorry, I can't read.
Oh, that is no problem at all.
Welcome. Even though you should have been here the whole time, and that's on me, but I think SETU probably has this one. I don't think it's necessarily going to be easy, but I do expect the offense to get the better of St. Clair. Maybe not at the start, but later on, I think St. Clair will adjust as this one's just bobbling on the goal line. Everyone on SETU decently low on boost, trying to go and find something. Shallow, the only one who can do anything, but thankfully St. Clair really not pressing the attack as heavily as they could. Now they come in, but now they've all got set on the net. Vesh wants the bottom right. No chance. And SETU is kind of just parking the bus in the net.
Yeah, this is some token, really, trademark pro club swarming defense out of SETU, and absolutely love it. You never know when they're going to randomly concede or make a fantastic save. It is Tomster on the break with a lovely move, despite having no boost to force this ball around and into a dangerous spot. He's done an absolutely mammoth task there to get that past multiple St. Clair players, but it is going to be Spoos looking to regain possession from that right-hand side and build out from the back, only for Tomster to be there again.
Nice approach. That's going to be just wide. St. Clair a chance in an open net. Shallow regaining possession. 1v1 back the other way. Dash more than equal to it. Ooh, pinch battle now. And Shallow just returns fire to buy a little bit of time. SETU really trying to get grounded here and find a consistent way to hold the ball at the midfield line, because right now not a whole lot of success about halfway through game one as Christian pounding through the defensive line now.
Yeah, have been a lot more close shaves at this end of the Sovereign Heights field, but Shallow will look to send it directly to the opposite. Tomster off the mark for the first time really on this occasion, but Panda will do a good job to recover this possession and play a nice backball pass, forcing two responses out of the Canadian defense. But again, SETU are going to need to try and find something special. Maybe here a double from Panda, but it's well intercepted by Vesh. Shallow is needed at the other end.
Patient defending from Panda. I like the transition. Just go slow, see what the defense gives you. Even if you don't necessarily keep the ball through the midfield line, SETU does get a bunch of advantage. They go through, steal a corner boost. The guy transitioning, Ben, doesn't have a whole lot. Christian picks up 100, needs a little bit of help. Dumping it out to Shallow. Uncontested through the midfield line, and this one could get dangerous as it bounces middle. Vesh having to dodge a demo, makes a nice save. And now SETU slowly but surely, excuse me, pardon me, they get unstuck from me real quick as they have to separate themselves in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Breaking a Rule 1 with the opponent, but then landing in one with your teammate, that seems like an instant punishment that you just have to take and let your teammate play 1 versus 3. That would have been truly honourable as a chance. Tomster can't bite at it, though. Christian is well positioned. The SETU's chance will not truly materialise as they look to try and steal an off-serve. Again, it's going to be a real tough chance because Vesh at the other end, much assisted by some physical play out of Christian, will put Canada in front.
Yeah, really nice pickup from Vesh. Almost lost it, almost went a little too quick and outpaced the ball, but great adjustment, turned the car backwards, gave it a little extra jump, gave it just enough to get over the top of the last man. St. Clair out in front, but a long way to go. A minute can feel like forever with only a 1-goal lead. And Shallow will chop that one down into the corner.
No surprise on that goal to see Christian clearing the way. Led the entire field coming out of the Swiss stage for demos per game by a large margin. Is not going to have any issues trying to land punches on Setu as Panda. Backboard pass, big brain, incredible 3-man passing play out of Setu. Any ordinary team will just take the open net, but not Setu. 3-man passing play, put it to the man.
You gotta make it look pretty, otherwise what are we doing here? It's single elimination day. Don't take open nets. We don't need those. We want to score a nice goal. No, I'm kidding. Please hit the open net next time and save yourselves the trouble, because it would have felt horrible to come away with a loss in game 1 just because you didn't hit that one.
But if they do get 2-1 ahead now and they win because St. Clair can't keep the ball up and it bounces just in time, but if there's an extra 2 seconds on the clock, the bounce would have taken them to an equalizer.
Perfect.
Then you won't be doubting that humongous brain strat from Setu. I mean, it could go the other way, but that's the reality that we find ourselves in now, and that is the complicated genius that St. Clair are going to have to figure out a way to deal with.
Ooh, nice bump. And it pays off. It's straight in the net.
That's not even a bump. That's a trip. Referee. Vesh with a dunk. The bounce is cursed and on target. Blessed from the North American side, if that's how you want to see it. St. Clair are 2-1 up, and now Setu, thanks to their 3-man passing play, have less time to find an equalizer.
Yeah, they would have liked those extra 2 seconds now, as, that's a big miss on the kickoff, and that will be the end of game 1. St. Clair, a fortunate bounce combined with a bump at the right time, come away with a win in game 1. And honestly, I think they definitely had the better end of the stick there at pretty much throughout. Setu really struggling to find a consistent way to at least keep possession. And how many shots is that? 7 shots for St. Clair to 3 for Setu.
Yeah. Of course, on the North American East server, we will be switching to Europe after this game and finding a pleasant server that St. Clair are comfortable with. Of course, Vesh will be very comfortable with it, playing out of Poland. Yeah, 2 bunts making a huge difference to the Setu defense, and they do find themselves cramped often around their goal mouth. It does sort of set them up a little bit like bowling pins at times. It is exactly what St. Clair want to see, and they've abused it well.
And almost 1,200 more boost total just for St. Clair there, so... I mean, 1,200 is what? I guess it's 12 tanks of boost. So.
That's huge, but considering that it's not for the opponent as well. Like, they have sharing problems, clearly.
Yeah.
St. Clair, the course, they're on different courses, but either way, they're clearly not being taught how to spread resources evenly between themselves and, any friends they have in Ireland, which clearly they don't after a series like this if they continue in this form, but it's very close, and I think we are still expecting this one to run deep into this best of 7.
Yeah, definitely some adjustments to be made for Setu. I don't think it really needs to be anything too big. Granted, game 1, not the prettiest overall, but you gotta give credit to St. Clair. I think they had an excellent challenge game, a pretty decent setup through the midfield, and it helps a lot. You're winning all those extra boost pads. That's just a lot of free pressure. And even if you're not challenging the ball, the other team is still sitting there trying to transition, with 0 to 40. And that's a pretty big ask for just about anybody to go on transition and say, okay, hold possession with not a lot, right?
That's what they've got to try to do. Looks like players ready with this second server. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. This is our 3rd series, our 3rd quarterfinal here of Championship Sunday with Setu against St. Clair. Final quarterfinal after this is University of Southern Mississippi against the King Abdulaziz University out of Saudi Arabia. But I think they may be waiting just quite a little more while longer, because Setu will look to respond here with the home server in Europe, looking to avoid any bumps or demolitions, except at Setu. They'll probably still find a way to get hit. They were rule running each other at times last game, so we'll see what changes there are here.
Yeah, shallow opening up with smack to the mouth for some St. Clair players, and then promptly returning the favor as it appears we pick up right where we left off over on the Setu defensive half. As Ben pressing, and here comes the 3rd man. Christian will score for free. Again, the physical play on the goal line, opening up a pretty big lane.
Yeah, the bowling pins are just there, and Spoods will punish Christian, this time the one with the contact on the ball. It certainly didn't require much of it from that range, and SETU Southeast with a little bit of a hill to climb. They do not want it growing any taller.
Yeah, you do start to get a little bit worried here if you're SETU as well. I mean, you just played the visiting game for game one and kind of out here immediately in the exact same amount of pressure despite potential connection mismatches, I believe is the word I want for St. Clair, and not seeming to be daunted at all by that. Christian keeping it tight, looking for the bump again. Ben thinking about it, doesn't have the boost to deem it worthy, and will force Vesh to make a save off the back wall.
You've got to remember, both these universities with practically unchanged rosters. Last Dallas in June, the World Championship shallow. Neither of them won a series on that offline occasion, but one of them is certainly going to here, and that's a very critical finish from shallow.
Very, and a tight shot too from outside the lines. Really got to get all the way around the outside of the ball, and St. Clair had a pretty stiff defense set up. They were on both of those passes. And at long last, one finally slips through. A great kickoff for St. Clair, confirming midfield boost as well with a flick over another. Only player with anything to work with is shallow as Tomster elects to take a risk and go deep to the opposition half to take a corner boost and just have something in the tank. And it appears it will pay off as he gets a huge pinch from the sidewall as shallow considering how to get this to a scoreable spot. Tomster opens things wide open and Panda will collect.
Talk about a taste of your own medicine. Christian terminated in the net by Tomster. Panda is there, and you know, realistically, that side of the pond, that medicine's going to cost a lot more as well.
Oh yeah, it's not cheap to fix a broken face.
The anti demo prescription is heavily subscribed by Rocket League players. And
Gotcha.
Yeah, it is not friendly on the wallet.
I understand. I can understand why as well.
Yes.
Currently, St. Clair looking to rally back here off the kickoff, and they got a pretty good setup. Ben and Vesh, though, kind of miscommunicating. Ben wanting Vesh to come through and take it, and Vesh thinking Ben was going to take that on a dribble, as that's a touch forward now for SETU. Panda, not the strongest shot, and well contained by Vesh, getting immediately challenged right in front of the box, though, as that one will fall harmlessly to the floor and quickly cleared away. St. Clair finding a rally back the other way. Shallow is just in time to kick that out to the safety of the corner.
Yeah. Big plays at both ends of the field now from shallow. We've seen it many times here in that SETU shirt. That's a very important display of composure thus far in this second game. As a big bump comes through again, but Panda perhaps not expecting to be uncontested on that shot. Ended up stuck in the middle of that Venn diagram. Couldn't angle it towards the net, and this one isn't angled far away from the net. It's Vesh for the dunk, but shallow's there again.
Yeah, Shallow finds the answer, but it cost him everything in the tank. He didn't have the best recovery up towards the back wall. And so, SETU once more under the breach on the defensive side of things, just seeing if they can weather the storm as here it comes. St. Clair hard off the back wall. Panda looking for an outlet into the side. Christian, huge block from Panda, but they will regain possession immediately. St. Clair now pressing the net. Shallow again, equal to the task. But it is tough going right now on defense for SETU, but at the end of the day, they're still +1.
That's right. Fourth save of the game already for Shallow, and he adds another demo as well. Panda not allowed out of the corner by Vesh the pole, getting a force 50 as well, but two will jump from St. Clair. They do a great job of neutralizing the 50 nonetheless to keep the offense alive, but for how long will that be the case? They'll look for the back pass. They cannot secure the corner boost away from Shallow, who chases and hounds the ball, but he's not quick enough. Back down the other end we go again, but it's Shallow who's seemingly gone out of one side of the pitch and come back on the other like Pac-Man, somehow back on the ball again, heading for the final minute. St. Clair have to build from the back.
Panda, a little tester, pulls out two defenders. Christian forced to maintain possession as long as possible. Decent 50 for St. Clair, straight to Tomster, however. Panda double committing, probably not going to be the end of the world. Shallow again, having to buy time for his teammates to get set. Causes just enough disruption of the midfield line. Really nice 50 from Tomster. Big whip from Panda. There comes the demo. Shot on target. Shallow dodging bumps. physical play continuing for St. Clair, and SETU holding on with 30 left.
That is a Matrix-esque Neo save from Shallow, but will it be enough? It's on the goal line and bundled in by Vesh, who draws Canada level in the second game.
There's a tight sequence there on the backboard. You can see, I believe, it was Tomster just getting pushed around, couldn't have a clean approach, and his two teammates flat-footed on the goal line, just hoping they could get the touch because it was not going to be easy to play from the floor. St. Clair find the equalizer at long last.
How gut-wrenching this could be. Tomster, hold up. Potential double. Panda won't make contact again. It's an open chance for Spoos, who's running straight down through the midfield. Flip reset, but Shallow is there. Second saviour medal of the game into the final 10 seconds. St. Clair for the infield. The shot, but Tomster is there on this occasion. Another white Fennec from the SETU collection. Panda will make contact. And now a second one. That's big for confidence after the last couple exchanges we've seen heading into overtime.
It does feel good to make sure, okay, I'm still hitting the ball, we're fine. Christian.
It is the EU server as well. There's
no excuse. Gotta make sure you come up with clean hits. Panda looking for a little help. Didn't quite have the power on it to get back to Shallow. And so St. Clair start off overtime with an opportunity. It will not last particularly long as Tomster wins a 50 at the midfield line. Ben surveying the defense. Nice 50. Right, slow air dribble, help from Christian coming in, and that's a beauty of a ball off the backboard, and it's off the post and out.
I don't believe it. Seb has been recently seen going through his entire Canadian shirt collection, ripping them apart one by one. Probably not, because there's another chance. Not on target, though. St. Clair are not going to be giving up this overtime happily after a chance like that falling by the wayside. But SETU spared. Can they make a chance? Because that's a beautiful pass. Dropping down. Vesh is there for the finish. And they make right on it this time for 2-0 in the series.
It had to be it. You see a beauty of a pass like that from Ben to get over the midfield defense, and then Christian lends a helping hand to get it over the second man. And at that point, Vesh was like, all right, let's just make sure we get it in between the sticks this time. And better yet, got it under the third one, got it under the bar. Squeezed it between a couple of defenders trying, but St. Clair 2-0 in the series now, and I gotta say, a win in visiting turf and looking comfortable while doing it, that's really, really, really good. And I have to say, St. Clair playing a heck of a game right now.
Another heavy out-shooting performance as well. Shallow made 8 saves, and St. Clair still scored 3 goals, and from that overtime, you can quite clearly see it could have been more than 3. So, I mean, SETU are going to try and make themselves comfy a long way from home in server and a long way from home in the fact that it's Neo Tokyo for Game 3. I don't know where they're going to draw comfort from.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the defense has been, terrible for SETU. To be fair, they've kept out a lot of shots. I should say Shallow has kept out a lot of shots. He had 8, right? So clearly Shallow getting a lot done on the defensive side, but man, there's got to be something going on. I mean, either some people are missing boost or there's some weird disruption going on at the midfield line that's slowing rotation down, because I'm very surprised to see St. Clair not having any issues at all, continuing to press and press and press. And it's like, okay, there's definitely some type of weird disconnect going on.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly flexible as well in terms of changing up their game. There was no demos from Christian in that game. He's changed his ways. I'm not sure I believe that.
Reformed demoist.
Reformed demoist is not something that he'd be putting on his CV. He's going to be back on home server and with plenty of targets to go for. SETU really need to pull something out. As we're testing a second lobby here, and St. Clair, they've really settled in this home server advantage. And you've got to remember the panel leaning towards SETU, which it was brave to say the least, but there were reasons why.
Yeah, I felt pretty good about, SETU has experience in this type of environment. Obviously, so does St. Clair, but, I always feel very confident that, European teams will adjust quite quickly, but... And not so much right now. There's definitely a few questions being asked and not a whole lot of answers to be found. And St. Clair, obviously, there's nothing to change. You're up 2-0, and neither game has looked particularly difficult. Keep rolling. And if you're SETU, I'm not even sure what you want to try right now, because it hasn't felt like there's been a whole solid, here's what we want to do. It's kind of just been St. Clair bashing the door down and saying, get out of the way, we're scoring.
And it's very difficult on ping for them to try and slow the game down. We've seen it done by some of the best teams under these conditions here in the World Championship, but it is not easy. We saw heat maps already of the games, and the first game entirely in the corners because it's long distance touches, going the length of the pitch, very chasey, very fast. It suits both teams. But I've just seen the shallow heat map from last game, and we can't bring it up on stream, sadly. But it is just a green blob around the SETU net. And it's quite impressive. The guy was not allowed any annual leave, no nothing. And if St. Clair can keep that being the case, they'll be looking very handsome.
On call at all times. And I suppose you have to be if you're making 8 saves in a game, so... He's probably just sitting there driving around the backboard like, somebody get some boost and challenge them, please. I don't want to have to save another one. Yeah, I guess that's really where we got to start if we're set to. Just got to go get boost, man. Leave it to your teammates and say, I'm getting boost. You guys make a play.
That's when we see the open net rolls in.
Oh, no. Don't say it.
Like two players racing each other for their same own corner boost. We've all seen it happen. It's the lesser spotted double team boost grab, and then they both turn away in synchrony.
Yeah, no, after
even better.
You.
Both turn away, miss the boost, leave it entirely. That's a click X moment.
Yeah, just get off the game, forfeit game 4, and move on.
Wow, we're here in the third. In the well, what did we just see? We were literally just talking about it.
Oh, no.
And none of them got that corner boost. How has this happened? Are we in a simulation?
They did get out of
What
their half.
happened? How? 3 players. We were talking about 2. 3 of them just did that. I'm disturbed. I am disturbed, Achieves. I'm
was
disturbed.
Kickoff. You could be disturbed, but it was kickoff. There's at least some type of reasoning for it. Maybe? Nah, not really.
How do they all end up in that corner after kickoff? And none of them take it.
It was the old excuse me, pardon me after you. And then, of course, here comes St. Clair ready to steal it as they just go for the 50 like they've been doing.
I actually cannot believe. I'm not going to get over that. I am not going to get over that. I'm just going to have to put it to the back and move on.
That was the worst caster curse. Not even the game or sequence. It's just they're going to double commit to their boost.
It's barely ever even been talked about before, let alone curse, for it to actually happen. That's a once in a blue moon occurrence, and we just set the weather forecast. If that's possible, I'd stop it from being 33 degrees tomorrow, because I'm going to pass out, I think. But that's okay. SETU, they're going to be out cold if this continues as well. So at least I won't be alone, because look at that from Christian.
What a controlled play out of the corner. A nice, easy 50, knowing that he's playing for possession. Lets SETU hit it back into his car, flips towards the wall because he wants to maintain possession, then just drills it with the momentum going over the top. And nobody from SETU up there to try and just poke it out of frame and just let him posterize them.
It's okay. SETU have come back from behind before. They'll do it again. Even if it takes an open net given up to 3-man passing play, they will find a way. It's Panda with contact on away server. As Shallow there with the dunk off the backboard. Backed up by Tomster, but how much boost does he really have to find the bump? He did try well, but find it, he did not.
And a good ball from Shallow, and look at the support from Christian coming across the goal line to take away the shooting chance. The attack just developing a little too slowly for SETU, despite being in a good position here. Now you just got to get your feet set under you at the midfield line, and that's not even going to work. Vesh snipes one.
Snipe? An understatement. He got it before it was even in the chamber. It's so clean towards the bottom corner to make it a 2-goal advantage for St. Clair here on the tarmac. SETU needing a bigger response than we've even seen thus far, let alone backing it up to the final whistle. It's out and dangerous in the middle as a whifty indeed from the likes of the challenges. Spoods as to Ben himself, shortening on the name tag. Is it heavy name bug, less letters equals faster car?
I'm trying to figure out why SETU is so averse to
man.
and that's in 2! They're just so averse to taking a 50 at a low speed. Like, you don't have to drive into it and try and chip it behind the guy. Just bounce off the middle of the ball, take a decent 50, try and win 2 50s in a row. Like, as one player.
The backwards pre-flip attempted save from Shallow was admirable, but how do you end up in that situation? Like, I feel like there were far too few steps required for that to be what was needing.
The option.
From SETU.
It's been a brutal quarterfinal, though, that's for sure. St. Clair, it's been a masterclass, really. How to keep possession and never let go of it. It's Panda just across his own net. Christian looking for a little help. All right, now take a good 50 here. It was okay. Not the worst.
It was okay.
But not good.
I can hear the attempts of framing that in a positive light. It was okay. That's okay. We'll take it in an okay light.
There were worse options.
There were worse options. It's like when I cook my girlfriend food and she says, "Wow, that was sensationally edible." It's like,
thank you, I think.
Gee, thanks. That's kind of what we're talking about, SETU, in their attempts to launch a comeback, which here it is.
Go.
Shallow,
Okay.
under the bar, time on the clock, and this game's just starting.
Something on the board at long last. Panda wins a good race to 1. Shallow, both sides of the ball continuing to get it done. Lays one into the top of the net. Now 2 to find. About 90 seconds to do it in. What kind of kickoff do they go for? Oh, Christian just popped them right in the mouth. It says, nope, it's our ball. Here comes Ben now. He also wants to consider a bump. We'll run out of boost. And actually a good option. Shallow, a little fake, and St. Clair don't bite.
All right. Tomster. An attempt. Shallow. Backboard. But a great clear from Vesh directed towards Spoos, but Tomster not faked out by it here. Play the backboard again. Panda going to struggle to get over it, but not enough. Great shot on target. Well saved by Spoos it was, and Vesh is going to carry it out as for some strong holding defense from St. Clair.
Ooh, nice 50. Now you got to get boost. You got to make sure you have enough to actually stay over here, and you got to score one. Pretty much now you'd like about at least 30. To have something to work with to find the equalizer. Christian, not the best clear, and almost muscled in by Tomster. That's a big whiff, but it will hand itself off to Christian. As St. Clair happy to throw this one into the corner and waste time off the clock. Shallow with a bomb, pretty much the only thing to relieve the pressure. Tomster on target, too slow, and St. Clair more than happy to send the deep third. Why not? You have nothing to lose.
I think they've lost too much time off this very budget clock. SETU going to be going down. Series point here in this World Championship quarterfinal. St. Clair, it's concise. They could win it in a sweep if they continue this momentum onto the European server. But I'm not worried. If I'm a SETU fan, this is where SETU engage the SETU engines. Perhaps. I mean, they also might not. But if there's a team to be a little less worried about under these environments, it might just be them.
Now that's interesting. The field domination stat, 59% for SETU, but 53% ball possession. So what does that tell us? That means that SETU spent more time over on the St. Clair half, or at least the ball spent more time over on the St. Clair half, but St. Clair actually had possession on their own half. Unlucky.
Yes. I think there's little luck to that, but we're going to hope that it is something that could be re-rolled of the dice and SETU can find themselves on the better side of history for. That's what I'm hoping.
That actually probably tells me that SETU's just booming the ball away. That's probably how we get there.
I mean, they've not been shut out at any point, but I mean, if you want, while we're changing server, your intermission of fun fact segment of the day, unsurprisingly, in Game 2, Shallow's 8 saves was highest of the tournament in a single game by any player thus far. The record previously from the Swiss stage was set by Shallow when he had 6 saves in a game. But he's really gone extra. He's really gone above and beyond there. It might take 9 or 10, I think, to keep St. Clair quiet. They don't look like they're even close to being shut out, with, of course, 8 goals already in the series. But I mean, there's no excuse for SETU. If they can't defend this home server advantage, it's just quality diff because St. Clair,
Oh, yeah.
not just having the quality, but the execution is what they're backing it up with at the moment.
They're definitely on the I am steamrolling train right now.
Yes.
For SETU. It's it has been a rampage.
There's
I
a
thought
going
this was
rate
going
of
to be a
tickets
lot
on that.
closer. Like I really thought.
I thought that I think everyone thought that. And I mean, the I am steamrolling you train service and trains in the UK. I actually cannot remember. I can't have gotten a train in Ireland since I was far younger, so I don't know what the prices are like there. But in the UK, next door, train prices atrocious. But then in Canada, the train service barely exists. So how can they have an I am steamrolling you train service?
It's just a monopoly.
Is that where the
They're
only resources
ones
are going
there.
towards? It only runs like once a week, but it's here, and St. Clair are fully on board.
They've
They're running the
arrived.
thing. And SETU, who thought they were having a nice holiday, going out to Alberta, Calgary. No, it's not been a lovely ride. They're going to be handed an 0-4 ticket and expected to pay the price if things don't change quickly.
Yeah, this is not going to be a particularly fun one here if you're St. Clair. Or sorry, SETU. St. Clair is definitely having the time of their lives.
Well, it may not be the fun one for St. Clair if SETU engage the SETU engines. The sort of genius that makes them score an open net with a 3-man passing play when it's open the whole way. Then St. Clair are in trouble. Because there are times this series that SETU have looked great, but it's no fluke that they're ending down 3 games in the series here. Yes, 2 of those have been at a server disadvantage. So maybe you can say it's just one bad game, but St. Clair, they have looked the better side for the vast majority of all 3, and that's where the narrative has to change.
You're out of bad games now. It's back against the wall. So the SETU engine.
Yes.
You say here's where it
Yes.
turns on. Who do you think does it? Because it can't be Shallow. Shallow's
it's
been running,
Tomster.
full afterburner for 3 games now.
It's Tomster. It's Tomster bringing Panda into the play because clearly Shallow has now got a mindset where he's just not going to leave his own penalty box, judging from the previous 2 games of heat maps. And Tomster is here. If not for a solid defensive rotation, might have been allowed a look at that double, but it's not to be. St. Clair have found a very strong rhythm, and they're going to need to be thrown off it by their Irish opposition, who look to try and make a strong start in this first minute on Utopia.
Decent challenges. Really like that. They kind of just allow St. Clair to have possession at the midfield line. Shallow trying to slow things down now, forcing himself to collect a dribble, and that's a much better improvement than what's been going on. It wasn't the cleanest, but at least pushed out to the other side and said, hang on, I'm not just going to give you the ball.
And there's some genuine improvements, as well as Tomster, found at the end of Shallow's pass, will give the Irishman the lead.
Nice job from Shallow as well, using everything in the tank to get out there all the way up to the sidewall, dodge the potential bump, come off the ceiling smoothly, and find a quality pass out across the middle. That's pretty good.
And I was saying the stats back up a bit of positives as well for SETU. As in Game 3, for the first time, they outshot St. Clair. They also, for the first time, got more mid-boosts. And they also got more demos, all for the first time this series. Now, the realist would say, yep, and they still lost, which is a fact. But if those trajectories continue, then it would make sense as to why they're 1-0 up this game. St. Clair, it's definitely an answer that we're expecting from them, and we might already not quite have it, because the shot-lacking Venom gives time for Panda to make that save.
And that pressure physically still coming through on the SETU net pretty cleanly. I'm fully... Yeah, there he goes, Christian.
Okay.
He doesn't even have to. It's just in.
What is this? The folding up of this double touch in such a tight space. It's origami from Vesh, who flip reset. That's just flabbergasting.
The fact Shallow was on that. But most people see people boosted a ball like that and they're like, nah, no chances. That one's in the net. Panda gets it right back. Wow, welcome to kickoff indeed.
Yeah, found some bamboo to chew on finally after a lovely kickoff from Tomster, and St. Clair showing a bit of SETU former UEA vibe, scoring a goal like that goal, and then conceding a kickoff immediately afterwards. Welcome to Collegiate Rocket League.
They get it right back. Veshu across the middle and a little too far out of reach for Ben. St. Clair Still not really changing too much. Tomster looking for help. Gets a great pinch down into the middle. Where's our team?
Whoa. Okay. That pinch narrowly off the target. A demo from Christian, who has once again got his violence permit back out, it would seem, as that upside down redirect from Tomster at low altitude nearly found the underside of the crossbar. It did. Just too much of it. It's shallower. Now jumping under the ball from being up at the ceiling, it's suddenly taken to heights. Has this game in exchange between the two teams?
Not the best option to take there from Pandas. Now he's getting pushed away and out of the play. Into the ball for Shallow. Somehow not dead after getting absolutely smacked. St. Clair poking, prodding, and here comes a trap from Christian. Catches it a little heavy, and Tomster will just get that out to the midfield line at least and force St. Clair to try again. But this is where St. Clair has done their best work pretty much all series long.
Shallow. Second touch, but Vesh in position for a comfortable clear to himself. But Panda says no. We'll find Tomster, who gets a shot on target, and Christian has to go back and does very well not to get that anywhere near an own goal. A fantastic read of his own backboard, having jumped very early into the final 2 minutes. St. Clair looking to end this fast at a server disadvantage in game 4, but it's a big save from Tomster, who gets his saviour medal, and Shallow will block that shot at source. Tomster with a chance, with a shot, with a 2-goal lead for SETU.
Yeah, St. Clair sent the house here, and they got a huge 50 out of Shallow right there. Tomster, I know you don't have a lot of boost, but anywhere left is good, and he gets it just left of center. 3-1, 2-goal lead for SETU. The tables have turned, about 90 seconds to do it. St. Clair, can you do what SETU could not?
Final 90. Shallow patient with a catch on the wall allows Panda through. As all three SETU players building up the confidence, but again, how quickly does it evaporate? Even if they do take this game, going on to the US East server. And I don't even think St. Clair are done here. I think they know they've got the capabilities for this comeback with respectable time left. Now, all three SETU players group up on the side, but Spood's not there to challenge, so no chance of taking advantage. Christian has to rotate through, but can he find Vesh? Vesh is there eventually in a pinch towards the net, but Tomster well positioned once again, as he has been practically all game long.
Decent enough flip reset to keep St. Clair honest as we continue to waste time off the clock. Christian looking for a little help, forced to just dump that ball away. Look at the hard press from Christian. He actually gets the corner boost steal, but it's not going to mean a whole lot without the ball. As St. Clair just willing to take pot shots. Nice save, but tick-tock, need possession. SETU is just like, yeah, we're going to throw it in the corner, dude. I don't care what you guys do.
Why not? At this point, it does seem like St. Clair are whacking it away. Happy to see the time and final seconds fall off the clock face. Panda is there, and surely this will be a singular. Is it the first? Is it the first of more than one? It's going to have to be for SETU, who are still on their final tournament life here in the playoffs of the UR World Championship. It's going to be St. Clair, who will go back to their home server with a chance for the match.
No sweeps, no sweeps. Nothing for free, at least, if you're SETU. But whew, I don't know. It felt a little touch and go there. It certainly looks a lot better on the post-game scoreboard than it necessarily felt at the beginning. But what can you do? You win a good 50 one time, and St. Clair knows they're down one with what was it, like 9 minute and 34 or something like that, and they just say, hey, let's just send the house right here, take our shot.
Yep.
Dead wrong, and Tomster just put them down.
Got away with it, and unfortunately, SETU will take it to the bank. And in spirit, some could argue that's a shutout from SETU, because the goal that St. Clair did score through Vesh was so otherworldly that you'd like to think it's not very reproducible. So in the European book, that's 3-0 for me, but it's only one game, and I suspect the next one will be a lot tougher.
Why do you think so?
Well, the server for one, even if Vesh is going to have high ping as well, playing from his homeland, but yeah, I mean, okay, you weigh it up with the fact that SETU will have confidence after that game, but how much confidence are they really going to draw? They know the situation they're in.
Back against the wall, not fun.
maybe that's just where they find their best. You know, like I was saying, the SETU engine, it is going. It needed a lot of oil, 3 games worth, and some
Press the
kickstarting.
primer 3 times.
You know, but now we've got the MOT. Now we need the insurance, and then going into the final 2 games, well, then you need a driver, and then you need a destination. That's what Game 7 will be. But can they actually get all of that installed? We'll have to see. It's going to be very, very tough getting the insurance. That is this second game on the board. And that does make sense. Insurance is expensive, and in the past few years has definitely gone up in price for car drivers. I don't know about you, Achies, but my insurance went up unexpectedly this past year, and I don't even know why. It seems a bit unfair.
Who can say? The volatility of the market continues, just like the volatility of our gameplay here. Do you feel like you got what you wanted out of Tomster and Panda in that game 4? I know that Tomster put the ball away, secure.
Twice.
Was it
he had
really
2 big chances that you expect him to take, and he took them confidently. Assisted the other, got a saviour medal. I don't think you can ask much more of Tomster. We called upon him. He gets 100% goal participation, a saviour medal. It couldn't have been much better. He is that guy in Game 4, but will there be an identity crisis in Game 5? We have seen many of that guy identity crisis from numerous players in Rocket League esports history, but will Tomster join that list, even though he's probably already on it?
But now the real question, right? Because yes, they win Game 4. Was that performance enough? Do you look at that performance and go, yeah, they can win 3 more?
Well, I thought you were going to say, can they win another? And I'd say yes. I don't know about 3 more, but I do think
they've got
is
at least
sufficient
6?
on a North American server, considering that St. Clair were basically shut out.
It did take one heck of a shot to
Now, I don't know
there.
whether I don't know if that was necessarily due to the SETU defense, but in a way, the offense, far more suffocating, didn't allow St. Clair, by far their lowest shooting game of the series. Will they go cold off that? I don't suspect so. They will have 2 players on very comfortable ping to make and take advantage of. So they've got plenty of reasons to be happy coming into this, but SETU in that nothing to lose attitude, that momentum off a win, a performance close to that, and I mean, St. Clair are going to have to up it, certainly, to get over the line.
Oh, that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? Is St. Clair already going full bore? Is there another gear there?
Well, it depends, I
don't know. I don't know if there's another gear, actually.
Now that we've talked so much about getting the SETU engine started, and their insurance and their MOT, so much, of course. But we never talked about St. Clair's engine. What if it's electric? What if it's a battery?
Super high torque.
Lithium. Yeah, like the acceleration was pretty
quick off the line, but it
been-
can't stay at top speed.
That's the thing. And they're not making a lot of noise about it. It's a very professional performance. I say that. There is some demos. Maybe it's a self-driving electric car, and that's why it's bumping into things, and we're seeing the demos. I mean, it's starting to make sense.
You've calculated it out.
It's
You figured it out,
starting to make
Tylacto.
sense. If there's nothing we haven't calculated, we did call we thought it would be 2-person, but there was a 3-person SETU meeting right off the kickoff at the start of Neo Tokyo when none of them took their corner boost. So clearly things we are saying are having a significant effect on the series, which hopefully will be the case given that I hope the next server we try out is a happy one for SETU, who, again, we saw this last series though as well from Grand Valley State against Dr. Buhmann. That final test lobby, it was tense getting them happy with that server, because you've got to think, I don't want to have a big excuse about wanting to blame the server. You don't want that. It makes you complacent. And on an elimination game, it's not the sort of thing you want to think about affording.
I agree with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with finding the right server and feeling confident in it, or at least that it is to an acceptable degree. But back on the St. Clair train, I'm back to the thought process of I'm not certain if there's another gear there. And the reason I say that is because in my mind, there's kind of a progression in an attack for Rocket League, right? You don't just go out there and throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. You'd like to have a bit more modicum of intent and control behind it, right? And so watching St. Clair for the first 3 games and just saying, like, okay, it's all bumps. There's a lot of physical play on the goal line. Like, yes, that will create a lot of opportunities to score, and yes, probably on a ping difference, type situation that can definitely result in a couple of runaway games and a lot of good pressure if you're willing to get those 50s and go for those 50s so aggressively. But at the same time, if you're going full bore just to try and keep max pressure and going full pressure just off the rip, yeah, you get a pretty good statistical chance to just kind of close it out, in 3, 4, or maybe even 5, 6, 7, right? They've set themselves up really, really well. But once SETU kind of says, okay, just don't get hit, because that's pretty much the only thing they've had going for it. It's getting hit and hitting peaking redirect shots out of the corner that are not something you can count on.
No.
So you need something else here to St. Clair, I think. You cannot rely on, we can just keep trying to hit him, because I am not confident that is good enough.
Yeah, I feel like their forced mistakes have devolved into forced discomfort for SETU, who, with their backs against the wall, have just kind of learned to live with it. And if those mistakes aren't forthcoming, St. Clair are going to need to find something else, whether that's brilliance or different ways to force and bring them forward, because SETU have got the ball rolling. Now, there is the speed bump of a server the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, but they are here. They have travelled that way, virtually at least, to DFH Stadium to take on their Canadian opposition out of St. Clair University in Windsor, just across the American border. And they may be a long way from home, our SETU, if DFH is to be canonically set there, which it isn't, but we're going to pretend it is, because they are here looking to make a historic fixture and get a second game on the board of what could be something special.
SETU looking to keep the train rolling, find a nice win in Game 4, but fortunately completely out of lives here. Shallow, a nice soft touch, but not the cleanest pickup from his teammates, as that will get pinched across net and just poked free by Tomster. Panda just going for any type of 50 to keep St. Clair from building pressure. There's an accidental backflip there from St. Clair, draws Christian in. Maybe he was letting Christian come take the ball, but not too sure why, as that one gets poked free. Vesh is in delay and buy time mode, as that's thrown out into the middle of the pitch and picked off by Shallow. Now SETU definitely dialed in here. They know what St. Clair's throwing at him now.
How do they choose to act on it? The important secondary follow-up question as Christian follows up on his second ball. Tomster, though, with the intercept that's quickly spilt to Vesh, who's wild across with the challenge. That falls to Panda, who's up and uncontested towards the ceiling, over the ball, but there's the contest. Well met by St. Clair.
Nice.
They can't get the ball past midline.
Good cut from Tomster. Panda keeping the pressure on, not allowing St. Clair to smoothly transition past that midfield line. Even if you can't get the 50, if you force them to give up the ball, it's functionally going to be the same thing if you have help over the top, as Panda will do just that. He'll get back to his teammate waiting over his head. Shallow's going to be by himself here. This is not a good situation, as Tomster and Panda both recognize they're too far forward, and now they don't have a lot of boost. St. Clair throws one into the front, as Tomster will clear it out. Open net back the other way if they can get there. Christian just says, somebody take it, bail me out.
What a back pass.
And St. Clair dodge a bullet.
Vesh up towards Christian, too committed from SETU, but the ball bouncing so high that Spoo's going to have such a difficult chance trying to carve something before SETU can get back and get forward is what they're now doing a few seconds on. Christian with a well-placed touch towards the corner will challenge Panda to create something of stature for St. Clair to deal with on defense. Shallow just drives straight into the ball. Not seen that one before, getting a demo in the process, but just once again he continues to prove the ironic nature of his name with great depth of offensive plays. But it's Tomster now on the defense past half-time, and it's getting very tense. I don't know about you, Cheese, but this being scoreless, I am once again of the sweaty variety, because that is cross-court. Vesh makes the touch, though.
I thought that was straight in.
Same.
I saw that pinch, was like, that's a pretty good line, but clearly not good enough. And a great save, poked it off the bar just in case it didn't go barring in. So then slowing down that 50 in the midfield. Christian getting blocked. That's a big dunk from SETU to keep possession over on the green side of things, but then recovering possession. his own quality block as that's on target. The demo comes through and Vesh will score.
Yeah. St. Clair sitting him down on the back line with the demo. Vesh just has to hit the target. It's opened up by Spoods and SETU. The count has started, but unlike an amazing British TV show countdown, it's a lot longer than 30 seconds. Had I get 1 minute and 40 seconds, I probably wouldn't struggle so much with finding words longer than 5 letters. But alas, at least for SETU, they have got time to work with, but it ain't going to feel like much.
Smooth is definitely in the bag. Trixie finds an open net. He plays a little mind game with the challenge in the midfield. Just goes right under him, lets the bump come through. Tomster never saw it coming, and Penn just walks in.
You napper, you get slapper. And it's happened again to SETU, who get caught. St. Clair with the physical play. They had it as the first card in their deck. This is no ace in the hole from them. Christian's coming forward again, and Tomster has to make the touch. He will. But SETU on the ropes, and they're not exactly rolling with the punches right now. Christian will get back with a punchy clearance, but this one is chaotic. It's all over the place, and now Tomster's back alone again, backwards again. But with the backflip, he buys time, and we're into the final minute.
Smooth operator from Vesh. Sure gave up possession, but doesn't allow a dangerous transition. That one is out and across. Finally, they catch SETU too far forward. Understandable considering the time constraint. Christian wins his race, wins a second one, and Vesh wins the third.
That's right. Christian pulling the plug, and Vesh sinking it. And SETU drowning in the occasion right now with a mountain to climb. Oh dear, oh dear. This really will have to be something more than special as Tomster goes Route 1 down the middle as the lads try to clear their lines, but the double commit from St. Clair rewarded with the pinch. Was it intentional? Let's pretend it was. Christian Bass passed one. The rebound just bundled in with brute force.
Man, you felt like they got a pretty decent, at least attempt at it here from Panda and Tomster. I mean, both had a pretty good line on that 50 despite having 0 and running into each other, but not enough. St. Clair poke it well out of reach. So I guess it turns out you don't need another gear. 5 is enough.
Yeah. And SETU are haunted by Bumping Ben, who sounds like the chief villain of a children's story, but this is a very real story for the students of Southeast Technological University. And like a great Shakespeare story, this one is a tragedy, I'm afraid. But for St. Clair, almost comedy. At the end, they've ran away with this Game 5. It's 4-0, and they will move on confidently with well-earned plaudits to the semi-final of this World Championship.
Yeah, gotta hand it to them. Quite a show from St. Clair. Come out there, drop the hammer on them, and say, next, thank you very much for your time. We'll see you later. So well played. And SETU, unfortunately, started to get something going, but eventually you can dodge and dip dive all you want, but not enough. Shallow, limited impact at the end of all things. Quite a player early on, but the old sub 100 in Game 5. Granted, you know, sub 100 isn't like the end of the world. It's more.
Oh, it is. It is. When it comes to mentality, double digits is not a positive term, and you don't want to hear it. But many of our viewers rightly will like to hear the fact that North America will have at least one team into the top 4 of this competition here on Championship Sunday. The only remaining question, of course, being, will there be 2? Because we have got South Mississippi up against King Abdulaziz. It is NA against MENA, our final quarterfinal, coming right up.
Hi everyone, I'm Pyro J, and today we're talking to the Rocket League esports team of Southeast Technical University in Ireland, or SETU for short. I'm joined along with the two stars, Tomster and Panda. Congratulations on qualifying for the UR Worlds tournament.
Cheers, thank you.
So go ahead and give us a slice of life as a SETU student.
So I live away from home. I live with two of my mates. One of them is on our team, Shallow. I live with him as well, and then I live with Solo as well. So, it's good fun. I enjoy my course. It's good fun. A lot of good people around, and everyone's pretty social as well. So it's nice.
The course, I like it a lot. Like you'll see a lot of people. They'll go to university and they'll pick a course and they mightn't like it. So I'd say I really enjoy it, and I've made a lot of good friends.
There you go. And how'd you get into Rocket League at the university? Was that promoted at the school? Did you already know you were going to do that when you joined?
I suppose when I started over 2 years ago now, our friend Liam goes by the name Solo. He was already playing Rocket League for the university. So when me and Shallow arrived, we already knew we were gonna play with him. So.
What kind of resources or support do you receive from the school? Or just what does it mean to you to compete under the SETU banner?
Yeah, they support us through us all, and even funded some of our travel up to collegiate final in Dublin. So I suppose we couldn't really be more grateful for their support. We're looking to be more supportive with us next year. We've got a few more sponsors and stuff, so hopefully there'll be bigger and better things. As well, being on a scholarship, the scholarship committee, they've supported me a lot through my last year here, since I applied, bursaries and extra help with my studies. So it's been fantastic, really. I believe we're the only university in the country to have the actual esports scholarship. I know Solo was on it 2 years ago, I think, and it was the first time the scholarship was awarded in the whole country.
Wow. You didn't have Panda for the last CRL Worlds competition. So I want to ask you, how does this addition to the roster change your expectations for the team competing international?
Definitely boosts our chance, a better finish. Panda's played at a better level than Liam has. He's just overall a better player. Definitely a big upgrade, and we're delighted to have him.
Panda, for you, when do you feel like you're most able to shine? What is the tempo that makes you work at your best?
I think when we're coming well, we're playing fast. It makes us all kind of get into a little bit of a rhythm, and that's when you get comfortable. Not complacent though, but you get comfortable and you start being able to make the plays that you want to make. And Shallow's always making just some ridiculous stuff. So when he's doing that, and we're all kind of common well, it's easy to get on the end of the stuff that he does or the stuff that Tom does.
I want to branch out a little bit from Ireland. I'm curious about what it's like overall competing in the esports scene at a collegiate level in Europe.
In Ireland, we don't really have much competition. So when competitions arise in Europe, we're hungry to play against better players, and for the second time in a row to be able to compete at an international level and play the best teams from both regions, and of course now this year the other regions.
And I think we're quite lucky as well, considering Rocket League, it seems to be, at least at an Irish level, the only esport that we play at an international level, where we play against other teams in Europe, the Counter-Strike teams. They haven't really branched out to play European tournaments, because I don't think they get European tournaments. So I think we're quite lucky that we have the chance to at least play in European tournaments, let alone an international tournament.
Now, I want to say this. I know SETU may not be the #1 seeded team in the tournament, but I know y'all got the winner's mindset. So what is your expectation and just overall goals for competing in Unirocketeers Worlds?
Hopefully making it out with Swiss. That's my ambition and my goal going into the tournament. And anything after that would be a bonus to me anyway. And I just can't wait to show people what we're capable of doing.
I'm the same. I'm just hoping to get out of Swiss. I think we have a reasonable chance at getting out of Swiss, so I think that's my goal, and again, anything else is just a bonus.
What do you guys think? Any team that you'd really like to play or compete against and see how you stack up?
We've played Berlin Phoenix already in UR Winter. it's a matchup I was looking forward to qualifying for the main event. But yeah, we're looking forward to playing them in main event anyway, for sure. And apart from that, I'd be interested to see how the teams that we haven't seen before play from the so-called minor regions.
I'd say the MENA team looks like interesting. Like, it looks like it could be pretty good. So yeah, it'll be fun. I don't know how well we do against them, but they look. It's interesting to see a MENA team in collegiate as well.
Final question for you. Any thoughts in general on the competition at UR World?
All in all, I'm glad that there's something that we get to play in this year, to see like the level of Rocket League that the smaller regions have, like, and hopefully they'll show up and put it up to us.
We haven't got to play in a while, like in terms of the collegiate level. Before the qualifier, we hadn't played together in I don't know how long.
You guys are excited to play again? I'm excited to see it again as well. So really looking forward to this weekend. Guys, from both Tomster and Panda, thank you so much for taking the time. And of course, coming up this weekend for Uni Rocketeers, we are looking forward to seeing more from SETU. Good luck to the both of you.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. And while we're just kind of finishing up with our quarterfinals of the day, I'm joined here with Ben of St. Clair after the big win against SETU. Ben, welcome in and congrats on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course. And listen, I feel like you're pretty happy right now because I listened in the interview with Seb that, of course, you guys expect to win. You want to win this tournament, but you also said that you'd be happy with top 4. So my question for you is, now that you're here in top 4, did it kind of go as expected, or were there some surprises along the way?
No, I would say so far I think we've performed pretty adequately. I was surprised to hear that the desk actually predicted SETU over us, all 4 of them. They are a good team, but I think they just play like a super passive style, and it doesn't work on the high ping at all, as you guys kind of saw. Like, they didn't win one on our server. So yeah, I think overall, like, we're pretty happy with it though, for sure.
I'm going to talk about those styles very shortly. I did have a couple comments I wanted to get through first, and that is that I consider your team of St. Clair the most global of this international tournament because you have 2 NA players and another player that's on EU ping, Vesh in Poland. So I want to ask you, has that actually kind of helped your team gain some confidence in this format, or does it instead bring unexpected challenges?
Yeah, no, I would say I think like having Vesh, because we've been scrimming EU and NA, so we kind of have a bit of experience like as individuals on both. No, I definitely think it gives us a bit of an advantage over the other teams. I wouldn't say it's like crazy or anything. I think, skill still reigns supreme, but yeah, no, definitely a bit beneficial. We're all more confident as individuals, so yeah, it's good for sure.
Speaking of confidence, you guys are all looking great out there, but Vesh has been an animal. Like, do you know what the diet's like in Poland? What are you feeding this guy? I mean, he is relentless. And speak as well to this passive versus, I don't want to call it aggressive, but very proactive style that you guys are taking here of St. Clair, and how that's worked so well for you guys, especially in this matchup.
Sure. Yeah, I think, again, as I said on the ping, like, we've found that waiting is just too difficult, like, especially when you play these mechanical teams. Like, SETU has 3 mechanical players. You just cannot read them when you give them space. So a lot of time you kind of just got to send it. Proactive, I think, is a nice way to call it. We just kind of turn our brains off and go sometimes. I think that's what you have to do. But no, to speak more towards Vesh, I mean, yeah, he's great. Obviously, adding him to the team has been huge. We have like a mechanical threat level that we wouldn't otherwise have without him. In terms of his diet, you'd have to ask him. I'm not too sure what he ate this morning, but yeah, he's playing fantastic. So we hope that continues for sure.
I'm so happy that you still commented on the diet question. It was totally unnecessary, but I love it. I will have to talk to him. Maybe here in Pittsburgh, I eat pierogies, and I know that's a good Polish dish. I want to also mention just about the pressure that you developed in this matchup. You forced Shallow to make 8 saves in one game. That is the most saves that any player has made in any game of this tournament. Did you sort of feel that in your playstyle through this match as well? Did you feel like you were spending like all your time on this other half of the field, or because that's I'm sure Shallow felt it on the other side.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we all looked at the score and we were like, holy crap, like they have a lot of saves. No, we're pretty locked in. Like, I wouldn't say we really consider too much the amount of pressure that we have versus not having. But no, yeah, I guess we would have been on the offensive end a lot that game. I mean, again, credit to them. Like, they were stalwart. Like, we found it really hard to get the ball past them. I think, yeah, just bumping, I think probably tilted them a bit. And then they kind of started to come out of net more, and that, freed things up for us.
Bumps were crazy at the beginning of the series. I think you got in their head early on. Final one for you, Ben, is that you play either a KAU or a USM next up on your way, hopefully for you guys to the finals. I'm curious, do you prefer either one in that matchup, and any other thoughts on that semifinals?
Sure. Preference, not really. I think I would probably predict USM. I would expect to see them. They're a really fast team. And yeah, I think for us, we'd like to beat them. We lost to them in the quals, actually. So yeah, I think that'd be a good vengeance matchup for us. But yeah, I would probably say USM.
All right, well, perfect, Ben. Congratulations again on your win. Thank you so much for the interview.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
We're going to send it right back to the desk to a very, very pleased and a happy Seb.
No, it said so in the stream title. It said, I told you so. I don't know what more you want. But
that's true.
Currently, that means the only ones with brackets that are alive and ongoing are the two Canadians in myself and Vaudable. So Ball Knowledge Awards, of course, goes to us thus far. That being said, St. Clair moving on to the semifinals here in a just beautiful, just great, nice fashion, proving everyone wrong. And with it, we will be moving on to our next and last quarter final this evening. It's going to be USM versus KAU. We have North America versus MENA in a collegiate tournament. And boys, this is one that I think, even though KAU, they were coming into it really hot, I think they let a couple people down with how far they ended up going in Swiss. It took a long road to get there. USM, on the other hand, they were able to get the sweep. Now, it's important to note that Tech Deck will be coming in for playoffs as the sub, so it won't be the full roster as Melodic is out. But, I mean, this is still a strong USM to contend with, even without Melodic Vaudable.
Yeah, it's going to be a very intense series for both of these teams. And I know in my personal bracket, I had KAU winning, but it is going to be played on EU servers, and I think that benefits KAU even more. If they did even have Melodic on their roster, I think they would have struggled in this specific matchup. Yes, they can play fast. Yes, we were hearing from Ben how USM is like a really good team in that fashion. We kind of saw during the qualifiers how dominant they were against that roster of St. Clair. But even then, playing with a sub after not playing with one yesterday, comparatively to what we saw with Genoa, I think this is going to be an uphill battle for this USM roster. I would love to be proven wrong again for them to come out on top, but KAU, I think they have a lot to prove in this series, and they have their roster and ping technically in their favor because they've played on EU servers so often, so it's going to be a tough journey for USM, but if they can do it, I mean, hey, more power to them.
Yeah, Gaugen, I'm kind of looking at this, and I kind of think like KU, as far as what would have happened if it was full-strength roster versus full-strength roster, I don't know. But I feel like KU have been given a lifeline here, and it's really on them to be able to take it and run away with it. They had a hard time in Swiss, very clearly, but now they're kind of given that lifeline to make it to semis, and it's on them to, seize it.
And this kind of single elimination playoff bracket at the end of the tournament is where you back MENA teams to thrive. They also have the experience of yesterday playing against 3 North American teams on EU servers, so ironing out those kinks, getting themselves set for this particular matchup. What I really like and what I want people to watch, we had a bit of a struggle yesterday with meaningful demolitions. KAU ranking in the top or near the top of the field in demos inflicted, meanwhile USM, even at full strength, ranking near the bottom of the field in terms of time on 0 boost. If you don't have the speed, you're liable to get caught, and if KAU come out strong in this series, they can really deliver some big punches.
And Max, when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing that USM, despite the fact that they don't have melodic, listen, I know that these players, I mean, when we saw originally USM get built, Audible, you would know this, when we saw this team get built, we're like, okay, this is a roster that has the capability to slap, because not only is it like melodic on the team, but it is all 3 members that are incredible players. So yes, they have a sub in Tech Deck, GC3 if I remember correctly, GC2, GC3. However, in this case, Zath and Astro, incredible players in their own right, and I think it's a roster that they really need to look at and be like, hey, they're not gonna have an easy ride.
Oh no, it's definitely not an easy one, and I still think that USM, even with Tech Deck, will be a formidable challenge. As you said, Astra and Zath incredibly strong, but also we've seen this component in Uni Rocket League, certainly on the European side far more recently as well, that one player that is of lesser skill level or lesser rank actually being like the one thing that makes the series very interesting from a tactical standpoint, because there are different ways to include that one player. We've seen with Berlin where, for example, Tigray and Gnakflo are more of that duo that move everything offensively and then Hyrule to fill in the gaps, but we've also seen at times that one player goes on offensively and is just at that enforcer, goes for bumps, goes for demos, tries to disrupt the opponent. So there's an interesting tactical element in this, and I'm looking forward to see how USM will bring Tech Deck into it. So honestly, that's what I'm watching out for the first opening 2 games.
All right, well, lobby is just about ready, so let's get into predictions now. Gaugen, this is a spicy one as well. As much as the situation might have changed things, I still think this might be a contentious series. So what's your prediction?
See, Mocked has it right on the nose. The first 2 games of this series are the most crucial. KAU want to deliver some fast punches. USM want to show us that Tech Deck on this roster does not make a difference. I think it does, and I think it hurts USM a little too much. This series can go the distance, but my official prediction is for KAU.
Audible. Yep.
So my bracket says KAU, but for the meme, I really want to go the opposite of that and go USM on this one. I don't know. There's something in the air when it comes to subs in World Championships. And last time we saw that happen with Canadian roster, it worked well enough for them to make it into the semifinals. This time with USM, I mean, if it happens, this would be the time for them to shine. So I'm going USM. For them to take it, I'd say in 7. But again, if I'm wrong, my bracket's correct, so I don't really care at this point.
No conviction to this man.
Yeah, dude, this dude is playing both sides, man. That's not fair. All right, Mark, go ahead.
No convictions, but I've got a conviction, and that was, even with melodic, I would say KAU win this one. They are my grand finalists from this top half of the bracket. I'm going to be looking very stupid if they move on here, but I think good things, they just take a while, right? A good wine needs to ferment, it needs to actually sit there for a few years. Rome wasn't built in a day, and KAU yesterday, it was a glimpse of what they could bring, and I think the peaks that were definitely there will be good enough to dismiss off this USM roster.
All right, well, with that, I am going to be taking KAU as well. I think, listen, I believe in the strength of the USM players, but I've casted USM a couple times, a few times. I've seen them play. Melodic is the guy. Not having him is a big step down for this squad, and it kind of reduces the level. I'm of the opinion that I still, it'd be a nice happenstance if they were to take the win, but I think KAU, they're going to come to form. They're going to have the full breadth of a best of 7 to work with in this upcoming series, which means we are finally ready to get into our last quarterfinal this evening. It is going to be USM of North America versus KAU of MENA. Two different regions coming together to face off in a world championship for the quarterfinals. Casters, take it away.
Hello.
Hello.
What do you mean? Crab Rave is great.
Oh, no comms.
Very quick to delve yesterday. I will admit, because you were high on KAU even before this announcement came out that we're getting a sub in place for USM, but the one worry I have going into this series is defense. I'm not too concerned with KAU on the offensive side of the ball, because if they move fast enough, confuse the new rotations that USM have to implement on both sides of the ball, that's all well and good. But on equal servers, KAU defensively, they need to be able to shore up their own backline as well, and I'm not sure that that was proven to be a tried and true system in yesterday's matches.
We shall see if it becomes a talking point against Southern Miss here. Long series incoming. That's also another part of the reason I have to give the edge to KAU. Again, the best of 5, I think once in a blue moon you can just see an upset happening, and that's the way she goes, right? Best of 7, you really got to put in the work. It's no easy task to close out any team, regardless of how good or bad you think they are or may not be. And at the end of the day, that's why we play the games. Kickoff time, and we'll see who earns first possession. And it will definitely appear to favor KAU.
A battle, regardless of the outcome, and leaving it all on the pitch is all you can hope for from these two sides. USM with a lot to prove to everybody, as if the 3-0 Swiss run was not enough. It's a new dawn, a new day, a new life, and here on Sovereign Heights, USM have to be feeling good, certainly with a starting goal. Astro can't get anything going immediately, but you like the early pressure, especially considering the fact KAU took that first kickoff.
Definitely an aggressive stance with the early demos as well. Astro comes up empty, didn't really have any help. Not sure it would have made a significant difference either way. But USM definitely now the better, now that they've settled into the play. They haven't really allowed KAU to regain the attacking potential, as that one just get kicked out, all bouncing around. Finally a seam found by Nimmo, and 1v2 here as he will go for the edge of the bump, and actually almost squeezed that one in.
Slip right through. Tech Deck gotta be careful on those crossbar shots, but seeing their way through, USM push back the other way. Not really a whole lot of formation, however, and KAU finally get their first true sense of offensive pressure, threatening again, but it's Nimmo down below, all eyes to the skies, and the shot finds its way in.
I think this one, the product of ping for defense, the shot just comes from so close. Oh, I guess they hadn't landed yet either, okay. It looked like initially that they were both just sitting there on the goal line. I was like, why did nobody jump? But no, they tried.
Certainly were airborne. Maybe not in the general vicinity, but close enough to at least make it look like they'd get a touch on. Bit more wheels on the ground this time around, but another low shot, quick and easy, beautiful setup to this one. 1, 2, 3.
That is a nasty kickoff for sure. And Zath rotating back to net. There was no world where he was going to be able to defend that, especially with the extra touch off the back wall. Excellent kickoff from KAU, and a chance for a third goal now as Tech Deck stretching will just get that out to the safety of the corner.
It's great to see from Tech Deck, but USM have to get more aggressive. KAU want nothing more than to take this supposed ping advantage, even though we're on a neutral server, and just run wild in the offensive zone. They're looking to do just that. Shot after shot registered. No third goal just yet, but USM, again, the boost struggles are going to rear their ugly heads over and over again.
You say that, and it crops up almost immediately. Khaled just pokes it to the corner. You can see Zath just saying, I have no other choice. I have to wait and hope they give me something I can actually reach. Kept him at arm's length, and an easy 3-0 lead now.
And it's not to make excuses. Seems like the server has gone somewhat south for USM. They'll try to grab one back. Couple of chances. Astro again. And it's a point that I think we'll discuss a bit more as the series goes on. Astro and Zath specifically. I feel comfortable having that pair here and subbing whoever you want, whether it be Tech Deck or another player in, but it's all about them finding the resources to pull off the plays that they need. Now hard strung on defense, but as soon as they get that offensive look, Astro and Zath moving forward, it's a duo I don't want to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah, the hard part will be, do they have the ability to maintain possession through an already, as we know, aggressive midfield line from KAU, as Nimmo will put in number 4 here. Is look at this touch from Evil. Says, yeah, I'm just going to jam it right in your face. And again, that booster problem for USM.
It's that duality of unrelenting pressure, but it happens so quickly that USM, they just have to trust themselves on the defensive jump. Again, favoring the attacking side. KAU know exactly what level of control they want to exude over this match, and they've done it. The most important games in this series are the games that kick us off, but with 2 minutes and change to play, I don't know if you want to count USM out, because they finally get a look here.
Oh, great speed from Zath. Just decided to commit all the way with that transition from Astro, no matter how telegraphed it was. It worked out perfectly. Ball in the right spot, got it with power, and with ping, no shot on the line.
Have to have that faith in each other. You can see Astro and Zath again trying to move up as that battery. Zath to the corner, looks back in towards the middle. All of a sudden the wheels start turning. Tech Deck gets a piece of the action as well.
They make a game of it, and that physical play from Astro paying big dividends there. It pulls Khaled up the back wall, and as he tries to dismount, I mean, there's just too much of the net to try and cover, and Southern Miss not going to miss that chance. So -2 with 2 minutes to play. They're on good pace to make it all the way back.
Try and stay close to the ball as much as possible. Midfield block, and Astro looks to pick up the pieces, but gone by the wayside, side to side now. Astro again gives chase, low boost, but it doesn't matter. Evil forced into the backflip save, followed through from Zath, and still lingering in the corner as Tech Deck rotates in.
No, definitely not the greatest read on defense there, but thankfully had a few teammates in line to bail him out. As now KAU re-obtaining what they thought they should have never lost, offensive control, as a nice demo in the net, but unfortunately USM not content to let them hang around. I think the long clear game is definitely a good way to go if you're getting outspeeded, because you just have to force them back. You have to create a little bit of separation at the least.
Look to do just that. 1 minute to play here in the game. KAU firm control, it feels like, since we got that 2-goal scare from USM. Just trying to keep things close, keep the ball glued to those cars, even if they're not taking the immediate shot on, just keeping control of the play. We finally see USM push up with a little bit of boost in the tanks, and Astro makes it work all the way to the back wall for Zap to touch home, and we are not done yet.
I thought for sure they had this clear in the bag right here. Khaled not really worried about it, but he slightly misreads it, almost gets back to make the stop, but not quite enough. So within 1 and still on good pace. 42 seconds is a long time.
Off the kickoff, it's KAU with a decent touch, but shot right back at their top corner. Good early jump from Khaled, trusting the process. Nimmo will secure the clear, at least as far as the corner goes. Nice lob right up to Khaled. 1-2, no doubt about it. KAU, some more security.
Don't overthink it if you're KAU here. No reason to try this shot if you're Khaled. Just throw it down into the middle. It's a much easier goal for your teammate. Don't overplay it. They get a big insurance goal. Chop a few seconds off the clock. Maximizing value there.
No stranger to high-scoring series. Tech Deck gets a little bit of clear air, but sends the ball high up off the back wall. Astro still gets a double for what it's worth. Zath has a full tank of boost. Will double himself, but Astro can't follow through. Nothing in the tank left to give to that play, and KAU survive a bit of a scare here, barring a miracle and a kickoff goal. It'll be KAU heading into a 1-game lead in this quarterfinal.
Really nice opening salvo for sure. Came out firing, didn't slow up the whole time. Few questions still on the defensive side, you mentioned it, but feels like small tweaks. Didn't really feel like, if they get more of those leads, I think they're in good shape. But the only real play I think that actually beat them was that transition from Astro and Zath. That was just perfectly placed. I mean, pass and shot. So USM find a couple of really nice opportunities, but ultimately not enough to keep KAU at bay. That aggression out of the midfield, pretty big and pretty powerful to handle.
And I feel like that's why I want to focus so much on Astro and Zath as a pair, because again, you can make so many points about the ping situation, both teams just having to trust themselves on defensive reads before they can even see where the ball's going. But offensively, I kind of want to see Astro and Zath take the driver's wheel in a sense and let Tech Deck play that anchor role, see what you can do as a duo, and go from there, because if everything is working against you in terms of unfamiliarity, both on the server side, on your opponent's side. Stick to what you know best and then move on from there as we get into the rest of the series. Don't try to rewrite the playbook at the very start of things. You know, start innovating as soon as you establish that groundwork.
Yeah, if you feel confident in Tech defensively, I definitely agree. If there's no problem with them thinking that, hey, you know, we've got a decent rock back there in Tech, that's not a bad try. In fact, it's probably the best one you got.
Right.
Because otherwise you're just betting on, you know, unknown X Factor, which not a lot of people are a big fan of going for when it comes to competition, but who knows? If it happens, if it happens. Tech, if you get a chance for the flip reset out of the middle of the field, please just absolutely drill it top right or left corner and make everyone go, well, hang on a second. Let's consider this a little more completely.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, we know USM. They want to make those big plays. They want to send shockwaves and make this a series that's not them going quietly through KAU and meandering their way. They want to make their name known. They wanted to win this entire event. And they've still got great ambitions to get there. This series is not far gone. But if we're moving past what USM can do as a team on their own right to win these, moving more towards what they can do against their opponents, obviously the boost struggles are big for USM, but as soon as they get those resources, they're able to get in the face of KAU more. It's Nimmo specifically, at least in this first game, that's having a more prolific offensive output, converting 4 of 6 shots in a game where KAU scores 5 total goals. So that's something you got to watch out for. KAU, no strangers in this event to high scoring games, but you kind of wonder if that's going to be the continuation or if it's going to be more of a three-headed hydra.
Do you remember if the assists were spread out by chance?
The assists for the first game. Oh, that's a really good
if you
question.
don't remember, it's not a big deal. I was just curious because it's like, well, if he's putting away 4, that's pretty good. If it's all coming from one guy, then I'm like, well, hang on. I don't. He's the one doing all the hard work, right?
Yeah.
Who can say, though?
Well, we've got an official answer. It's Khaled with 4 assists. So 4 assists to Nimmo's 4 goals right there. I mean, you want to talk about the duo synergy. There's your conversation.
Yeah, you found it. Khaled with 4 assists, that's pretty good. It's not often you have a game with more than 2, that's for sure.
Right.
So really a nice opening from both of them as well. Gotta give credit where it's due at the end of the day. But we have found a new server, settling in for game 2. Well, USM, I don't think, you know, you could have done a whole lot in game 1. I think game 2, if I'm gonna start anywhere, I actually want to start on kickoff. I want to guarantee possession off kickoff. That's the only thing I want. I want to have my team have time to get boost and get set before we have to handle KAU coming at us full bore.
In the words of one Ty Lacto, kickoff, a guaranteed 50. Seems like KAU has been pretty solid in the 50-50 department, at least when it comes to kicking off the game. They still had some pretty solid possession, and they maintained it a little better this time than they did in the first game. It results in an early goal.
Zath trying his best to get back behind Astro here, but Evil, goodness me, touch off the ceiling, have it bounce down, catch it with a flip reset, and turn it into the net. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I don't know how many people are stopping that.
It's like about the big impact plays. I mean, there's your play from KAU. There's a huge cacophony of something happening in the middle of the field, but Astro will try to capitulate there with a demolition, give themselves a little bit of space, but it's still Evil first to the ball, pressing the issue for KAU, and really trying to batter down the defensive wall of USM, which, if we're going to go back to that conversation and think, do USM have the faith in Tech Deck to be the defensive rock? Well, they didn't really have faith in him to carry a whole lot of boost last game, and it's clear that it's not quite working out still.
Carving him up, Evil recognizing that Tech Deck just doesn't have the speed to catch up to him, elects to go off the ceiling, drives one down into the middle, and then just cuts it down in bottom left corner. Nice bit of, kind of keep away from KAU right there.
See if they can continue it. It doesn't look Very solid for USM in terms of where they want to be, the spacing that they've got moving forward. Challenges connecting, but using so many resources. Nimmo finally removed, but Zath overshoots the ball, and KAU have a very strong stance coming out of the midfield to get this shot off. Contested early by Astro, a theme that we'll see continued into the rest of this series, but hopefully the defense cleans things up, because that is messy, messy, messy.
There was a demo on the goal. Oh, Tech Deck hit Astro. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, how do we have two people coming across the ball and no one's able to make what looks to be a very routine clear? Well, there's your answer. And no one goes for kickoff either. Oh no.
So at what point, we had this conversation about game 1 of a best of 5. Does game 2 of a best of 7 qualify as a go next? Because to be fair, we were in a very similar position in game 1, and USM made somewhat of a run out of it, but that is a deflating goal if I've ever seen one. Zath tries to answer, but Nimmo will clear.
Yeah, kickoff goals like that when you're down 3 and you have just under 4 minutes to play, you say, okay, it's not going to be easy, but we can get it done. But it's one thing to have a kickoff go wrong and give up 4. It's a complete other thing to just have nobody go at all. And get scored. That really does take the wind out of the sails, because it's like, okay, something is definitely wrong here in terms of comms. Here comes goal number 5. Yes, GG go next.
Right. I don't think you could draw a clearer example of a pace difference between two teams than that entire sequence, because the ball was hovering around the crossbar, and yet every single 50, if you want to call it a 50, favored KAU. They had the pace, they had the touch they needed, and eventually find the goal. I do expect USM to sit back a little bit here, because what do you even do against stuff like this?
Chill, they're already dead, man. Run the clock out, get to game 3. Don't blow it all here if you're KAU, that's for sure. You've put up 6. Honestly, just rotate back to your half, send one guy out of the midfield every time, and just air dribble it into the corner, take as many 50s as you can, and let's all move on.
Yeah, we've certainly got that mentality from some players. I think Zath specifically took a little longer than usual to get the wheels moving off the goal line, but I'm not going to blame Zath. In the same situation, I would have a much worse mental state of recovery. No blame whatsoever. It's just about approaching halfway through game number 2. KAU, I mean, granted, USM made the run. I have to keeping myself in check, but nope, no, never mind.
He did us a favor. He missed it on purpose.
Right, yeah. Spared us all from an absolute... I mean, if he scores that, I feel like it's worth 2 games at that point.
yeah, just move up to 3-0. Let's say, good luck.
Right.
Now he's trying to pogo. Now they're just seeing what they can get away with.
I guess the real question is, who switches to Cybertruck into the next game number 3?
Nobody switches to Cybertruck.
Okay. Well, Astro with a solid
the
shot.
Real ultimate flex would be switching to the Dominus.
I don't think this lobby is prepared for that, though. That brings a sheer amount of raw power that neither team fully feels ready to wield just yet.
I feel that's the case for most of the Rocket League community. Yep. I stand firmly in the idea that the Dominus is actually a much better car. It just has some pretty big downsides for how the game is played currently, in the fact that it is so hard to 50 an octane against the wall. That car is so fat, and the Dominus is so skinny, man. That's its one big downfall, as that one will actually get own goal. There is number 7. The real question, do we make a trip down to South America? The hotels are nice, the pools are warm, we keep things well in order, but do we actually go?
See, I love this though, because you make me feel so seen with those comments, because in the very short and not at all illustrious career of me playing this game, for some unknown reason to the universe, I would only ever perform well in Dominus. And it just, like, I could not explain it. I would play all of my casual games in Octane. You know, when the Fennec came out, I switched to that. But it was always Dominus competitively. So maybe that is the key. But the real question is, who makes the switch? Who
are they just
is the
waiting in
difference?
net?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it
It's
would
just sitting there like, okay, guys,
it wouldn't
come
be
on.
USM if they weren't to do this. So.
Do not score 8, please. Yeah, they're jumping up there on the backboard like, no.
Right.
I don't care what it is you're about to do, but it's not going in the net.
The laziest of hands being put up in front of the target. 30 seconds left in this eventful game number 2. I mean, hey, KAU, again, no strangers to high-scoring games. They just are locking things down, which is a sight to behold. Certainly one of the games we've had this tournament.
Didn't even really have to play defense this game. It was put up 4 goals in 1 minute and 15 seconds and then have the other team just collapse and give up. That's the ultimate defensive performance of only offense.
And finally, we move on. Felt like an eternity, but yeah, I know. We are 2 games into this best of 7, and honestly, I hope we go the distance. I hope we go the distance, and I hope we get
you want the
double-digit
rally?
goals. Yeah, I really do. I genuinely do. It seems as though this series may take a little while, though, and I don't want to come to assumptions or speculations, but we are going to shortly dip behind the curtain here. But before we do, is there anything logical, since I know you've got a massive brain? Okay, never mind, forget everything I just said. We are hearing from the wonderful wizards of the production world in our ears that this series has, unfortunately for the viewers at home, come to an end abruptly and early, with KAU moving on to the semifinals. I don't really have anything else to be able to explain that. Achieves?
Yeah, that's just a straight up USM says, look, dude, we just got bodied and we know we have no shot. GG, you can have it. I guess that's the idea. I don't know if I respect that or not. I mean, I think you kind of owe it to yourselves to at least play it out, but I guess they don't want to sit there and get 7 put on them and have to play a 9-minute game in what could easily be 5.5. So, fair enough, I suppose, but hey, KAU, way to go out there, swing Thor's hammer as hard as you possibly can, and just break the spirit and say, nope, get out.
Did we not say the first 2 games of the series were the most important? Little did we know that they were the only 2 games of this series. But I'm right there with you. I think KAU, obviously, extenuating circumstances are going to happen. I'm sure USM would have loved to play this out in a different universe and get through this event, potentially win it. They had one of the strongest chances of our North American sides to do so, but we're going to let hypotheticals sit in the vast expanse of space that they exist in for a reason and stay firmly set in reality. We have KAU advancing to the semifinals. Speaking of, that's all 4 quarterfinals done, the semifinals, and then the grand final, all today, coming up after this short break.
My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Welcome back, everyone. Host muted himself here because VMix was on earlier, so you can hear me. But we are firmly back now. That was the series of all time. Now we can move on to the semifinals of this tournament. Let's take a look at our bracket as it stands now. On the top side, we are going to have St. Clair College versus KAU after KAU so decisively swept USM in the quarterfinals. In the bottom side, we have Dr. Buhmann versus Genoa. That is what many people think may be the final in that semifinal. Of course, this is the start of the semifinal, boys. You guys feeling good? Vaudable, you feeling all right?
Yeah, I mean, you and I, we have our brackets correct for now. Games don't really matter as much, but we'll see how far that continues and how these other teams show up as best they can. I mean, we both predicted that Genoa will eventually win, but Dr. Buhmann, they've looked good. I mean, they look really solid against GVSU, all things considered, in that series. And I think Genoa, I think they have a lot to prove in this one. We heard from the interview the 100% goal participation from their star player, outside of Arju, of course, and putting in the same work in the exact same role. Basically, it's working out well for Genoa. And Dr. Buhmann, they have their work cut out for them in this revenge match. Again, this is the defending world champion and unofficial world champion, whatever you want to say, facing off against each other in this specific matchup. So it's going to be a good one.
Well, with that, let's get into our first series. As Vaudable alluded to, it is Dr. Buhmann versus Genoa. This is to many people what could be the final here. We saw a glimpse of it in Swiss where Dr. Buhmann was able to edge it out in a best of 5. But now we have a full best of 7 to play with. Genoa was able to beat Berlin in the quarterfinals 4-2, and Dr. Buhmann was able to handle GVSU 4-1 in their respective quarterfinals. Both these teams coming in looking incredibly good thus far. This is a rematch that has been building up.
It certainly is. I mean, not just in this event with the Swiss fixture that we had, but in previous iterations, these teams have gone back and forth. Now, if you take this entire tournament out of the equation, you favor Genoa, because Dr. Buhmann's run of form, especially domestically, has not been the strongest as of late. Now, let's add on a caveat to the fact that Dr. Buhmann placing, 3rd or 4th domestically is a pretty big underperformance for that roster. So it speaks volumes to what we expect from SETU and Fabzo. But at the same time, I know this is Genoa without Arju, but to beat that team consistently and repeat the same success they had in the Swiss stage of this event, you need that consistency on your own front. I know Dr. Buhmann have it, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to believe it here until I see it.
And Vaudable, we were talking about Dr. Buhmann a little bit. Genoa is a team that, even though they are playing with the sub, they're still playing incredibly good. They're playing to their strengths, though Dr. Buhmann is another challenge in its entirety. And I think both, we have analysts across the board that are going for both of these different teams. How are you feeling on the series?
I'm feeling pretty good on this. I mean, I can give my prediction if we're ready for it as well on this one, too.
Yeah, let's do it.
I think this is going to be Genoa taking this 4-2. If they want the confident victory against the squad to go all the way and take down the winner of St. Clair and KAU, they have to win, in my opinion, 4-2. If they go 4-3, or if they lose, of course, so they have no chance there. But regardless, they need a confident victory here to use that energy forward into the final. Because again, they're not playing 2 series back-to-back. They have a little bit of a breather. They might not have the momentum off of a win, so they need that 4-2 victory to at least feel a bit more confident themselves.
And Mox, what is your prediction? How are you feeling on this series without being biased?
I was gonna open with that because I'm not as biased as you are, Seth. So despite my Germanic heritage, I would consider myself quite level-headed when it comes to predictions, as long as the UK isn't involved. So for me, this is sort of a interesting matchup because, as Gauguin said, yeah, Dr. Buhmann have been strong domestically, but Germany is also very strong domestic, just university scene, right? We've got Berlin, we've got Kidd, we've got Kiel even, who have finished top 8 in winter. So, being top 4, yes, it sounds bad, but it's like saying you finished 4th in CRL in national playoffs. It's like, it's not bad. It's not bad at all, right? But still,
I'd say there's something about this Genoa side, and they showed us against Berlin, where even when Berlin came back, Genoa was able to abstain from getting wound into the dark spell of Berlin and denying Berlin what Berlin do best, and that's just winning when even though they don't look particularly good. And that fills me with confidence to say Genoa will do the same to Buhmann. Yes, Buhmann won yesterday, but today it's Championship Sunday, and I think Genoa are gonna take it once more, but this time not a reverse sweep like the last one.
Chad is like flabbergasted by that.
I know. They are absolutely, flummoxed at the fact that Mocked would go the other way. I am going to do the boys at Buhmann justice and give them my prediction. It's against what I said in the beginning of this event, but I have a gut feeling that they can repeat that same Swiss stage success. I back them to win this series.
I am gonna go for my bracket in Genoa, mainly because one, I think Hyder is peaking right now. The dude is balling, and he is kind of taking that place for Arju a little bit. And again, with the sub in, who isn't a sludge by any means, it is very much a case where Genoa, I think, despite the fact that they have a sub, they are still playing to their strengths, and really not that they don't need Arju by any means, but I think they're filling the gaps very comfortably for them, and I think it's really working out for them. So I'm going to take Genoa here, and with that, that is our predictions for this evening. Both of the teams are in this lobby for what will be our first semi-final. It is again for the World Championship here. The semi-final champions on each side. Genoa versus Dr. Buhmann. Our first semi-final of the evening. Casters, take it away.
Rewind to the summer of 2023. Dr. Buhmann shows up at the World Championship. They got an owl as a mascot, and everybody's like, who are these guys? They don't have a chance. And then they win the whole thing. And here we are, just over a year later, months, and we've got this Genoa team that's this big juggernaut. They have all these impressive stats. Hyder is playing better than anybody's played in a collegiate event ever, it seems. Buhmann doesn't have a chance. Or do they?
I don't know about doesn't have a chance. Look, this is a team that took Genoa to the very edge last time they played, or at least, last time they played in a really significant moment. They were reverse swept, but they had Arju against them on that occasion. I think Buhmann could take this one, and in fact, I predicted them to take this one in 7. I will say, though, it's going to be close, whatever happens, and I'm here for it. I'm ready for it, and I can't wait to see how it all pans out. And right now, it's Barris, the substitute for Genoa, putting an absolute laser to the top corner.
Well, Barris in this event, that, by the way, that's his 20th goal of the tournament, is proof positive that if given the opportunity, some people can perform some real great acts. And so far, he has been outstanding for Genoa.
Barris, a big part of putting that team together as well, getting them all on the same page at the same university and institution and on a team. I had the honor of hosting Genoa's run last year in EURC, the early stages of it. Barris hosted alongside me, and bringing that team together was a feat in itself, and I think University Rocket League is definitely better for it. At least the competition, the ceiling of skill is higher for sure, and it's wonderful to watch them on this stage. We wanted a little bit of rivalry with the Germans. Someone else had to take the reins, and they've done that, but only briefly here in game number 1. Fabso, the latest to score, leveling it up here at 1 apiece.
Dr. Buhmann's leading scorer has done it again. Well over 20 now for the event, as everybody else just tries to keep everybody other than Hyder, of course, who's looking for more, but this time denied by SETU. Hey, what, when you see a team win a world championship and then they return the whole roster, you just go, well, you got to knock out the champ eventually. You certainly don't get any split decisions. You don't just kind of become the favorite over them, as Dead will score from the doorstep and everything falls apart on the kickoff.
They are just not letting us have a chat whatsoever. It is end to end. It is all action. Multiple goals here in the opening 93 seconds. Genoa up by 1 now. We have yet another kickoff. And I don't know if I can handle it if it just keeps on going like this. SETU's got a good opportunity to keep up the trend. Hyder gets in the way and the follow-up is impeded. Fabso has a double tap attempt and he succeeds with it. He just fell onto this. I didn't think he had a hope of getting this on target, let alone with any kind of power accuracy. He got a bit of both and some help from a friend to get rid of the defense. And my goodness, 4 goals now in the opening 2 minutes.
Two teams that have only conceded about 2 or less goals per game. They don't give up many shots. Oh, throw that all out the window here in this semifinal. Big time shootout in game 1. 2-2. Still 3 minutes remaining. Zai taken out. So that'll leave Hyder with the ball, but he couldn't get to it. So now that's left for Barris to win a challenge back in. And Zai's awkward on the back wall, and Barris will score.
That's just 2 misreads on the near post. Well, no, it was Hyder that we'll call it a fake. He's thrown Zai off. I'm not going to lie, I thought that was a Buhmann defender. But it wasn't, and in the end, they are able to take advantage, Genoa. And our 5th goal now. This is absolutely wild. I do want to remind you and chat, Buhmann, the team to concede the least amount of shots so far in this tournament. They are number 1 on defense, if you're going to use that as a metric. And they are here conceding 3 in the opening half of game 1. And I'll remind you as well, no ping disparities. We will not be switching servers. These are 2 EU sides, so there's no copium for anyone.
Well, Genoa knows they have to score just a truckload of goals here in this series, because that's exactly what Buhmann did to them in a best of 5. Outscored them 14-9, but everybody got involved in the act. 5 out of Fabso, 5 out of Sai, and then 4 and 4 out of Zeto. 4 goals, 4 assists. I mean, everybody was involved in the act, so Genoa knows that Buhmann can be greater than the sum of their parts. They showed it firsthand. And Genoa coming out making a big statement with 3 quick goals, even though they've conceded a couple on the other side. Things have kind of stabilized now as we've passed the midway point. And now it's Fabso looking for more. Has both goals so far on feeds from Zai, but not this time.
Greater than the sum of their parts is a fantastic way to describe Buhmann. I mean, I think they showed that when they won the championship, right? The World Championship. And I think individually, these players, no matter what team they're on, they've shown the ability to just slide in and figure out their role within those teams. All of these players in the EU bubble scene have upset teams that are, hypothetically or theoretically better than they are. These players know how to beat good mechanical teams or whoever is in front of them. And they do so on the regular. Right now, they're going to have to do it from behind. This last minute has Buhmann at a deficit. Only 1 goal, though. And they will continue to attack. Sai was the one to find the highlights in the previous series. We'll see if he can replicate that here in the final minute of game number 1.
There's 3-2 with about 3 minutes left, and since then, nothing. Hyder trying to barrel his way through. Dead with the follow-up. Kind of put the brakes on, and Fabso just about put that over his head. Still 25 seconds, though. And maybe the knockout blow from Barris. I was about to say that Dr. Buhmann's got to get out of their own zone quickly to give themselves a chance, but it doesn't matter. Zai got the boost, couldn't catch up to the ball. Barris from dead, 4-2.
What a performance from the substitute who, look, I don't think he would be offended by me saying this. I would rank at 6th best player in this lobby, if I'm completely honest. But what a performance from him. Multiple goals scored throughout the tournament. I think you said 20, so that's what, he's 22nd at this point. Yeah, Achieves earlier in the day said all you want from a substitute in this kind of situation is just a player in midfield to challenge early, put a hand up, disrupt the opposition, and let your so-called better teammates kind of take the lion's share of the offensive responsibilities and play around you. Well, I mean, Barris, he's getting himself forward. Yes, he's throwing the hand up in the midfield. Yes, he's playing disruptive. but he's getting on the end of what seems to be everything at this point. It's a wonderful game to set up this series, I think. I think this is two sluggers that are going to just trade blow for blow, and they've done exactly that here in game number 1.
I mean, listen, there's a trap that a lot of players fall into way too often, where it's like, well, you can't win us the game, just don't lose it for us if you're subbing in like this. And Barist has not taken that mentality at all. His teammates have not set that expectation at all. Barist is an equal with them, and that's what I think helps them kind of work as a full unit. It's not just, okay, we're playing with a sub, let's like try to be safe and make him comfortable. Like, no, he's one of us, and it's working. He's got the hat trick here, and you could say, yeah, you know, you rank him wherever you want on paper in the lobby. He's the best player in the lobby. In fact, he's shooting over 100% right now. He didn't get credit for a shot on the third goal because it was right there in front. He couldn't even register as a shot. 3 goals from 2 shots, a 4-2 win for Genoa, and that's what Dr. Buhmann has to contend with. Barist, he had 5 of his own in the first series where they met yesterday. So they know what Barist is capable of. Can they slow him down? So far, the answer is no.
And look, mechanically, all right, he might be the weakest. I said I place him 6th. But this is a player with experience. It's not like he's just subbing in for the first time at this kind of level. He has played Uni Rocketeers tournaments in the past. He's played throughout the continent. He's been around forever. Literally years has Barist. He is no young blood, that's for sure. So he's going to slot in. He's going to figure out his role in this kind of team, and he's going to always perform well. And, I mean, we described Buhmann as better than the sum of their parts. Forget that for now. This is just a wonderful finish from Hyder. Dead picks the pass out to perfection.
Little bouncer. Okay, you lose style points. Doesn't matter. Make it 30 goals for him. He was coming in averaging a goal and a half per game. All the eyes, of course, on Hyder, except maybe the Buhmann players themselves know how dangerous Barist really can be, as he has been deadly. He's got 8 goals in this head-to-head matchup alone. As that goes all the way across, Barist is there, but he couldn't get the Buhmann clear. And that'll let Zai come up, but Hyder's there. Barist off to the right, and the pass never comes out. Hyder and Dead run into each other. This is a free opportunity. Fabso, bar down and in.
Goodness me. Just spotted the opportunity for the long shot deep within his own half. Chips Barris, who probably could have gotten up there with a little bit of extra warning, but couldn't get the touch onto the crossbar, and I thought for a moment it was going to be bar down and out, but no. Buhmann get the equalizer. They've got a chance here off the kickoff, but the first touch from Sai, not ideal. He's done well to turn it towards net and put it into a threatening area, but it will be dealt with. And Hyder, a weak clear, the shot to the top corner, but Barist is waiting.
There's some mistakes you really can't expect to get away with, and Genoa got away with one. But Buhmann, as a collective team, came up way too far. Barris now, off the backboard, Zeto's got it away. Much better this time around, but now Dead up the ladder. Little to work with, got it down at least. But now Barris has to retreat. That corner boost looking really appealing, but he didn't get a piece of that ball and has to make the save on a tough shot.
He's doing it all. He's scoring. He's had 2 fantastic top corner saves in the last minute or so. Might be called on again here. Not much boost in the tank for him or his teammates, and that's a shot to the top shelf. Dead deals with it, but Sai, relentless, picks out Zeto, who I think was hoping for a double. Didn't really have the boost or the direction for it. Sai flips under that ball. Zeto takes over, and that should be cleared away. It's booming, and Barist is up. Could he find another? We'll call that a fake, and Fabso does well to just chip that over the defender on the bounce. And things will calm down for the moment, but Barist turns on it! And I thought, for just the barest of moments, that he could have turned that in.
Well done. Zai, way downfield with Dead collecting a full tank, and then nobody went for the ball there. Dead and Barris just kind of almost looking at each other, like expecting one to go. Who would have thought Dead would have gone after collecting the full boost, but either way, they're still moving downfield. Dead shot easily dealt with, and the rebound cleaned up by Zai.
I'm not going to lie, after that last series, this one's got me smiling. Just good Rocket League. I say that as there's a team bump, but it's quick, it's mechanical, and there's mistakes galore, which is just entertaining. But I feel like they're forced errors at this point. It's hard to keep up, even when you're used to this kind of pace. Just having to constantly turn, constantly challenge, not let any ball go unimpeded. And I mean, goodness, any lobby with a player who is as on fire, as in form as Barrist is going to be a fun one right now. Dead, though, looking to take a piece of his pie, and he does eat. 2-1 now for Genoa.
Add another to Dead's impressive tally after that great feed from Hyder. Zai did what he could. In the end, shot just got around him with a $1.20 to go. And it's 2-1 now, Genoa, looking to, again, start off a series up 2-0. It got a little dicey in their previous series with Berlin earlier. We'll see if they can hold a two-game lead if they get there, as Dead manages to get through there, and Fabso will sweep this away. Things were brewing there for Genoa, and you can tell just mechanically they seem to have a significant advantage. But again, they're going against a team that I think has to, just by default, have much better chemistry.
I mean, talking about mechanics, Dead was going for a pogo or a plan B, whichever train of thought or school of thought that you ascribe to in that particular situation, but couldn't quite get the bounce he wanted. But I'm here for the not oft-seen attempt in a 3v3 matchup. Usually you just don't have the time or the space, but time and space is both available for Zai, but he can't make good on it. He needs some help from his friends, and Fabso provides at the near post, slamming that one in. Oh, Dead and Barris just couldn't quite synchronize on that defensive play.
It's almost criminal that Zai didn't finish that off after all that hard work. But then Fabso has all 4 goals, by the way, for Dr. Buhmann Academy. May add another. Immediately following the kickoff, flip reset. Falls short, taken away by Dead. Now Zeto's shot, just testing Hyder, keeping him honest. And now the final 10 seconds with overtime brewing here between Genoa and Dr. Buhmann Academy. Oh, the cross just missing its mark. But now Zeto on the counterattack, trying to break their hearts, and Hyder says absolutely not. Nobody else makes contact, and we go to OT.
Sketchy moment there as that ball spilled across net. Any kind of touch from any of the players involved, and it could have been the end of the game before OT. Oh, Hyder has a chance to double that, but he's just bumped off it. And you said Fabso, the only one to score for Buhmann. There were calls in the chat for Sai to step up and take over, and I want to add my voice to that. He's been missing somewhat. For me, the real impact player of this Buhmann side, at least offensively, with the just pure ability to create from nothing at times, but he's been a little bit quiet. He's been unable to really lock in, and it's Fabso going up for his 5th goal in the series, but denied. Zeto out of the play. Hyder in the corner doesn't get the pinch, I think, that he wanted, and that ball will be cleared in the end.
Yeah, he just kind of lost that ball going around the corner and just kind of fell flat. Zai with a big clear. Dead is over there, but we'll be able to take charge. Yes, Hyder in the air as well. Got around one. Bank is open, and Zeto slams the door shut. Oh, nearly an overtime winner off the ceiling. But we play on for how much longer? Dead swift on that one. And Zai will clear it out towards Fabso. Opportunity for Dr. Buhmann now to make Genoa pay for their mistakes. There's one demo. Zeto kept it there. Zai, chip, no, and Barris will sweep it out.
Crossbars and posts, woodwork galore getting involved there, and here comes Zai. No pinch off the top of Barris, but he has opened up some space for his teammate who cannot turn it in. I think that was Zeto, guilty of the miss there, had an opportunity to end it. That pass a little behind Zai, so all he can do is rocket on target. Not quite enough power in it. Hyder has a read, but he can't find the net or the back of it. That's not a great touch from Zeto, and the pressure continues. Buhmann on the ropes here, on the back foot, and on their backboard is Zeto, who passes that off. A flip reset late in the air dribble won't be enough. And Barrist and Dead combine to make the defensive play, get that clear, and look to set up for some offense of their own.
Ed and Barrist running back, and that gets around everybody, but Barrist on the way down picks up a Savior medal with that save that keeps the game alive. That's earning it for sure. As little pool shot got that ball back out away from the wall. Zai after the fake from Fabso. Now Fabso for real into the play, but it bounces high. And Dead can't catch up to it. There's minimal boost on the side of Genoa right now. Hyder has most of it. And that weak clear has only gone as far as Zeto, angling down and Barris with a big clear. And finally, Genoa can get some boost. They can get a little break defensively. Though Barris hasn't picked any up, he's still sitting on 12. He's kind of just munching on pennies right now and not able to kind of get downfield and get involved in the attack, and that could be costly for Genoa here as this overtime rages on.
Oh, 2 players on that near post. Dead plays it patiently though and is able to get it clear. Zai can't get back to it. Hyder cuts it out, and that's a shot. It's awkward, it's slow, and it's weird. It comes off the post, and Hyder first to it to finally end this OT after 3.5 minutes, or almost. Fabso and Zeto just cannot keep up with that ball pinging off the post, off the woodwork, and it is Genoa picking up another game win.
It is unreal to me that Barris, as great as he has been in this series, really today, spent the last, I don't know, minute of that game with almost no boost. I don't think at any point he went over like 40 in the tank. And still, they get out of jail, they get downfield, and it's Hyder who comes up with an overtime winner, which I believe he did as part of his impressive performance against Genoa as well. Just another impressive performance from Genoa, of course, that's stating the obvious, but how they can do it in so many ways where, yes, if a team starts to get on a roll against them, they can keep up with them. They can play this back and forth wild shootout game, or they can play the slow, grindy, wait you out kind of style. They play like chameleons, Muntz, and it's so impressive to watch as it changes from game to game.
I mean, when players are this good, right, they can just slot into any kind of system. They can make those changes on the fly. And this Genoa side, they're good players. I don't need to tell you that at this point. They dominated the European side of University and Collegiate Rocket League. Honestly, if Arju was here, they'd be the absolute clearest of favorites, in my opinion, to take this tournament. And even with Barris, look, we talk about him perhaps surprising us with his form, but he's still a very good player. And the majority, chat was talking about it earlier, the majority of the teams in University Rocket League, he'd be one of their best players, if not their best player on it. It just shows the quality of this lobby, and then it just shows the quality of Genoa to be able to be digging out wins in this lobby, even when it's such a 50-50 ball game like that OT was. But ball games, incredibly important. This particular one for Boom, and they cannot afford to go down to match point. Although maybe they can. Reverse sweeps have been a thing in this matchup in the past. Maybe we're destined to see another one here.
When the vision for adding Europe to the CRL ecosystem came about, it was all about giving opportunities to players that wouldn't otherwise have them, and boy, have all of these players absolutely shined when finally given their time under the spotlight. Fabso got another.
Is he still the only one to score?
He is.
From Buhmann?
All 5.
Goodness. They need to rectify that.
Yes,
the worry for
it will not
Genoa,
be
I
enough.
guess, is if the other players start scoring, maybe it's done and dusted. Maybe that's all Buhmann need. Just score, lol, I think is the tactic here. That's my analysis. Just
that's
score,
worked out
Buhmann.
for Genoa. I mean, so far, they have scored in droves. Everybody kind of bunched up there, though, for Genoa, and they still might get a quality opportunity out of this. Hyder had that one kick away off the challenge, but Zeto's there, and that's going to force Dead into action at the goal line.
Hyder should get this clear. He does get it around Zeto. Side a challenge, and he's won that 50 enough for Fabso to come forward. Can't quite turn on this. He does anyway. Had the boost in the end after a pad pickup. Zeto will take to the sky. He does avoid the dead challenge. Can't quite take it over the top of any defenders. An awkward near post position from Fabso. He does get up to that and get it clear regardless, at least to the corner for now. A brief reprieve. Zeto takes it off Fabso, who had all the momentum going forward, but it might work out for him. That 50 to the side, but Sai has to back off the bounce. Not ideal. Fabso somehow reads that miss and gets to it, but can't do anything with it. And on come Genoa, at least to the halfway mark before Zeto cuts it out.
Oh, Zeto's got an option in front and almost slipped that. It did get by Barris, but not cleanly enough. Now Zai putting the mechanics on display. Zeto got bumped against the wall and still Hyder able to sweep that out of harm's way. And now Dead back the other way, trying to manipulate Zeto's challenge, and the spacing has not been great for the defense on either side. You're seeing a lot of cars in the same place going for the same ball, and it's one thing if you're trying to pinch the ball downfield, but that's not what's happening here, and eventually somebody's going to get burned if it doesn't change. It might have just happened here. Fabso and Zai have to scramble back, and there is Dead doing all he can. Opportunities abound here, but nothing yet in the net with a 1-0 Buhmann lead.
I'm going to have to be careful not to get a little overzealous here. Committing to some balls that aren't really worth committing for, in my opinion. And sometimes not even making contact with them. But a double reset from Zai will take it over one, but Hyder there to clean things up, not having any of that. And a shot chance gone begging. Zeto did get in the way, but I felt like it was a little bit more dangerous than perhaps the shot displayed. Fabso should make contact with something, makes contact with a car, which will delay the oncoming attack. Hyder slaps that to the backboard, and Zai's going to struggle to get back to it. Does, but it's just to Hyder once more. It's a quick pass to Barris, who couldn't turn it in to the net that was wide open. And Genoa with a little bit of suffocating pressure here in this final minute as they look to push forward and get a late equalizer.
We saw Genoa employ this against Berlin, keeping somebody forward maybe a little longer than they should, but it's paid off. St. Clair to a similar extent against SETU. Of course, they also benefited from the fact that SETU had trouble hitting water from a boat. Demo there. Another demo. That's open, and it hit the post, but it's in from Hyder, and we're tied.
What a demo that was on Fabso, and then the follow-up on his teammate. Neither player looking like they had any idea that the demolitions were incoming. And in the end, it was a little bit sketchy off the posts, but the read was good. Is that a double kickoff? I believe an intentional one as well. Looking to win it here with some shenanigans before OT. They do not want another 50-50 coin flip. They want to end it here in regulation. But it's Sai pushing forward. He can't get to halfway. Fabso takes over. He's had all the goals so far for Buhmann. One more would be pretty valuable here, denying an OT opportunity. But that ball will be grounded, and we will head to our second overtime.
Genoa as a team, 7 goals. Fabso as a team, 5 goals. Golden goal now for game 3. Fabso up ahead to Zeto to at least get that back out to the side, try to maintain possession. It's Zai now. A challenge against Barris. That will throw Hyder for a loop, but he's able to recover. And Genoa escape unscathed. Overtime, short as it's been, continues on. And Barris with a great challenge in the air. That's going to leave it for Fabso. Dead's going to take a wide turn on this. Hit Hyder downfield. Hyder needs to bring that back central. That might be good enough, but Zai's on it first. And a chance on the counter punch against Barris, who makes the stop again.
Barris has been a little bit quiet the last, I would say, game and a half. Haven't said his name too often. Maybe the Buhmann player is starting to get his number. Right there, he had theirs with a big block. We'll call that a fake. The demo on Fabso will open up the pitch, but Sai comes across to cut the ball out. 2 players turning on that, both opting to go for to the sky. Fabso covering high, forced dead low. Barris with a chance to slow things down and hope his teammates can pick up some boost and help him out. That's a big 50-50, and it just pinches off the ceiling and in. And we talk about OTs being coin flips. This felt like exactly that. There is no intention. There is no calculatory business in that. Hyder had no idea that that was going in at the end of that challenge, but that's exactly what happened, and Genoa are on match point on the back of it.
Unreal. Unreal. That game goes that long with the overtime, and the only person who has any shots is Hyder. Again, as great as Barist was in game one, yes, he had the hat trick, I get it, but Hyder has been the guy this weekend, and especially here today. 8 goals, 5 assists, and an overtime winner against Berlin in the quarterfinals, and now he's sitting on 4 goals and 3 assists, 2 overtime winners already here against Dr. Buhmann. So while maybe Buhmann's attention might have been spent on Barist in the early part of this series because he went off against him in the Swiss, went off against him in game one, Hyder has woken up, and that beast cannot be slain.
Hyder might be the best player on the pitch. He sure is playing like it at this point. Goodness. A reverse sweep. Is it possible? Chad, I'm asking you, along with Stacks, do we believe that Buhmann can muster up 4 game wins in a row? Can we even see a game 7? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I had predicted. I thought that this would be a close series, and I guess if we look at each game, individually it has been, goodness me, but if we talk about individuality, Dead showing it off with oodles of, I'm going to call this disrespect there. The slow flip, half flip into the defender to clear him off the line. That's nasty.
I mean, that goal was just full of BM. The demo early, and then what happened at the goal line, that's when we just kind of shake your head and go, all right, well, they got us. You still got a full game ahead of you, Dr. Buhmann. The reigning world champs, by the way, up against the ropes now. As that one's, well, it goes off of Hyder. He didn't necessarily intend for it to do so, as Barist has to deal with a quick bouncer. And now another opportunity for Zetter to try and slow play, and Dead just swats it downfield, throw it at the net. Sometimes good things happen, not quite this time, as Fabso has to stop Hyder. Easier said than done today. And now Dead slowing down Zai, but Genoa right back on the attack, and you know they're just going to chuck the ball downfield and force Buhmann to go the length of the field to try and beat them. And the way this series has gone, I don't know that they can. Certainly not from a 2-0 deficit, as Barris gets another.
This pass from Dead is just absolutely money. Barris just had to position, just had to posture and time the half volley. Not even perfectly, just reasonably well. That's going into the back of the net. And yet he did time it to perfection. Absolutely slapped it into the back of the net. And Hyder following suit. It just seems too easy at this point. If the games have been close to this point, this doesn't feel like it at all. This feels like Genoa playing with their food.
It's so weird to watch a team in white hit open nets. This is amazing. We'd have a much different bracket if this happened earlier. How about another one? Dead will score, and the floodgates have opened.
Goodness me, the mentality of the Buhmann players must be in the trenches right now. The only light at the end of the tunnel is that there's plenty of time left. We are barely through the first minute, rather. The problem is, Stacks, we're barely through the first minute, and they've had 4 goals scored against them. This could get ugly, but if it doesn't, they've got a chance to come back. Sai, if he just starts scoring, if Buhmann can shoot at a higher percentage than, 20, then maybe they can get something from this game, but it is a long shot, and it's even longer now with the shot from Hyder taking it to 5 goals for Genoa, and that should just be about it. What do you want to chat about for the next 3.5 minutes, Stacks?
Well, if you're Dr. Buhmann, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is you still got 3.5 minutes. The bad news is There's still 3.5 minutes left in this absolute slaughter. Here goes Barist again. Oh, that one's just going to go wide. And now Hyder just kind of kept that close to the vest, but Barist is up as well. And now everybody, it's just my turn offense now. Everybody's fighting over who's going to get the next goal. Hyder to the corner, and Zai will just get that away to the proper corner as Hyder racing all the way back. He's not going to spend much time on that half of the field for the remainder of this 3 minutes unless Dr. Buhmann Academy can start mounting any sort of a comeback here. Zeto right downfield, doesn't have a lot to work with. That goes to the backboard, and Hyder stays with it to make sure there's no hope for Buhmann.
Hyder with another chance to set up a passing play with Barist, who's been clinical when receiving pass from a teammate. Not the most orthodox passing play there, I would say, between Hyder and Dead. And in fact, it's caused a little bit of chaos that'll give Buhmann their first goal of the game. And would you believe, yet again, Stacks, that it is Fabso?
6 goals. Doesn't have any assists, though. You know, it's a very selfish stat line.
You're right. You're so right. And
I mean, look at Zai. Look, Zai has 5 assists on Fabso's 6 goals. Zeto has an assist. You know, like they're sacrificing so that Fabso can feast. When is Fabso going to set up his teammates?
I think you're 100% right. I feel like that you've just encapsulated the entire issue with how Buhmann are playing right now. And that issue is Fabso. Fabso, the lone goal scorer so far for Buhmann in the series, is 100% to blame. You can quote Stacks on that. I'm just paraphrasing. But he's got the ball right now, does Fabso. Sai, who's been the assist king to this point, can't do too much just yet. There's just about time to maybe have a moment's hope, but if there's a goal that goes in against them here, it is well and truly over. But, I mean, credit to Buhmann. I can't believe I'm even saying that there's still hope when they're 4 goals down and 90 seconds left. They've not been giving us too much hope in this series, let's be honest. They've not been playing in a way that lends belief. And shots like that, yeah, they will set up chaos. I was going to say aren't going to help that belief, but in the end, Zeto getting on the score sheet. It's another assist from Zai, and 3 goals in a minute 20. It's doable.
Well, you look at how vastly different these 2 series have been, right? When Buhmann beat Genoa 3-1 in round 3 of Swiss yesterday, it was a full team effort. Fabso, 5-4. Zai, 5-4. Zeto, 4 goals, 4 assists. I mean, it was a 3-headed attack. And here, Fabso's been the only one who's had any success offensively. Zai has now 6 assists with that last one. I mean, a couple, I think, have come off of kickoff. So it's like, okay, it's an assist, but, like, sure. And meanwhile, over on the Genoa side, I mean, Barist filled up the net early. Then Hyder. Dead has come alive as the series has gone on. Again, everybody's been involved in the attack. That wasn't necessarily the case in the Swiss rounds. And you're seeing a vastly different result.
Credit to Buhmann. They have not given up despite being far behind for the majority of this game. They've still been pushing. They've still been fighting. And unfortunately for them, it does seem to be too little too late. They just couldn't quite get firing earlier in the series, even if it did feel like they got a little bit unlucky with a couple bounces in OT. Could have been a different story, but that is how the ball bounces, how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately for Buhmann, it was their defense crumbling here in game number 4. Genoa eating that cookie up, Stacks. They are moving on with a fairly dominant performance, at least at the last, over the reigning world champions.
We will have a new collegiate world champion at the end of this. And look, I look up at the upper half and okay, I see, you know, we'll see what KAU is all about in their semifinal. We'll see what St. Clair is about in a much different matchup. But the way I've watched that team today, wow. It doesn't look like anybody is going to stop that freight train from running right through this world championship.
No, I truly thought that if anyone could, it would be Buhmann. I do stand by my prediction of a close series. I feel like individually those games, very close. But Genoa, just too clutch, too clinical, and Buhmann couldn't quite get their shooting boots on. So, I mean, that in the end is the difference. Quality shone through, and Genoa shining bright on their way to the final. After the break, we have KAU versus St. Clair. KAU looking a little bit shaky yesterday. We didn't really get a chance to see them earlier, but St. Clair running rampant on a SETU side that was favored by the desk. So it's going to be a banger, at least I hope it will be. And we're gonna take a look at that after this break.
All right, what's up, everyone? I'm here with Spoods from St. Clair College, one of the longest-standing members in St. Clair. How you doing, man?
Doing great. How are you, Seb?
I'm great. You know, it's a world championship, and two of the teams are Canadian. Couldn't be any happier, to be honest.
It's true.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Now, you know, I want to ask, in terms of your background, we are very familiar with you at this point. You were the last standing member of the 2022 Worlds roster. You've been on St. Clair for a long period of time. You helped carry St. Clair to a lot of great performances, including the last Worlds qualification. So outside of the CRL stuff, like, just give me your background. Like, what is your study life like? What makes you you?
Sure. Well, so I took a 3-year associate's program in computer networking. So it's kind of computer sciencey. That's, I guess, my passion outside of Rocket League. Aside from that, yeah, it's a lot of gaming, a lot of practice. I do enjoy reading, but yeah, most of my time is definitely spent, grinding with the team, either that or pursuing my studies, of course.
Now, it's fair to say that I think St. Clair is one of the most developed esports programs in all of North America. Really, it ranks highly all the time in terms of just overall placement of development in collegiate and facilities and everything like that. But can you give us, some of the info about St. Clair College as a school, as well as the Saints Game esports program?
Sure. Yeah. I think, you kind of mentioned, I think we got a really unique opportunity to start this whole esports thing in collegiate pretty early. And it definitely gave the college a leg up. I think what's nice about us is we just have a lot of scholarship opportunities for students, which a lot of times you'll see that with recruitment, that's a big thing that we tend to focus on. But yeah, from an esports perspective, I think our biggest advantage is probably how early we got in. I don't know if any people listening to this or watching this know, but we do have our esports facility is pretty insane. So definitely look into that. Yeah, we've run different events. Absolutely, yeah. Seb's casted. No, we've had a lot of fun building that and running events over the years. So yeah, no, it's been great. Chris and Sean have got a good thing going. So definitely excited to see where we are in 10 years time.
So I guess on the overarching view, you are one of the NA representatives, and I think it's fair to say that CRL started off with NA. It is an NA-born thing, but it's gone through a lot of changes over the past few years alone. What's your general view on the collegiate scene within North America, how it's developing, where it's at right now? Obviously, we didn't have a spring semester, but just your general thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, obviously sour taste recently, but I think overall people should do well to remember that, we've definitely come from grassroots. We've come pretty far. Obviously, it's a bit of a pain point for this past year with the disappointment from Psyonix. And again, I'm not really too big into the interworkings of what happened and why, we didn't get an event. I mean, traditionally, it's fantastic, right? Rocket League kind of spearheaded esports for collegiate, and, our events were always some of the best. Definitely unfortunate what happened. I hope they're able to kind of, come back on the right track, give us a potential international event. Hopefully, they turn things back around.
Now, for the future, we kind of covered it a little bit, but what is your hope for the future of collegiate competitions? whether near future or further in the distance?
Kind of what UR Worlds, and I know we'll talk about this a little later, but they're sort of bridging into it already where we're seeing more international participation. I think Collegiate has a really unique opportunity because it's so stable, or at least, the colleges themselves. I think we can try to bring more international competition in. It's cool to see events like this try to, take that venture for sure.
And speaking of UR Worlds, this is kind of the first sort of international event, as much as we can make it international with online. It's the first international event since we've had from Worlds last year. Obviously, the landscape of CRL has changed in that time. But what's your general thoughts on the event? Like, what do you think of UR trying to make what is essentially a world championship?
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of respect for all the people involved for really just pulling it together at the time that they did. Like I said, we didn't really get an event this year, so for them to kind of scramble and create what they did, I think is awesome. The perspective from a player is definitely interesting, switching servers and stuff. Thought it'd be really cool. I've never actually done that before. Never competed, if we play, for example, the Australian team just playing on Middle East servers, what that'll be like. But yeah, no, I think overall it's a really cool take. Again, a lot of respect for everybody that actually, took the time and put the passion into this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only actual sort of things that we had was I ran a show match between Northwood and Genoa, and that was flip-flopping between servers, and Genoa actually won that one. So I don't know, man. We're so cooked. All right, but that aside, what is your personal ambition for your Worlds? Where do you think you're placing?
Good question. Obviously, we definitely want to win. We go into every tournament with that mentality. Obviously, Europe is really strong coming into it. I would say, we'd be ecstatic with, top 3, top 2. That'd be great. Obviously, winning it is our great goal. But, we've got some really tough talent over in Europe, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, you guys have a little bit of a cheat code in that you do have Vesh, who is still in Europe.
Yeah.
Which, all I'm saying is that's the sleeper, dude.
This is true. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Obviously, I'm going to be in the stands rooting as much as possible. I'm hosting the whole weekend, so I'm excited to see where you guys place.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you, Seb.
Like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you, and you're standing on the edge, now's the time. Now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need ya. That's when we need each other.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rocketeers World Championship. The next semifinals are coming up, but for now, I'm joined here with Barist, University of Genoa, after their sweep against Buhmann. Barist, welcome in, and congratulations to your team on the win.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and I actually can't hear Barist, so
thank you so much.
Hopefully we can get that situated. I mean, we look good.
No, I can't hear
side.
you anyway. As well.
No, we cannot hear each other through the Discord. All right.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, we're good now. We're good.
No,
all right, folks.
No.
We can continue with the interview. We're not only going to look good, we're going to sound good as well. Barris, let's just get into it, right? On the panel, we were a little bit split. We didn't know who would win, but here we are. It's a sweep. Tell me how this happened. What changed? You guys lost to him earlier in Swiss. What shifted?
It's just the revenge arc we planned with Hyder and the Monster, just to spice a little bit this tournament. We want to give some fun to our fans, so we had to lose the first series and then smash them in the semifinals. So I mean, I
sent
didn't
you a
want
lot
to
of
play. I
people-
wanted to go to the beach, but I have to play now, so I just have to win then.
That's on us, taking your beach time away and making you provide the entertainment value to the stream. We thank you for that, but I do want to address some of the maybe shaky or scary parts in that match. Game 2, the overtime lasts about 3.5 minutes. You guys were under quite a bit of pressure, but you guys still come out on top. Talk to me about how you guys stay composed in those moments and win in those high-intensity matches.
I remember that game. Honestly, I don't know how we won, because either just peaked in defense, it did like 2 impossible saves, and I was like just going around in the field, confused, and I didn't know where to go, honestly, because their pressure was really, really well done. So I have to thank Eider and that monster. I will offer them a beer when we meet up.
Beautiful, beautiful. I think it's going to be a well-deserved beer, but you guys have a well-deserved Grand Finals position. Before we get to that, I do want to talk about the fact that your team seemed a lot more balanced in this match. In the quarterfinals, Hyder had 100% goal participation. 8 of the 13 goals were scored. He assisted the other 5. This seemed more dynamic. Barris, with you included in this iteration of the roster, are you guys trying to take on specific roles, or does it just kind of flow the way it goes?
Honestly, yesterday we tried to go with the flow. We didn't want to get the situation complicated. But after the loss against Buhmann, we talked a little bit, and the plan was basically to go straight for every ball. That's it. And just hope for either to do some crazy, nasty goals that I think he kind of did. But yeah, I think, of course, I'm not Arju, so we need to, think about the tactics a little bit more. So that's it. The plan was just to go straight, because that's all I can do right now, since I'm not playing this game anymore. A lot. But it worked out. 4-0. I take those.
It did. It worked out great. And you're not Arju, but you are Barris. And we were clamoring about your goals earlier. They're fantastic. So you earned this spot, Barris. One final question for you as you move on to the finals. No more EU opponents. Okay, you took them out in quarterfinals and semifinals. You either get the Canadian team or the Saudis of KAU. Any preference on that matchup, or any other thoughts you have about your grand finals coming up?
St. Clair, against St. Clair, it would be an interesting game, because we never, they are probably the best American team here, so it would be interesting. About the Arab team, we already met them yesterday, and with a bit of complications because of the delay for some issues. Even with that, we managed to do 3-0. So for the show, I would prefer probably St. Clair, but for the win, the Arab team.
A beautiful answer, Barris. Makes complete sense to me. Either way, I'm wishing you luck in the grand finals. And Barris, thanks so much for taking the time for the very cool interview. All right, Desk, back to you. Enjoy for the next semifinals.
See, even Barris has my back. He has the back of the Canadians. Love to see it. Of course, a huge shout outs to Genoa. I wasn't able to run for my sunglasses because I had to be here. But it's the one time I don't. It made me feel like it's a summer broadcast, which was nice.
It did. Well, it technically is summer still too.
Yeah, it is summer. It's a summer vibe, So with that, we will be in terms of our previous match. That was a Genoa sweep. That was as sweepy as you could get Gaugen.
Yeah, I mean, impressive is an understatement. Genoa look very solid behind the ball right now. Not that they haven't over the course of any of this action, but it's a formidable task for either of these teams in our next semifinal to face in the Grands. I don't think, I mean, even if Hyder has a slower series, the support system is there. Genoa are going to be strong no matter what they do.
Yes, and with that, now that we have our first grand finalists this evening, let's move on to what will be our second semifinal. We have St. Clair College versus KAU. We have Canada versus MENA here this evening to face off for the second semi. And this is one that I think, VOD, we're going into it, we really don't know what to expect. We didn't even get to see KU in a full best of 7. We saw St. Clair slap around SETU. We just really haven't seen either of these teams be tested in a best of 7.
No, we haven't, but I also think St. Clair, they don't need to be tested anymore. They are primed and ready to make it to the finals for Canada for the first time for St. Clair in their history for a World Championship event. They made it to the semis before, but that was with a sub. Now they have a full roster, and Vesh is the most important aspect of this team. Looking at the pregame lobby, ping 28, which is just insane compared to anyone else.
You gotta mention everyone else.
Everyone else, of course, for the MENA team, 90 something, and then what was it, like 112, and then 104 for Christian. So
everyone is floating between 90 to 110. And Vesh, who is still in Poland, is at like sub 30. So this is going to be an incredible ping for here. And Achieves, we did see, and not even just in Swiss, but now in bracket, we've seen Vesh ball out. He is going to be the most important player for St. Clair here.
Yeah, he's going to have to be, especially with such a huge ping advantage, honestly. I'm torn between having him be up front and taking 50s in the front or have him sit on the line so he can actually save stuff. But it's going to be an interesting battle. I mean, St. Clair talked about, they were surprised that they didn't get as much aggression as they would have expected, in a ping-type setup versus SETU. Well, they're going to get more than their fair share here against KAU, so see how it plays out.
All right, well, let's take things to predictions now, because this is a spicy match between both. It's a clash of different play styles. You have a Canadian NA based purely NA with a little spice of Polish in their play style against a pure MENA style that is bred in the RLCS. I'm very interested to see how it goes, but Galgan, what are your thoughts?
See, I have to admit, every moment leading up to this series would have convinced me to vote for KAU here, but I am slowly but surely being convinced that this is St. Clair's moment now more than ever before, so put me down for St. Clair. I know you jumped the gun there a little bit, but it's St. Clair for me. I think having Vesh as the difference maker, I was convinced at the start of the Swiss stage that Vesh was on one, and as soon as you get that form cooking, whether it's offensively or defensively, something will prove to be the key against this KAU side that scores a lot, but also gives up a lot on the other end.
Audible.
Well, I have to go with St. Clair here after I was talking big game about Vesh specifically, and I feel like they need this win to validate their journey all the way to that final. And if they get this one confidently, it'll be enough to take on Genoa. Maybe not get a victory there, but get close to it. But I feel like this is going to be a tough showing for KAU since they didn't get a true series to play leading into this. They haven't quite had the warm-up that they're looking for. And now with the way that Vesh has been performing, at least in the series against SETU, moving into this one, it's just going to be a very interesting story for KAU if they come out on top. And if KAU did, I think they have to do it in 7. If St. Clair get this, I think I'm calling a 4-1.
And Achieves, are you sticking
take all your validation and your St. Clair's time, and if there's a way to do it, throw it all in the bin, dude. It's not happening. Give me KAU in like 6.
Oh, not even 7. It's
not
just
even 7.
KU is smacking St. Clair and all of NA's hopes and dreams to the ground. Fair enough. I'm going to go St. Clair.
What?
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, who would have thought? Wow, isn't that crazy? Yeah, biggest upset or biggest shocker turn of events to happen on this broadcast
slight
today.
shocker.
That being said, It is our second semifinal this evening. Our lobby is just about ready to go. It is an incredibly hyped one between two differing regions that come from across the planet, meeting together on European servers. It's our second semifinal of the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. Casters, take it away.
Genoa waits in the final, in the grandest of finals here at the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. KAU and St. Clair will battle it out in this best of 7 semi-final to meet that, what has to be a scary opposition at this point. KAU, we've not seen too much of them today, a short-lived affair in the quarters. Whereas St. Clair, we've seen plenty of. They looked fantastic against SETU. We'll see if they can retain their form and punch their ticket to the grand final. KAU versus St. Clair, semi-finals, best of 7. It's underway.
And what a series we are due for. Both teams with stances yet unproven, it feels, in this particular championship Sunday. KAU, I alluded to it right before we got started. They score often, they get scored on often. It's a duality of a performance from this Middle Eastern side. St. Clair, on the other end, they like to keep toe-to-toe with the likes of KAU in terms of boost usage. Demolitions will be crucial, fast breaks even more so, but Nimmo robs away Christian's early goal.
Now, I'm wondering, because Achieves and I cast KAU in series number 5 last night against Bruton Parker, and they struggled, I'm not gonna lie. It was every game was close. They really had to pull out everything in that matchup, and yet Achieves confident in their ability to beat, in what my opinion is a much better opponent in St. Clair, and Vesh, a big proponent of that dominance, of that better ability or higher ceiling that St. Clair possesses. He's going to open up the scoring here just after a minute, and he's going to be a big part of this series with that little bit of a ping advantage that Vesh does possess. Not to get the whole ping discussion started again.
Right.
But it's worth saying.
It's worth mentioning. I think it's also worth mentioning Evil. Oh my, forget about the two other players from KAU involved in the sequence before. Evil erases the deficit with a tidy top corner touch, only contested by Ben, but the contest not strong enough. We're even again.
Yeah, and if we're going to look at Vesh as an impact player for St. Clair, for KAU, and for me, I think Evil's the one to watch from the Saudi side. This man has the mechanics. Absolutely incredible at times. He had a zero boost catch with a flip reset off the ceiling into a goal in his last series that was just wonderful. And like, you can have the lowest ping in the world and that you're not saving that, you know? Like, it just doesn't matter at that point. And he's on the ball right now. The slow play does beat one. He bumps the second off, but not before Christian could find the save away. The pressure here for KAU. We'll see if they can make it tell. Well, they can't. The clearance comes in, and they are on the back foot in their own corner.
You can see, though, to the point that we made on the panel, Vesh sitting a bit further forward, trying to play the offensive role with that ping advantage. We don't want to bring it up too often. It's not the end to all means of this series, but yeah, I mean, if we want to keep rehashing it, at the same time, KAU, they want to get aggressive, take advantage of some second guessing on defense, but it's Vesh first to respond and gets an instant clear, pushing down. Ben demoed right after pinching that ball through. To the top of the corner we go, and KAU find themselves along the back wall again. Crucial demolitions coming through. What can you generate from that play as St. Clair look to keep the ball in possession? Tapped back to their own half, but it's still looking fairly strong for this Canadian side.
It is indeed. Bit of a midfield battle here. That Vesh is looking to come out on top. Instead, it's Nimmo with the dunk, but neither team really able to dig this out with any kind of authority. Oh, that's a misread on the corner. It gives Ben an open net. And Ben, aka Spoods, able to just plonk that in. And, it's got to say, that's a goal from nothing. A read that should be made just about every day of the week. But St. Clair are going to benefit from the misread today.
I'm starting to get a little deja vu. Second goal for St. Clair, second situation where Khaled is the lead defender, Nimmo is second. So if we want to talk about evil and the offensive impact, the first goal that St. Clair grabbed was because Khaled was coming down from the ceiling but backflipped immediately instead of jumping down. Now it's Evil who can't find the touch. Ben capitalizes again as St. Clair look to run away.
Yeah, a couple gifts given here just by... It's got to be said, misses from the side of KAU. And I'm not really sure of the reason for those misses. Both seem like orthodox clears to me. And yet no contact made. And two separate players as well, so there's no stick drift involved or anything like that. Yeah, just bad reads and not a touch in it. And it's Ben, the beneficiary, you could say. And 2 goals to his name now on the end of them.
We close in on 60
Do you get
seconds.
it? Beneficiary? Like Ben? Beneficiary?
No,
Anyway.
can you explain it for another 30 seconds, please?
It's fine. It's fine. There's a minute left.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we can take the time. We've got plenty of it, but we'll move on anyway. 45 seconds now instead of a minute. It's Christian. Nice neat flick towards the corner. It looks wrapped up for only a 2-goal difference. St. Clair maintain that possession, but this is the point that I want to keep bringing up is if KAU are going to play this score hard and get scored on seemingly harder mentality, St. Clair putting up the second best defensive stats of the field in this tournament thus far. Saves like that from Ben are going to keep KAU at bay, even if they find a beautiful central pass. Christian just puts it bottom corner just wide. The effect still felt. St. Clair closing in on that Game 1 victory. One final gasp, but not to be. KAU go down in the series early on as almost getting that 4th to go.
Yeah, that late miss from KAU really secured things. It was an absolute rocket off the corner of the woodwork. But in the end, St. Clair just played their game and were patient. They waited for the mistakes and were able to capitalize on them. The good news for KAU is the difference came from mistakes that they made. So, it seems easy to just be like, don't make mistakes, Lamau. But honestly, those are 2 very rectifiable mistakes. They weren't forced errors. They were just straight up misses, just whiffs that were completely unforced. If they cut those out of their game, and I don't think it's sustainable for St. Clair to rely on those kind of misses coming from KAU, those players are too good to continue just whiffing with quite that kind of severity for the rest of the series. So, St. Clair still with a little bit to prove, but they've started on the front foot. They've started exactly the way they want, and it is on KAU to find a response.
And I think what works so well here for St. Clair is we spent so much time talking about how Vesh is going to be the difference maker. Vesh going 1 for 4 goals to shots. So a very respectable 25%. But it's Ben who puts up 2 from 3 shots and Christian who notches 5 shots on target. No goals to be paired with that stat line, but there's a little bit of something for everyone from St. Clair in the words of any game reviewer ever. St. Clair can continue that level of 3-headed Hydra-like attack, and KAU will be forced to respond defensively right off the kickoff again. It's St. Clair here in Game 2 trying to establish themselves.
The gameplay very similar. A bunch of demos coming in from both sides, and mid-boost count is incredibly close with 24 to KAU. That's 24 boosts taken on the midfield line, and St. Clair just 1 boost behind on 23. So without those 2 mistakes, we could have seen an OT and maybe a long one even. These 2 teams very evenly matched, and I'm excited to see what adjustments are made throughout this series. I will say too, St. Clair, we saw an interview with them earlier, I believe with Ben, and he was talking about how they've adapted to the situation of different servers on different regions, and how sometimes you've got to play with the ping in mind, and for them at times it's turning their brain off and just going. And I think that kind of attitude's a fantastic one to take, rather than, you know, throwing some copium out here and there. But right now the shots being thrown at net, the crossbar keeping that goal out, and we are going backboard to backboard right now.
That's a chance you need, though. 2 players push up from KAU. Nobody finds it because they're a bit too far forward. Now just trying to bully this ball home, but the bottom corner is a path uncleared for St. Clair. They find their way out again. Another strong touch on target. Nimmo looking for the follow-through. Contested well by Ben, resetting off the back wall. Vesh looks for a bit of clearance here. Strong triangle formation now pushed through again by Ben. 1-2. And St. Clair, you've got to watch out for these quick strikes. They're really solid at getting that first chance on.
I pointed at Evil earlier in the series, or early in game 1, as my impact player for KAU. And for me right now, he's the player struggling the most to find that impact. He just can't seem to make contact with the ball, and we see him struggle in his own corner there, just going around it. Almost going everywhere the ball wasn't. He did manage to dig it out in the end and has set up some pressure on the offensive side, but it's short-lived. Here comes St. Clair down the other end. Ben's got a full tank of gas, and he's going to look to redirect that on net. The woodwork turns it into the perfect pass for Vesh, who reacts quickly, just turns and just pokes that into the open net.
Big problem here in a series that is so tightly contested in the middle of the field. St. Clair are showing a clear advantage in the 50-50 game, at least from the eye test. As soon as they start winning those challenges, you get the opportunity for a free touch. You find KAU's defense out of position, but finally, they find their way onto the board here in game number 2, keeping it close as ever. And it's from another somewhat, midfield central clear that St. Clair aren't in position for.
Yeah, good for KAU to get one on the board, especially after the way they conceded the opener here in game number 2. It was yet another unforced error, just a misread, a bounce that has gone awry. And by my count, that's 3 goals against them of 4 that have been due to unforced errors, but Nimmo is looking to rectify that tally with a couple goals of his own. Evil being a menace on the back line, preventing Ben from turning cleanly onto that challenge. And the result is the go-ahead goal for KAU, and that's exactly what they needed.
But your call out is absolutely correct. Evil trying to be the difference maker here. Ben, meanwhile, gets some goal security on a start off the kickoff from Vesh. Beautifully drawn up play. The demo in the center of the field leaves Khaled alone on an island, and no chance at contesting that one. We're back square again.
Two goals apiece, rather, with 2 minutes remaining. This kickoff could go either way. Vesh was up very quickly, and that's left an opportunity for Ben. He's put it behind both defenders. Somehow turned this in on the far post. I didn't think he had the angle for it, but on second viewing, had plenty of time to get around that ball. Both defenders creeping off the post and punished for that mistake. But this time, I think we can put a little bit more credit on Ben's name. That was well worked, well placed, and a fantastic shot to take the lead.
It's 2 strong kickoffs in a row, and even with the ball going straight to the back wall of St. Clair's zone, they keep it clear for now. Nimmo with a demo onto Vesh, trying to remove that low ping player, but it does not matter. Full tanks on Ben and Vesh on the respawn, so they immediately get a chance the other way, forcing multiple defenders into the picture for KAU. And St. Clair, again, even with the goal lead only being 1 at this point in time, the confidence that they exude in this KAU side of the pitch, it is surely something to marvel at.
Trying to break it out of midfield. Khaled had a chance, I thought, to go for that. Maybe didn't realize that Christian was quite so low on boost. Nimmo, the goal scorer here for KAU in game number 2. Almost finding an angle as we enter the final minute. The ball's just bouncing in midfield. No one able to make a claim. Eventually, Evil's there to receive a pass from Nimmo, but a little bit too close to the defenders. Oh, it's a dummy from Christian that gives himself just a moment of space. Wasn't to be. That's going to be turned on net. Ben's there to follow.
Oh.
Ben is there to redirect. He is there to put that lead up to 2 with 4 goals to 2 in the favor of St. Clair with just 37 seconds remaining.
It's an amount of game awareness you cannot teach someone, and yet Christian puts that ball on a dime right in front of the target. 37 to play. KAU with plenty left on their plate to finish up. They want to keep this series within reach. 30 now to go. Back wall touch. No immediate follow as Evil can't find contact. Khaled on the follow through, but unsuccessful as Nimmo gets a demo behind the scenes to thin out the defensive numbers. They gotta watch their own target. Christian and Vesh also both fall by Nimmo's hand. Nimmo finally traded back by Ben. Carnage on the scene, but the ball not making any progress towards St. Clair's side of the field. That could very well do it. One last gasp again is not going to get KAU a game victory here. 2 games the better to the Canadians.
Looking good are St. Clair. Yes, they've benefited from multiple unforced errors from KAU, but here in Game 2, St. Clair convinced me that they can win games on the back of their own offense. They didn't rely on the mistakes that they needed in Game 1 to push it over the line. This time, they created multiple opportunities, and it was enough to really force KAU to scramble. They never looked comfortable. Every time I looked at Evil, who I've said is the impact player for the Saudi side, he had no boost. So St. Clair doing something right on the offensive end this time, and Ben looking like the finisher of the team, looking like the one to deal with the pressure the most. But honorable mention to Vesh, who's, as always, playing incredibly well.
Right, it's a level of comfort and confidence that I do not want to be matched up against coming out of St. Clair right now. I think my chief concern is that this high level of shot taking and offensive pressure from St. Clair not necessarily being met with the tally of saves that we would expect. Only 2 registered for KAU in that past game. Now I know saves registered within the game itself are not everything, but the reason that worries me is because it feels like St. Clair have a next step up of goal scoring efficiency. And if that well and truly is the case, and they haven't displayed that in these first 2 games, all of a sudden we're talking about a sweep, which does not feel right, but the way St. Clair is playing, they feel like they're well on their way.
Just a little update on the golden boot or golden tire, golden bumper of the tournament. I don't know what you would call it, but the top goal scorer is now within 9. It is Vesh, currently in 2nd place behind Haider. Got to make up 9 goals throughout the entirety of this series. That was almost a start at the deficit. Maybe Vesh wants this series to go a little bit longer, to get a couple more games in, some opportunities to score more. But that redirect, my goodness, maybe he doesn't need that many opportunities.
Yeah, stat padding, not incredibly necessary against this team. I don't think you want to take your chances, but I'm not the one behind the controller, so I have no say in that matter. I don't really blame Vesh. I feel like that goal, if scored, would have been worth 2, but that's my own subjective scoring system. That's why I'm not employed by this game as scorekeeper. I don't think anybody's necessarily employed in that spot, though. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We're getting closer, though, to our first goal. It feels like it's KAU finally breathing some offensive life into the field.
A whole lot of boost for Khaled, but he doesn't need any of it. Just absolutely slaps that into the top shelf. Boost be damned. Just drive into that ball and flip. And that is perfection. Not much that Ben could do. Left a little bit spun out on the goal line. Just had to watch that go over his shoulder and into the back of the net.
You throw enough darts at the board, one of them is bound to land triple 20. You would think. That's not really how that works, but in my fun...
triple 20? Anyway.
I mean, in my fun little fantasy, you know, where everybody gets the dream ending, I step up to the board, I throw 3 triple 20s, a full ton 80, right there and then, and impress everybody. You know, I live in a dream world. The dream world, however, that I am snapped back out of into reality. KAU with a scarcely found lead in this series, game number 3. It is starting to look better for them. I think you may be in agreement here. The pressure, albeit not long-lasting, at least has some pace behind it.
Evil's had some boost most of the time I've looked at him. That's a huge improvement, not going to lie. Using some of that boost to get a vital block there. Might be called upon again, and indeed is. An epic save credited to him. But Vesh bearing down on net, beats two, maybe even a triple commit in the end. And Christian, all he's got to do is turn that on net. And KAU, you just got to sort your comms out. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a whole big bump party. I think a full-on sandwich with St. Clair being the back and front ends, with two KAU players bumping each other in between. Pure chaos, but again, that kind of feels typical from KAU. They like to play very close to each other, sometimes to their detriment in the double commits, but they'll immediately rectify, grab a goal, grab another lead. It's off a chaotic kickoff again, which is starting to become a theme. Speaking of themes, Evil with a flip reset pass. Where have I seen that before?
He's so good in those low boost situations at the end of an air dribble. He's already beaten a player and just needs to beat one or two more, or maybe even 1.5, right? Just make it awkward for that last defender. He's done exactly that, set his teammate up and got a wonderful assist to his name. Yeah, Evil unlocking a little bit here in game number 3, and KAU, from their perspective, that Evil presence is absolutely necessary for them for the rest of this series. If they want anything from it, and oh goodness, they're not getting anything from that. The last defender bumped away from the net, and Ben with another easy goal to make sure of.
And this is so rough. You've got all the boost in your tanks in that situation, but two players push too far forward and just being a complete menace down on the ground. Everything working against them, but the lead up to the play suggests that KAU had the advantage. Meanwhile, Vesh, no doubt about it, the kickoffs rear their ugly head again for St. Clair.
Yeah, they've got this really close cheat, and oftentimes leaves them second best if that kickoff is lost anywhere in their own half. And that was not just a slight lose into their own half. That was about the worst kickoff that you could have. The bounce off the ceiling into the dangerous spot, just making it very easy to concede there, and concede they did KAU. St. Clair coming from behind a couple times here in game number 3, looking to solidify a lead here with a flip reset pass of his own. Vesh can't pick out a teammate. A brief moment where I thought KAU were going to put a transition together. Instead, Nemo alone on the goal line defending what was a dangerous angle.
Yeah, tough ball for Christian to finish up there, but to the credit, I mean, force the defense to jump, trust themselves at the higher ping, try and get them out of position. Nothing really comes of it, but St. Clair, you want to talk about confidence builder right now with massive saves there from Ben. They want to get through this series as quickly as possible against KAU, give themselves a fighting chance in the grand final should they make it. With about 60 seconds to go, St. Clair look as confident as ever, and that one just goes in on its own. Plenty of misses, but the goal still scored.
Yeah, what looked to be a weak Musty. All week it was on net, and we'll call it a fake. The defender also had to be aware of the bump attempt from Vesh. Just a lot of things to consider as they went up to save that. That ball just found its way over the line, and now St. Clair finding their way, or finding themselves a little bit closer to pushing things over the line in game number 3. Less than a minute remaining. They are in the driver's seat after what looked like a good game for KAU. They started strongly. They looked to be the better team. We were both sort of expressing our increased confidence in the KAU side, but instead they are fighting from behind. And since I've been describing the situation, that minute has gone down. It's dwindled to just 30 seconds remaining.
Still unable to really, truly grasp possession here. Finally, a free ball to Nimmo with plenty in the tank. Uses a lot of it just to get it to the corner, but Evil cannot surmount the mountain that has been raised by St. Clair. Immediately put it back on target. Demo onto Ben. Khaled with the save, but we find ourselves time and time again in a hopeless situation. No matter that ball gets sent off the post, nothing can help KAU win this game. Even if they get a third, they won't find a fourth. St. Clair are just one game away and 4 chances to get it done.
I hate to say it, but I'm not incredibly surprised. I wasn't confident with KAU coming into this playoffs after seeing their performances in the Swiss bracket. They were somewhat disappointing. I think it was we were all a bit surprised at their lack of success yesterday. And today they've just not really had a chance to get into the rhythm. They've not really had a true warm-up into St. Clair. And so we are just seeing a St. Clair that is rampaging. They are looking confident. They're not doubting. They're not second guessing. They are just going. And I guess the same could be said about KAU as well. The issue there is that lack of hesitation, that lack of thought is leading to multiple double commits. It's leading to triple commits at time. And while those errors are forced by St. Clair, I think they're at least mitigatable. You know, you could maybe just double commit instead of triple committing from KAU, and maybe there's someone there to challenge the follow-up. Instead, it's open net after open net. And credit to St. Clair, they're creating those opportunities and they are finishing them every single time they're presented.
This entire tournament, we've been talking about, oh, ping difference this, oh, unpreferred server that. But I don't think you can talk about that with KAU. You end up raising very solid points about how their playstyle fundamentally does not hold up to the test of St. Clair, not only having some of the best defensive stats in the field, but playing as offensively efficient as they have in this particular series. It's a struggle for KAU to see their way through. But the real question, if we're going to rehash the ping discussion, how does this ping difference affect LeBron's legacy? I know he quite literally won a gold medal and the Olympics MVP.
In Europe.
I'm sure KAU are thinking about the same thing as we all are, because it's always going to be a factor, is it not?
I didn't hear any complaints from LeBron about ping, despite playing on European servers throughout the entire tournament.
Right.
Absolutely crazy. So, I don't think the ping issue affects his legacy at all. If anything, it heightens the legacy of LeBron. That might be enough to take him past Jordan in the all-time standings, although maybe you've got him already surpassing Jordan. I don't know. That is a discussion for another day. I think we are a minute into game number 4. It could be the final game in the tournament for KAU, and it could be a ticket to the grand final for St. Clair. Of course, Genoa awaiting the winner of this series, already having secured their place in dominant fashion against the reigning world champions, Dr. Buhmann. So, while you might be feeling confident now, whoever wins this is going to have a big old challenge on their hands. And right now, it is looking like St. Clair, but they've still got to finish their dinner, and KAU might have something to say before all is said and done.
Yeah, the dinner was presented on the plate, but nobody for the taking there for KAU, and it's immediately brought back. Now closing in on 3 minutes left. Faster moving game. KAU trying to get their foothold here. We have not seen a Game 7 today in all the series we've played thus far, and a reverse sweep would be miraculous at that, but St. Clair are not concerned at this point in time. The shots do carry wide, but it's offensive pressure nonetheless. Now through the corner, Nimmo to receive, but not for long. Vesh following through, Khaled up! Khaled, no hope whatsoever! Vesh slams it home!
What an angle he's managed to find here. A massive dunk and then up so quickly to just put that behind the diving defender. Vesh, who's been the MVP so far for St. Clair throughout the tournament. I don't know about this series, but stepping up in a really opportune moment at perhaps the most important moment here in game number 4 to create a chance and finish it all on his own. And hopefully we can have a quick reprieve here from the goal scoring. Never mind. Khaled's not having any of it. I was going to talk about some Ben bumping statistics, but Khaled said, no, focus on me, please. I'm scoring a goal.
Not feeling any of the adverse effects aforementioned. The time difference? No bother anyway. They are powering through KAU, trying to get to this grand final, and it's a long mountain to climb, but they surely have the fight still within them. Kickoff goes in their favor, but that pace battle is going to be difficult to win with the ball lingering so long in St. Clair's zone up in the air. Still though, midfield presence, which has been highly contested all series long, despite the fact that St. Clair find themselves 3 games the better. KAU always have it in their back pocket. They've just got to show us what it takes.
Now back to those bumping statistics. Ben, who chat I don't know how to break this to you, but to this point has been the most demoed player in the lobby. So I think, that needs to be rectified to bumped Ben rather than bumping Ben. But right now, Evil and Khaled are not just bumping, they are thumping balls into the back of the net together, combining the pre-jumps beautiful, the shot even better. And with less than 2 minutes remaining, KAU take the lead.
It's a common theme throughout this entire tournament, those angles that you cannot read. Ben gets an open look and it's contested, but not enough. St. Clair immediately equalize. And again, right off the kickoff, St. Clair have really strong plays drawn up, but why have you sent all 3 KAU players to the same area?
Goodness me. He might get bumped a lot, but he scores a lot of goals as well. He has been the finisher, absolutely clinical in this series. Might find another, and the clinicality fails him, but it doesn't matter. Vesh has the read, and they turn a deficit into the lead. Late on in this one, 94 seconds left, and a massive dunk from Vesh.
3 open circles, all stranded on the goal line. There's no chance for KAU when St. Clair come knocking, and knocking they have. It is 90 seconds to play in Game 4. KAU have to pull off what feels like a miracle off the back of Evil setting up a lot of opportunities. Khaled and Nimmo want to get involved more so than they have before, but they're running out of time.
They are indeed. The clock is ticking and the shots are bearing down on net. It's a quick turn from Vesh, and he has caused problems. 2 players from KAU in front of the ball, and neither of them had boost. A quick turnaround gives Evil an opportunity. He's off the ceiling. He's forced 2 players to commit to that, and he got a bump on the last, but Christian manages to recover. Turns and fires, but only as far as halfway. Evil with the pass, and Khaled can't get around it.
Still looking for the final minute ice from KAU. Haven't been able to display it yet, but maybe this is their best chance out of any. Nimmo takes to the skies, Ben alone on the back wall, and gets it away! Down at the goal line, huge presence. It's sent center again, and blocked once more by Evil, but everybody else needed to rotate back for the resources. Under 30 to play, and St. Clair again around the target. No goal scored. KAU may have one last fighting chance.
But St. Clair just refused to let them out of their third. KAU rushing and panicking. They do get a clear, but Christian is waiting. The clock is ticking down. KAU needs something magical, and their mechanical magician has no boost. It's all up to Khaled. The flick high. It won't touch the ground just yet. The ball stays alive. Nimmo in field, but the green wall stands, and St. Clair secure the sweep, and they secure a spot against Genoa in the grand final.
Close games all around, to be sure, but the only scoreline that matters now is that of the series. And St. Clair, what a way to get it done. We had our doubts and our reservations about how strong this Canadian side would be coming in to a potential grand final match against Genoa, but this has got to be the strongest possible look that they can carry in, and the server swapping is going to be very interesting for this grand final, but I'm getting way ahead of myself here. What a performance, and we have to, of course, tip our hats to KAU for playing this with the time difference, ping difference, every excuse you could make under the sun. They did their best to subdue all doubts and live up to the expectations that we placed on them without even really proving any of them. They did a fantastic job to make it here, but this is St. Clair's day. This is their tournament to win, and they sure are going to relish in that opportunity.
Absolutely. It set us up for a wonderful grand final matchup. It's perfect. It's NA versus EU. We couldn't ask for more spice. There's going to be the wrinkles of the server changes. We'll see how that affects things. But my goodness, what a way to win for St. Clair. They had their backs against the wall a few times. Despite it being a sweep, KAU seemed to find something, seemed to find some comeback ability at times, and then St. Clair just shut it down. Whether it was a bump or an overcommit from KAU that Ben just capitalized on, whether it was some magic in the air over the midfield to create opportunities. They had multiple ways of scoring, and I doubted them in that opening game. I thought that they could only find goals through mistakes, but they proved me wrong. Their offense was vast and varied, and in the end, they're going to need every little bit of offense that they can get, because Genoa's defense is going to be something a bit different. That is if we even see it. I don't know. Genoa, that's quite the matchup. We're going to have that matchup, Genoa versus St. Clair, after this break. It's the final time I will see you. So chat, you've been a pleasure. You've been entertaining at the very least, and so has the Rocket League. It's time for me to take a break and watch this grand final. Galgan, any last words?
Given that this is a swan song of sorts for myself, I don't want to hog the limelight. We have a grand final on the way, but thank you so much, everybody, for watching up until this point. Do not go anywhere. The pride of Canada is battling Genoa to see who will take the UR World Championship here in 2024. That series coming up after this break.
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. All the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my to see you. And I'll time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you, and I'll go. Time for me to go. I wanna sail away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championships. And
don't do it. Don't do it.
Doesn't it just feel nice? Nice to be
Canada.
here.
Canada.
Yep.
Canada.
The land of the Great White North. Maple leaf, trees, maple syrup, beavers.
Poutine,
lumberjacks, flannel.
Ryan Reynolds.
Being nice.
Yeah,
mostly. But we are just about ready to get underway with what will be our grand finals. For the meantime, though, let's take a look at how we got here, okay? It's been a long journey across the entirety of this bracket. Of course, St. Clair sweeping this previous semifinals, KAU, to make it to the grand finals. And now, even though we've had members of all of the world competing in this tournament, from MENA to OCE to SSA, Europe and North America and Brazil, we've been able to have them all compete here, and it has come down to these two teams thanks to this playoff here. Any shocking results, boys? Audible?
The shocking result for me was GVSU getting a game. Apart from that, though, I'm not as surprised by too much. But no, the biggest shock I would say is Dr. Buhmann not getting a game themselves, because we expected a lot better, a closer series there. Dr. Buhmann took down Genoa as well in the Swiss stage, but Genoa were just on a different level that time. So a big win for Genoa. St. Clair also getting a sweep was big for them too. I expected maybe KU to get a game or two, but
we expected
both the teams,
KU to win a lot of the time. A lot of people. I honestly, though, Galgan, I'm looking at these and like, yeah, I think for me, I think it's definitely the St. Clair sweep over KU. I'd love to hear what your thought is over just like the crazy series or result we've seen thus far.
Right. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I switched sides to St. Clair before that series started, because I think we spent a lot of time saying, you know, Vesh is on low ping, Vesh is going to be the difference maker. But the fact of the matter is, everybody on St. Clair is very close to each other in terms of individual stat lines. So I don't think you can really pick any one person that needs to be on in order for St. Clair to win this final, or at least contest for it. So that's the beauty of this game and this series heading into it, is they've looked strong all the way through. They all have their specialties, but when the time comes to it and duty calls, any one of those three can rise to the occasion.
Moxfish, I'm looking at this as well, and Genoa have had a pretty, matter-of-fact run here, I think. Obviously, getting the full sweep over Dr. Buhmann, I'm sorry, is a tough pill, but I mean, this just goes to show why, like, they are our winter champions, like, why they are such a good team coming out of Europe, despite the fact they don't have Arju.
Yeah, and I feel like we keep hammering on about it despite not having Arju, but have you seen Barris' interview after that?
I know.
My guy was.
I mean, I gotta bring the glasses back up because
go on, Bob.
Represent for it. There we go.
Yeah, represent Barris. But I mean, I'm German, right? And I said Genoa's going to beat Dr. Buhmann. So I was correct, head over heart here. And I think overall that Genoa is just so unrelenting. And what makes them really good is, even if Hyder, for example, isn't firing on 100%, then Barris just takes over his shoes. Then Dead Monster just puts in his shoes. Like, their shooting overall, their offense overall is just immaculate. They're still on 31% shooting, and they basically don't let their opponents shoot at all. They don't let their opponents go into offense at all, with just about 7 shots per game that they concede. So everything for Genoa is just clicking right now in this constellation.
I mean, there's so many things that are going, and that's what kind of scares me a little bit about this upcoming matchup, is that while, St. Clair, they're playing great, and I think overall what's making them so good is they have a game plan in place. They have, okay, we're going to have Vesh be the third man, but also be the essential finisher for the team, because he's the one that's able to get the most consistent touches in the European servers. But then once they go to the North American servers, they very much have the freedom to switch things up. You get to see Christian pop off more. You get to see Ben pop off more. You get to see them be a bit more aggressive with their offensive challenges, because they have the affordability to kind of make those. It's also goes to show that they're able to hold the midfield boost well because they're generally controlling it. They're going for demos as much. Even though I think the one thing that does scare me about Vesh a little bit is I think he does overcommit at times where he goes in for challenges that I'm like, what are you doing? If this doesn't go your way, it could be disastrous. And we didn't see anyone punish that. Though Galkin, I think Genoa is the team that will be the one to essentially, punish any of those mistakes that St. Clair might make.
Yeah, one of the big problems, especially if you compare it to the matchup that they just had against KAU, I kept saying it. KAU were a team that liked to score a lot of goals and tend to give up a lot of opportunities. If St. Clair against them, yes, got the wins, but maybe didn't have the highest shooting percentage, that's not something that Genoa is going to let St. Clair get away with. You need to be efficient on offense, and you need to be a brick wall on defense. I feel confident that St. Clair can do it defensively, but I need to see it from them offensively against Genoa rather than KAU.
All right, so now that we are here, we've reviewed the bracket. Let's get firmly into this series. St. Clair College versus Genoa. This is our grand final. Boys, besides, obviously GVSU being in here, I want to point out I have the perfect bracket thus far.
Same.
So currently,
Yeah.
Okay. Biggest of brains, and now our lobby is ready. So our lobby is ready for the grand final of the World Championship. It is all come down to this from every single region that you could possibly think of. And now let's get to our predictions. Gaugen, where do you see this going?
See, I'll keep it nice and straightforward. My heart says St. Clair, but my head says Genoa, and there aren't many opportunities for me to trust my brain because it tends to fail out on me a good amount of times, but I'm gonna do it here. Genoa are my pick for this series. I'm gonna hang off of the same point that I made earlier, where offensively, I need to see St. Clair be as efficient as they possibly can, because the defense of Genoa is not the same as the defense of KAU. Obviously, this can change. I hope this series goes the distance, but ultimately, I think Genoa, this is their tournament to win.
Audible.
So, last time I went with my head and said, SETU, we're going to get the victory against St. Clair. I was wrong, but St. Clair got the victory. So I'm like, okay, do I do the kind of thing where I give Genoa the prediction for St. Clair to win, or is it I go with St. Clair and then that curses them? I got to go with Genoa because that's what was on my bracket, but St. Clair, hopefully this curse works out well enough for them to get the victory there.
Fish.
Well, I entered this weekend for a first series saying that in 2022 a special bond was created between Germany and Canada with the transfer from Quint to St. Clair. And that special bond, it means a lot to me. It is a deep friendship that has connected these two nations in Rocket League. But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to break that bond. I'm very sorry, sir. My head says it's going to be a Genoa. And look, reason being quite simple. Genoa, the one team that St. Clair lost to in this tournament was Berlin. And they got swept, and it was very unceremoniously swept by Berlin. And Genoa and that was yesterday when St. Clair was already playing very well. And Genoa is just a different caliber. So I'm going to take what Hyrule said, and I don't want it to be a 4-0, but I think it might be even a 4-0.
I was thinking 4-1 too.
That is wild considering Genoa's whole road here is just beating
Blame Hyrule.
teams.
I'm just the voice through which Hyrule speaks.
So that being said, I don't think I need to make it any more clear. That is coming home! It is coming home to Windsor, Ontario, Canada, where it's going to be St. Clair taking the win here for the country in what will be our World Championship. Our lobby is ready to go. Everything has come down to this. It is Genoa versus St. Clair, Europe versus North America, Italy versus Canada for our grand final. Casters, take it away.
Oh, Canada has a legit shot at claiming the title of world champion. But in St. Clair's way is the ever-growing legend of Barist and the unstoppable force that has been Hyder for Genoa.
It's been a battle to get here all this time. We arrive at long last at the fated arrival. Subdot may be onto something, who can say, but what matters is that North America has a chance to reclaim the title from Europe. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm kidding. It should be a good one. I think Genoa has a pretty good shot, but I will say St. Clair has been definitely impressing me today. They've came out here to say, we're here to win, we're going to make it happen.
All jokes aside and wishing for Seb's misery, this has been a fun team to watch in St. Clair, and not just this year. They've always been fun to watch, but especially Vesh has been an utter monster. At the first opportunity here, as Dead will try and go over his head, and Vesh with the stop. So he gets the first opportunity, stops Genoa's first shot, but nobody can do anything with Barris just waiting for a loose ball to fall right into his lap.
Not much to do if you're going to miss the ball. You're not going to see it on the replay here, but Christian came up big empty. While not necessarily routine, it was an uncontested clear chance, so free goal, thank you very much to Genoa.
Harris, great in game one against Dr. Buhmann Academy, then kind of took a back seat for the rest of the series while Hyder and Dead stepped up in a big way, and then reared his ferocious head late in the series as well to put it away. That ball downfield, and Dead will quickly collect it. Vesh, nothing doing there as Hyder's got the stop. And this is going to be the challenge now, of course, for St. Clair, because Genoa, when they've been in front, have been incredibly strong, and most teams are, but exceptionally so for Genoa. St. Clair has to kind of change things maybe a little bit as the game goes on, because they can't just play from ahead as they have most of the evening.
We shall see. Time will tell. With one goal, I feel like you can go for just about anything if the fancy strikes you. You had to score one to win the game anyway. There's a nice bump on the net. Christian, top right corner, not quite enough. Dead just in time to get that out, and he's doing his best to delay to let his team get set.
Oh, Christian, I thought Christian was going to go for the midfield boost and let Ben take the ball. Instead, Ben ended up with the boost, and, well, as a result, Genoa end up back on the offensive end for just a moment. Ben and Vesh downfield. We're going to see a lot of that, by the way. You're going to see guys way further downfield than you may be used to seeing, unless, of course, you've just been watching here all day and you just think it's perfectly normal. Ben, deep into the corner, at least got a demo for his efforts. Vesh, going to work. He has been awesome. Drop it back to Ben, and nothing else doing there for St. Clair.
Physical play has been a staple of St. Clair's gameplay all day, continuing here at the start of the grand finals. Hyder doing his best to buy a little bit of time. Decent spacing here for St. Clair. They're definitely in the driver's seat right now. Genoa is just trying to gain control and hold it for longer than one challenge.
Harris just letting this go all the way through. Ben and Christian are up. Vesh was coming forward but had to turn around. Christian takes charge with Vesh already on the wall, and it still results in a shot from Ben, easily saved away by Hyder. And now he could go to work, except Vesh is right in his grill. And this is what we've seen out of St. Clair. I mean, you are not going to get time just casually dribble down the field and set anything up. That's a dangerous ball down in front, but it doesn't yield anything else.
Big block, and still St. Clair, they've got a death grip on the midfield boost. Thankfully, Barris finally a touch to relieve the pressure. A little touch off the backboard, but not surprising that nobody's there for it. They were all deep in their own defensive half because they've been playing defense for like a minute.
Another chance here for Christian to try and start a counterattack, but he didn't really have anybody forward. Now that pass whips over to Barist, and just as quickly on its way to the net, and Genoa double their lead.
Not a bad clear, but what a pass. Dead catches a very favorable bounce off of that left-hand roll. Gets it straight across the middle. No one ready on St. Clair quite yet. Still stuck in the net, and what a shot to the top right corner. 2-0 Genoa. Despite being under a ton of pressure, they secure a very comfortable lead with low time.
Shots equal 6 apiece, but it has felt like St. Clair have had maybe some of the better opportunities. They just have not converted. Quality defense out of Genoa. Quality offense as well has them firmly in the driver's seat now, inside 90 seconds. Barris just pops that one away in time, as Vesh will have Dead up to meet him. Good pass, and the shot ricochets off the crossbar.
Don't want to think about what that looked like on the high ping. It was probably an absolute pandemonium, but of course St. Clair caught stepping too far forward, trying to jam it home and retake possession in the midfield. They lose the race, give up the empty net, and that's 3, and should likely be the end of game 1.
Tell me if you've heard this before. Barris with a hat trick in game 1. It's just like the semifinal with Buhmann Academy. He has been spectacular with all the expectation of, but he's not Arju, but Arju's not here. Doesn't matter. Barris has been awesome. He has deserved every bit of praise he's gotten, and then some today, and probably some apologies along the way as well, as he's got Genoa firmly in front now. 3-0 to the good with 40 seconds left. Vesh will try and launch this downfield, and this surely should go in. It does from Christian, and just a glimmer of hope here with 37 seconds.
Well, at least one for the road. I think that midfield player for Genoa got bumped, and that's why that looked so squirrely coming out of the midfield line. Definitely diving for diving's sake, but one way or the other, unless they absolutely collapse and put the controllers down, I don't see St. Clair winning this one.
Well, that was an heroic effort to get back just in time to prevent an open net opportunity off the kickoff, but just 23 seconds remaining. And not much going the way of St. Clair. Backflip from Christian still makes the save, and at least keeps them alive with only 15 seconds remaining, but they have to move forward, and they are not. Hyder, dump it into the back line. Christian's forward. Vesh is running forward as well, but it's not going to matter. Time's going to run out on St. Clair in game 1 as Genoa just ride the wave of the legend of Barris. A hat trick in game 1 yet again.
Oh, it keeps
and a 1-0 series lead for the Italians.
Oh, now it feels like, was it worth it? Should we have kept it up if we weren't going to score the open net? Who can say? Does it kill the vibe, or was it worth it? I think it was worth it. Genoa, honestly, they're going to be happy with the win, but I don't think they're happy with how game 1 went overall. If I was Genoa and I sat there and got shot at 10 times and that whole middle game happened, I would be like, please do not let that happen again, because I would not trust myself to be able to keep making the saves, I'll tell you that. But they did rally quite nicely. St. Clair got, 4, 7, 9 of their own, so I guess it equalized out at the end of all things.
Yeah, for Genoa, I mean, you get Barris with a hat trick on 7 attempts, and this is, didn't shoot that often when you think about it. I mean, he's got a reasonably high shooting percentage because he's taking high-quality scoring chances. He's not clanging much off the post or off the crossbar like, seemingly everybody else here this afternoon and evening. But when you get down to it, Barris has been the leader in the early stages of each series we've seen from Genoa today. And then Hyder picks up, then Dead picks up, and it all spells a Genoa victory. And that's the puzzle now that St. Clair has to solve.
Yeah, when you're the guy that's in position, you keep getting your chances. The only thing you can do is try and score them, and you got to give credit to Barris. You said it. Oh, boo-hoo, no Arju, boo-hoo, I'm going to score on your net. So, you got to respect the guy even if you don't think he's maybe the best player on the pitch. At the end of the day, he's the one dropping him in there. So, credit to him, he's putting on a heck of a show. We'll see if that, because in his interview he said something about kind of just playing it very direct, very straightforward, because, quote, that's all I can do. And there is something to be said about keeping the defense honest and saying, look, I'm going at your net as hard as I can in the best place I can. And on a high ping matchup, that honestly might be probably the best strat, because it's going to prevent a lot of people from trying to take a few risks and really make something happen. And if you're shooting well, then you're just going to score.
I have to point out, Hyrule in the chat is asking, wasn't Barris mostly invisible against us? I'm like, well, maybe if you saw him a little bit more, you might have beat them. As, he had 3 goals and 4 assists. What more do you want from the guy in a relatively low-scoring series? So that game was on North American servers. So now we'll move over to European servers. So the Genoa did that on NA, and now we go to European servers. Now, granted, you've still got You still got Vesh playing from Poland, so, St. Clair kind of has that cheat code in their back pocket, but Vesh held to just the one assist there in game one, helping out on Christian's goal late after Genoa had already done their damage.
Perhaps not too surprising. I think if you're Genoa here at this point, Vesh is definitely the guy you want to keep an eye on, as he has certainly been out and about, I think is the best way to put it, for really trying to make good things happen for his squad. So you kind of put one guy, you say, hey, just keep one eye on Vesh, make sure nothing crazy wrong happens when he's on the ball, and you're generally going to be all right. And that puts a lot of pressure on Dead and Hyder to come back through. And to be fair, Christian and Spoos to come back through. And to be fair, I'm not sure that they've quite had the same level of shooting potential that we've seen out of Vesh just yet. But maybe if they get a few different chances, and they say, Vesh, look, just take a good 50, focus a little bit less on the setup and see what they can do, they might run into a few more opportunities. We'll see.
Well, Vesh has played with a ton of confidence throughout this bracket, but right now it's Genoa on the attack again. It's Hyder, just got that one around Ben. Vesh there to stop the follow-up effort, but there's Dead. Throwing one in front, but nobody there to meet it. Now Barist, leave it for Hyder, and Christian slams that door shut on him. And Vesh downfield, only Barist to beat, and Barist sure-handed at the back, as he has been on both ends of the field.
Ooh, and a quality back pass, too. Free ball for St. Clair. What do you do with it? Whoa, why are we going so fast? Christian just gets a free possession and gives it right back up.
Oh, Barist just picked his spot. Vesh, easy stop. Dead, not much of a follow-up there. Just couldn't stay with the ball up in the corner. But Hyder can try and set one up. There's a demo, and Dead denied right at the goal line.
Scary one with the demo coming through. Anything can happen through a smoke cloud as far as I'm concerned. Dead has to make a tough read, but thankfully Christian can't score it, and that's what you're talking about. You can't rely on Vesh to do it all the time. That's got to be in.
Missed opportunities will plague a team at this stage because you can't expect to get that opportunity again. You got to do a lot of work for it. Barist quickly up the side. Dead running forward. Christian avoided him. Then goes up, makes the stop, full tank of boost. Christian tried to do it all, but he might have got nudged there. He was kind of trying to avoid contact. I think he got hit from behind.
Yeah, definitely got shoved out as a slow shot denied. Christian just trying to keep possession in. Vesh is a little too tight. Decides to give up a little bit of room and completely whiffs the ball. Ben is in a race back, and it's not going to make a difference. Oh, devastating mistake there from Vesh.
Yep. You know what you become when you have a miss like that? Dead.
Sad.
And sad. 1-0 to Genoa. That's one that, for St. Clair, you really can't afford to give up. But they have. So Genoa strikes first again. Hyder, high off the ceiling, and that falls right to Dead in the end. Dead, flip reset, needs one more touch, and instead it goes all the way across. Hyder keeping this in. That's been a problem for St. Clair, where they've been just suffocating on offense throughout the day. They themselves now are just facing near relentless pressure. Second, third, and fourth chance opportunities coming out from Genoa.
Oh, nice couple of 50s from St. Clair. It keeps them in control of the ball. Ben has to go a little heavier just to make sure they get through the midfield line cleanly. And Genoa doing a great job, honestly, making St. Clair spread the field, pass it very deep, makes it a lot easier to make reads when you're on high ping, or I guess in this instance we're on Europe this time, so I guess Genoa's on the low ping side. But still, makes it a lot easier to follow the play when you can really zoom out and see everybody in front of you.
Well, for St. Clair, it's in Vesh we trust, surely. Here on the European servers. Instead, it's Barist again for Genoa. Just a simple ball off the back wall that gets away from St. Clair as Vesh, falling back towards the net, never had a chance.
Yeah, part of me thinks Vesh was jumping to prepare to move upfield with that pass that I think Christian was going for the pass down to Ben and just couldn't quite nail it. And either way, Vesh just coming into the net way too hot. Could not adjust in time, and kind of an unforced error out of St. Clair.
That's a couple they've given up in this game that, again, they'd love to have back, and unfortunately, there are no do-overs. Infield pass for Dead, and Ben was all over it. That ball's going to roll up the wall. It'll skip away from everybody. Ben and Vesh are there. Ben takes charge, but then it gets away from him. Nobody can react. Dead makes it 3-0.
Yeah, Ben tries to get tricky here. There's two options. One, he either missed it or he tried to catch it and fake him out. Yeah, I think he wanted to catch it on the front of his nose and keep that ball flat and stuck to the floor, but slightly mistimed it. Genoa jump all over it. Everyone on St. Clair not expecting that one.
Well, Ben will try to trigger some kind of attack now for the Saints. That goes over towards Vesh. Ceiling pitch. It's on target. No, it's off the post. Just a microcosm of everything right now for St. Clair. That brilliant opportunity thwarted not by the defense of Genoa, but by the game itself.
Gotta give credit to Barris right now. The recognition out of the midfield is excellent. He's not getting thrown off by misdirection. He's saying, look, I'm committed to my line, and more often than not, he's been right. He's getting a good hand up right in people's face when they're trying to make something happen. It's paying dividends and preventing Genoa from getting boxed in.
Right across the face of the goal. Ben will have it away, but only 30 seconds remaining, and at this point, still just kind of looking for any kind of positive vibes. We will be going back to a North American server, US East server, for game number 3. Again, they will have St. Clair the advantage on the odd-numbered games in this series, but the way things are going right now, there may only be one more of them left, as Genoa has once again dominated every facet of the game, and yet again add to their total.
This is an excellent job to close out Game 4. I know we got a couple seconds left, but look at Hyder go across the net. Forces people to come to the near post because he's going for the bump. And great play shotman all the way to the backside. Excellent job.
And when this ball hits the ground one more time, Genoa will be halfway home to a world championship. Only 2 games remaining against the Saints of St. Clair.
Brutal if you're St. Clair right now. I mean, you've kind of thrown a lot of different stuff at the wall. That physical play didn't net them pretty much anything in Game 1, so Game 2 they strip it back and say, look, let's go stack the net a little bit. Try and put more bodies in the way. That did not help because they were mistouching the ball, and now you're left with a very uncomfortable question heading into Game 3. Do you rinse and repeat the strat for Game 2 because you don't feel like you executed it well? Or do you just say, no, that was a complete waste of time, let's do something totally different? And that is not a fun question to have to answer only 2 series into the grand final.
Again, St. Clair has been rolling throughout the day. 4-1 over SETU, and then the 4-0 sweep over King Abdulaziz University from Saudi Arabia. Okay, that's great. There's 2. Final boss has been Genoa, and they have been an absolute buzzsaw against Berlin, against Dr. Buhmann, and now instead of a German opponent, they've got Canada and Poland in their way, and they're just walking right through it. Again, we swap over now to a US East server, which in theory should slightly benefit St. Clair just a little bit more, but we saw what happened in Game 1 on those servers, and that can't be a sign of confidence at all. And remember, there are no timeouts here in these best of 7s like you're used to maybe in professional play, so yeah, these server swaps kind of serve as timeouts, but, you know, I don't know, the vibe seems just a little bit different when you're kind of, okay, we're testing this lobby, make sure it's good, and then, okay, we're in.
It is different because a timeout, like traditionally, you actually have the opportunity to sit there, you know, put the controller down, stretch, like take a breath, collect yourself. But in a test lobby, you really do got to go through all the motions, and you're not thinking about what just happened and what you want to do. You're saying, does this feel right? Is this good to play on? And it really might seem like a timeout, but you're right, Stax. It definitely is not one. You got to make sure everything's spick and span moving forward. So, St. Clair. Man, I'd like to say it's an easy fix, but it doesn't feel like there's an easy fix. I do have to say, Barris, it's nasty. because his approach is so straightforward and direct. You're never questioning what Barist is trying to do. The only problem is he's on it so quick and so aggressively that you don't have an opportunity to actually try and outplay him. It's like watching someone just go as hard and as fast as possible, and you're just trying to catch it. You're not trying to catch it and redirect it and start your own thing. You're just saying, whoa, hold on, stop. And it doesn't even matter. Bears could be hitting it 20 feet wide of the net and going for a double tap. But who knows if it's going to go towards the net, off the wall, or down into the middle. And so a defender doesn't want to think about all of those options and just goes up the wall, and the speed at which Barist is playing forces them to play fast to catch up and keep pace, and they don't get to keep possession of the ball because they're going so fast they can't trap it. And I don't know how you stop it.
Well, if you find out how to stop it, I mean, you could probably hop in their comms and coach them up. You do have some coaching experience. You're more successful than mine. But boy, for St. Clair, I mean, you look at how great Vesh has been, especially today. 15 goals, now 6 assists with his one tally in game 1 throughout these playoffs. I mean, he's right behind Hyder in overall goals per game. You see a guy go through a Swiss stage and a playoff bracket at 1.36 per game, and you think, okay, he's clearly leading the tournament. And he would be if Hyder didn't exist at... He went into the last series at 1.53, okay? Into the semifinals.
Pretty good.
And he exited the semifinals at 1.52 per game.
Barely.
Not only that, I think he was down just under an assist per game going into that semifinal, and he went up to exactly 1. And he's got 3 assists through 2 games here. Hyder has done everything that's been asked of him and then some for Genoa, and hasn't just filled up the net. He's been a facilitator here. He's got 3 assists to go with Barris 4 goals, Dead's hat trick in game 2. I don't know how you stop this Genoa squad when they are running like this, when everybody is contributing just about equally.
You know, I want to say you got to find a way to ground the ball. If it's at all possible, you have to force the pace of play to slow down one way or the other. And if that means going up the wall and, turning off a 50 to let him dump it into the corner, then do it. I want pace of play to slow down if I'm St. Clair. If this one is already bouncing off the goal line, okay.
There's great team defense, though. Kind of having the entire goal line covered for that second option as Dead delayed his shot. But here we go. Genoa get the first opportunity. Christian way downfield. Ben and Hyder both in the air for it, and Dead's got that away towards Barist. Vesh, awkward. Christian got there just in time.
And you gotta love that speedy follow-up from Dead. Dead does not care that it's gonna take him his whole tank to get there. He's like, I am buying time for my team to get boost. I'm gonna do my job, get a hand on it, keep it in play. Barist actually adjusting pace of play, and here comes Hyder to score. What a play. It all goes back to that midfield challenge. Barris sets it up off the wall, and then his team just rotates back through.
I was wondering when Hyder was actually going to score in this series. I mean, everybody else has done the scoring. 7 goals coming from his teammates. About time he made himself useful today. 1-0 to Genoa as Hyder continues to terrorize this bracket and adds another off the kickoff.
Nasty kickoff goal to handle, especially after you're thinking, okay, let's collect ourselves. And Ben chickens out of the 50. He's thinking about it. He's like, should I go? He goes, nah, I can defend it. Ooh, you can defend it, but only if they're not good at flicking. And that is dead wrong right there.
2-0 to Genoa in just a minute. And we'll say the same thing we said about Dr. Buhmann in the semifinals. The good news is you got 4 minutes left. The bad news is there's 4 minutes left, and if you don't change things real quick, this is going to get real ugly.
A lot of time to work with, though. Okay, I like this. Yeah, just take a good 50 bin. All right, this is fine. If they want to take this ball up the wall, we don't care. What can he do? Straight towards net? We can handle straight towards net. And now it's towards theirs. We love that. All right, St. Clair, settle in.
Yes, what can he do? And I was about to say, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Oh, but I want to.
Well, here goes Ben. He's kind of lost that ball. Christian, just a little high. Follow-up goes in from himself. And St. Clair are on the board in game 3.
Nice job from Ben. Realized he didn't land correctly, didn't overplay it, said, hey, Christian, come take it, and it paid big dividends. Smashed off the back wall over the head of a defender and right back into the goal. Great job from St. Clair to get back within 1.
Vesh quickly onto this. Christian was forward, but just could not come off the wall for that. And now Hyder. Flip reset goes low, and Ben had it read all the way. He's in the right spot at the right time, but they're not out of the zone just yet. Vesh, big booming clear, and then dead. Oh, he just about caught that himself.
It's a nice job from Dead to regain possession, but a poor job from Vesh on his own half. Didn't realize that no one was actually there for Genoa, and it's that pressure that speed of Barris can do to you, that's been doing to them, to be honest. They should have realized, hey, no one's actually pressing us. We can slow down here. If they try and cut one off in the midfield, they can't get there. Vesh is back just in the nick of time. Now you need to execute here on this transition, St. Clair. Dead going to break it up, but they get to hold on to the ball.
A little unlucky they couldn't get on top of that ball and had to opt for the kind of weaker twisting shot as this goes to the corner. Bouncer right in on Dead. And St. Clair get to this in time? No, Dead's got it over top of everybody. Hyder following in the back. He's got some support coming behind him, embarrassed with a great win in the corner. Can he get one more touch? No, and Vesh will clear it away. Dead going after Ben, could not hit him.
Ooh.
And doesn't matter because the pass never got to Ben anyways.
Yeah, not the cleanest pickup from Vesh in the midfield as this one gets smacked off the St. Clair backboard. Everyone diving. They just have no idea where the attack is coming from. As now here comes Hyder, top left, denied. 3 people diving from St. Clair. Take a deep breath, get a corner boost. I don't care, but we gotta chill.
St. Clair, in a sport that is so fast and very rarely gives time for any kind of breaks, has to find a way to slow things down mentally as Christian's found an empty net in a tie game, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, where does this one even come from? I mean, it's just an easy poke out to the corner, makes you wonder, oh, there's the midfield challenge, way late and way under it. And the third man for Genoa, whoever it was, thinking they definitely had more time than they did.
Well, it's amazing what happens when St. Clair is able to see the field. Vesh going through, never got a flip off. And it's going to be swept out by Barris. He'll bring it right down the middle. Vesh couldn't slow him down, but Ben will take charge. He can still stay with this play and does so. What else can Ben do? He did not get the midfield boost. It was taken away from him. Dead. Stopped by Vesh. And Ben just dropped that one past Hyder.
Dodge. Ooh, and through 2.
Christian? Nothing there.
Not done yet, though. Beating 2 people definitely gives St. Clair a pretty clean shot of possession, but they need to win this 50, and they're all going to get scared of the potential psycho and back off the net.
Well, what can St. Clair do now as Ben just skies one up in the air? Not a lot of control here. Granted, he didn't have much in the tank to work with anyways. Vesh has a full tank, and he also has Dead fully in his face. Still a tie game here, down into the final 30 seconds. Vesh gets bumped away from the goal line, and that's going to put Ben in a tough spot as that one bounced away. Now Hyder taking his time with 15 seconds, but that one's cleared downfield. Had it been on target, this could be St. Clair's game. Instead, there's some work to be done. Vesh, infield pass to Christian, and the Saints have marched in front.
Not quite out of it yet. Vesh with a big corner boost steal, and then the slowdown at the end with the re-acceleration, getting that flip hard down into the box, and a nice and aggressive follow-through from St. Clair nets him a late lead.
9 seconds. We've seen how good Genoa's been on kickoffs, and that one just narrowly missed the mark. Barris up, double tap, bang, bang!
Oh my goodness, Dead threads a needle through the midfield line. Vesh knows he can't reach it. Ben trying his best, but that is such a difficult read to make. He could go anywhere with that double tap. Embarrassed. What a bullet.
After all that, St. Clair scores with 9 seconds left. You think it's ball game? Maybe it still is. Vesh goes low to win it.
We say we want to slow it down, and that's exactly what Vesh does. Ban a nasty pass across the middle, forcing Hyder to go for the early challenge. Vesh put the center of mass right behind the middle of the ball, put a big 50 on it. Don't overthink it. Just get big, and it worked out. Great win from St. Clair to at least get themselves on more stable footing, and they're saying, okay, we've at least found something to work with. Who can say if it will be consistent, but 6 shots for Christian with a hat trick. That's a lot of pressure on a guy to get a team into at least a playable spot in the grand finals, but he delivers big with a hat trick.
So it goes 4-3 for St. Clair in a wild third game. What do you got for an encore? We go back now to European servers. So, Vesh will be happy. Ben and Christian, maybe not so much, but Christian just absolutely goes off. He had the 1 goal in game 1, where they lost 3-1, and then he finally just explodes for the hat trick, as you mentioned. Christian had a worldie of a game, and it was not squandered in the end, as Vesh bails them out at 10 seconds into overtime.
Yeah, huge game for St. Clair. I mean, you couldn't ask for any more pressure. There was very real danger that they're just in the deepest hole possible right out of the gates. And they did an excellent job to fight back from a very difficult position. And now we see, hopefully, that poise and composure they found there in Game 3 at least continue on through the rest of the series. And now we can say, okay, Genoa's not unbeatable. We're not just going to get, destroyed by the Barist train. Granted, he did have one heck of a shot to equalize. I don't know if I would hand that shot to just anybody. I mean, you had to go half the field with a full-speed double tap. I mean, it's not easy.
0 seconds in the end.
Made it look easy.
Yeah. All right, again, just his story continues to write itself, which has just been fantastic. Up to 28 goals in the tournament now. And, I mean, he came in to even the semis at not a particularly high number. These last 2 rounds, Barist has gone off, but it was not enough for a 3-0 lead. St. Clair is back into it, down 2-1, moving back into hostile territory for the most part with a European server, and it looks like the players are just about ready to go for that 4th game. Again, for those just catching on, first of all, where have you been? You've missed a heck of a day. The odd games will be played on US East, even games played on European servers in this best of 7. And this is the grand final for the Uni Rocketeers. All right, welcome back, everybody. So the hamster's back running on the wheel. We've got enough power to hopefully get us through the rest of these finals. We've got our grand final going on here. Stacks joined by Achieves here as we crown our 2024 Collegiate World Champion. We know it'll be somebody new after Dr. Buhmann was knocked out by Genoa. And that same Genoa team, after their victory in the semifinals, has taken on St. Clair. They won the first 2 games, but St. Clair battled back on North American servers in Game 3. They have the home field advantage on the odd servers. And they are back into the series, down 2-1 as we head to Utopia on European servers for Game 4.
And the real tester for St. Clair, can you continue that momentum, get it back to level, and put some pressure on Genoa and say, yeah, we can win 2 straight as well. A lot of the game, when it comes down to these high-pressure moments, really just boils down to who can create an opportunity and not crack under the pressure. Don't get too antsy. Don't just punt the ball away just because you feel that pressure. You got to stay disciplined. You got to keep your eyes downfield. Make sure you're not just giving away possession for the sake of not having to make something happen. And St. Clair definitely did a nice job getting their composure back there in that Game 3. Hopefully they can do something here in Game 4.
Teams have been able to kind of bounce back and learn to hang around with this Genoa team as the series goes on. We saw it in their quarterfinal series where they took the first 2 games against Berlin, and then it looked like, okay, that was kind of the heartbreaker, but then Berlin battled back. They took games 3 and 4, even against Dr. Buhmann, which ultimately was a sweep as they dethroned the world champions. Game 3, actually Game 2, I believe, also went to overtime. Buhmann Academy learned to hang around and make Genoa work for it. Now that's what St. Clair has done. They got that lead, then Barist and Genoa came storming back. The goal at 0 seconds, forcing overtime, and you thought, oh no,
Here we go
clearly
again.
going to be 3-0. This series is over, and as Seb put it, we're cooked. No. Instead, St. Clair gets the overtime winner 10 seconds in from Vesh, and now we're off to the races. Going to Utopia for Game 4. The players are ready after that little tech kerfuffle, and we are ready as well. Game 4 in our World Championship is about to get underway.
Once more unto the breach. And now we get to see the interesting thing. Does Genoa or St. Clair feel a little bit iced out by a random happenstance? Having been the victim of a couple of tech pauses, it really can take you out of the game pretty significantly when you're really locked in and then you just have to sit there and wait for something to get fixed. It is a surprisingly difficult hurdle to get over. We'll see who overcomes it.
That 50 is going to drop right in front of Ben, and had he reacted just a little bit quicker, could have gone onto that ball, maybe had a scoring opportunity. Vesh had a look here. This is going to go off the corner. Christian is right there, who has been incredible. Force that one through, but Barist will sweep it out. Hyder's there as well, but he couldn't get it back down to Barist, and that one's going to roll into an empty net, courtesy of Ben.
Little antsy here from Genoa. Barist touching that ball out to safety, and Hyder immediately jumping at it. He kind of jumps blind without knowing if he's actually being challenged. And all he ends up doing is just throwing it away to the other team, and Vesh jumped all over it.
Oh, off the kickoff, Barist had the better reaction, but he can't get that ball central. Opportunity here, though, if Dead runs onto it instead. Playing more conservatively, which is a little strange out of Genoa, and that's going to cost him because Ben goes right between the eyes, 2-0.
2-0 and 2 for Ben now. I mean, nothing special here. Just got to get up, get a touch, or have people get ready on the net. An awkward kickoff goes awry every now and again. Unfortunate for Genoa, but a lot of time to recover, and St. Clair rallying the troops here and really starting to take control of the series. Just kidding.
As great as Christian's been, as great as this St. Clair comeback has been, all of a sudden, that 2-goal lead cut in half. Barist off the kickoff. Who else?
Hey, he said it. Nothing special. Straight line speed right up to the ceiling. Clean off. Get a little extra height on your final touch. Good enough. Nice shot, Barist.
Well, Vesh watches that one go over his head, courtesy of Dead, who's got Hyder waiting. Barist has nothing in the tank. That hasn't stopped Genoa before. I mean, he spent almost the entire end of a game on no boost, and they still got a winner out of it. As Ben watches that go over top. A lot of kind of passive play, a little bit of indecisiveness on the side of St. Clair after getting a 2-goal lead. And Barist has that one just kind of took a weird bounce on him. That's what we'll go with, as Barist will have that one right down Main Street and right into the waiting arms of Vesh.
Vesh definitely recognizing, hang on, we have a little bit more time to play with the ball than we may have initially thought. He's definitely seeing that he's got opportunities to trap the ball, take it on a dribble, keep it tight, force Genoa to take the ball off him. And all it takes is one player to show the rest of the team that, and they all start to go, oh, okay, now we understand what's going on here.
Well, Barist got that through to the back wall, another off the back board, and Hyder's shot is ultimately stopped by Vesh. He had to put a lot of work into that stop. And now Christian winning that through, but it goes right to Barist. He doesn't have anything in the tank whatsoever, so it's kind of a short-lived possession. But he can circle around on this. No boost, no problem. Barist does it again.
Oh, the first man here, Hyder throws it off the side, and we're not going to see it, but boy, did the player diving in front of net absolutely sell that shot. St. Clair diving as best they could to make it to that near post. They just let it go. Barist wheels back around, puts in an easy one.
I have never seen somebody do so much with so little, and then Christian immediately after, and it's like nothing ever happened. St. Clair back in front, just beating Hyder to the punch.
What a job from Christian there. It's rare that you get the opportunity on the kickoff like that to actually stay with the play, but to convert it into a nice, clean, solid shot on target, that's big. Great job.
It has been Vesh all weekend and especially today. Now it's Christian. here in the finals. Make it 5 goals now to go with a pair of assists in this grand final, trying to will the Saints back into this series and keep their hopes alive of claiming the World Championship.
No.
But Hyder picks his pocket, and the two superstars clash. It's Hyder, the better of the two.
Yeah, Christian trying to get clever and take that on a dribble, but that skipped off him. It didn't stick to him. He wanted the catch, an instant flick. It turned out to just be a straight donation.
Hyder closing in on 40 goals this weekend. 38 now. To, of course, predictably lead all scorers. Not just in total, but in goals per game. And probably goals per 5 minute and goals per every mistake the opposition's made. Because Hyder has been the punisher all weekend.
Absolute monster on the wins above replacement stat line.
Yeah. Hey, you know who else has been a monster and wins above replacement? Barris, who's been the replacement.
Yeah. Huge value add. Big money ball candidate.
You know, we talk about, of course, in the professional scene, we talk about the French players and how, all right, there just seems to be a new one every month that steps up, comes from out of nowhere, and seems to dominate, and they're the next prodigy. Seeing the same here with this Italian squad. No Arju, no problem so far, as Dead has Barris downfield, and Ben had to be keenly aware of that.
You can see Dead didn't really feel confident trying to hold that ball with potential St. Clair pressure, multiple people bearing down on him. Elects to just punt back to the midfield, but that's a miscue from Ben. Yeah, St. Clair has the ball per se on their own half, but all he did was give free position out to Genoa. Now they're camped out at the midfield line. Now they're pressing.
30 seconds remaining now in a tie game. Another overtime potentially looming after St. Clair survived sudden death in Game 3. Ben trying to avoid that, but instead he's given this one to Barris, and I don't know if there's any good player to give the ball to on Genoa, but it's probably not Barris. There's a demo in front as well, but Ben has that out to the corner. Just trying to hold on here, and maybe an opportunity might present itself. Besh central, but Christian's not forward. They have packed it in here, turtling up at the end of regulation, and Christian should just about kill that, and does.
Trying his best to dig that one back out to Barris, have him do another little 0-second heroic dive at it, but no dice. Big double boost grab for St. Clair off the kickoff here. Chance to add on a bunch of pressure. Barris doing a great job just taking as much time with the ball as they could. That was an excellent job to get you out of a jam on the opening of OT.
The key there for somebody who's never had any boost at all in this series or all day. Barris had got boost from the opposite side. His Hyder's shot. No. Follow up from Barris, who's done it again.
You can't blame St. Clair for jumping at this one. Hyder, as you said, has been absolute money. They were afraid of number 39, but they took their eyes off the real prize. Barris comes through and buries one with Game 4 wrapping up in Genoa's favor. Now the pressure's on. St. Clair, you have had an immaculate showing today, but now you find yourselves on the brink.
Needing 3 wins in a row against this Genoa team to claim a world championship. Genoa just 5 minutes, or I mean realistically the way this series has gone, 5, 6, or 7 minutes, however long it takes, away from locking it up for good. But there is still one task remaining, and of course remember, odd-numbered game now going into Game 5. We'll head over to US East and a North American server for this St. Clair squad where they won in overtime in Game 3. We are far from out of the woods here yet. We're far from finished with this World Championship, even with Genoa facing triple match point.
Too many overtimes for comfort if you're St. Clair. Yeah, you've been playing well, you've been keeping it tight, but I'm not sure how many leads they've actually had outside of their OT win, right? I guess they technically were ahead in Game 3, right before the 0-second equalizer.
9 seconds left, yes.
Yeah, that's the they've held a lead for 9 seconds the entire series. It does not feel good right now. If I'm St. Clair, I'm thinking, yeah, we're in it, but in the back of my head, I'm like, dude, we're not in it.
I mean, both teams came into this series, Achieves, with kind of a similar attack pattern, right? You've always got somebody downfield. We haven't seen that as much from Genoa here. They've almost kind of peeled back a little bit into more of a traditional attack where you don't have just somebody kind of picking cherries downfield and trying to catch the defense napping. I think there's a lot of respect, mutual respect from both sides where they realize we will get beat on a counterattack if we try to get greedy like that. So instead, Genoa has kind of employed, I think, more of St. Clair's method of your best defense is going to be a suffocating offense.
Yeah, I mean, it always is across any sporting world. At the end of the day, the goals are what win you the game. They say the defense will win you a championship. Well, if you never have to play defense, then clearly you're about to win the championship. So it's definitely understandable that both teams, I think, willing to say, hey, look, fine, you can have the ball. I'll be back here. I'll make sure that nothing goes terribly wrong. And that's not a bad idea, but the only problem is Genoa's been getting the much better hand dealt out of that arrangement. And St. Clair, you hate to say it, with 3 having to go on the run, you may have to throw caution to the winds a little bit and be willing to take a few risks. Now, I think you can play the same idea because clearly you've been playing, close enough up to this point. You're playing 2 overtimes in a row. You're within 1 at pretty much any given moment. Maybe down 2, but with a lot of time, right? And I think when you're on match point like this, when you go down 2, you have a choice to make. If you've got 3 minutes, do you try and take your chance as quick as possible and just say, look, if they score, then we'll have, 2.5 to score 2? Or do you keep turtling it out and continue giving that respect and hope that it will all balance out?
Well, I think what we saw, especially in Game 3, of all places where, again, they did win that game, but for the first, minute and a half, they were all panicky and kind of jumping and jittery because they were under so much pressure. They'd just been outscored 7-1 over the first couple of games, and it looked like Genoa was flying around with 5 cars out there that they just felt like they never had any time. If they tried to slow play out of the zone, Dead or Hyder was just right in their grill. And then they realized, well, wait a minute. No, they're not there. We could actually play this a lot slower.
Yeah.
And once they did that, the confidence has increased. They've played 2 very close games, 2 4-3 results, 1 going either way. I mean, St. Clair is far from done here. And I don't think any drastic changes are necessary. But they do have to find an answer for Barist. You have to make somebody else beat you. Unfortunately, on this Genoa team, both of the others very well can.
That is the big problem, and it doesn't help, because you make an excellent point. Barist has been a problem all series long, right? But as you so astutely pointed out, Hyder has 38 goals! It's not just a one-man show over here on Genoa. They're all getting the job done, and we haven't got to say Dead's name a whole lot, but at the same time, he hasn't had to do much other than just make sure nothing goes horribly wrong when it's your turn to go hit the ball. And that is an admirable trait.
I mean, listen, Dead's only 3 goals and 6 assists in this series. I mean, come on.
Only
it's not like
6
he's pulling
assists.
his weight like Barris and Hyder are.
Ugh.
My gosh,
Whoa,
yeah.
is that a double
Dead has
demo?
been awesome. Everybody in this series has been great all weekend long. Ben will score here off the setup from Vesh. There's a demo, a boost steal, another demo. Barris spawns in behind the play. Ben is right there in front. St. Clair finally getting to play St. Clair Rocket League.
Yeah, they heard us talking about only 9 seconds of lead time. Well, we can't have that. And then they start off on the run here in game 5, excuse me. We'll see how long it lasts.
It is a must-win here. Keep in mind, if this does go the distance, Game 7 will be right back here on North American servers. Got to get there first. There's a long time between now and then. Hyder watches Vesh go by. That Christian coming up trying to get involved in the play as well, and that's left Ben all alone. Vesh getting back, maybe just in time to pop that away. It's a free ball for Dead.
Boy.
Flip reset if he times it up, but Christian's right there to hammer it out.
Huge respect to Christian for sticking with that one. I know it's an attempt that is very obvious and telegraphed, but that does not make it easy to defend. And Christian right on it off the backboard. Nice slow 50. Oh, love the poise from St. Clair. Don't rush the challenges. Make sure you get a good hit on it. The timing is more important than the speed. And Vesh will take his time here in the corner as well. St. Clair really trying to drag out their possession. And now they're carving up the defense with bumps on the net. A pinch across, and unfortunately nobody waiting for it. But St. Clair really trying to get themselves in a position where they can put Genoa in a blender.
Oh, Christian downfield. Vesh is there as well to watch it go in. Christian strikes again, and the lead is 2 for St. Clair as he just... Oh, he got a little help from Vesh on that one.
You might have seen the idea from Dead. He wanted that flick pass out to the corner. Came off a little bit weak, as you like to say, Stacks. Got his pocket picked and straight into the net. St. Clair. Great start for Game 5. Couldn't ask for anything better. Now we don't even have to worry. Oh, we're up 2 with 3 to play. Okay, how do we hold on to it?
Yeah, that really wasn't on the list of questions we were going to be thinking about for St. Clair, but it's a very much a reality now. Dead. Gonna try and corkscrew his way through this one, and Christian, yet another stop. He's been great defensively. A double commit there between Vesh and Ben, and they still come away with the ball moving towards the red half of the field. So everything works out for St. Clair, and their fortunes have turned mightily.
Floater from Hyder, but all that does is give the ball away. Barris doing his best. Now it's about to be a 2-on-3. It can get dicey pretty quick here for St. Clair. Not the greatest clear for Genoa, but thankfully St. Clair expecting some deeper hits. Backed off and gave a lot of space.
Well, Hyder can chase this. That midfield boost still available, and that one's just given away to Hyder, but they do clean up their own mess. And now Ben quickly downfield, and St. Clair not in any rush to force the issue. I think they're going to kind of start to turtle up just a little bit here inside 2 minutes and make Genoa bring the fight to them, which they will. And there's a nice stop made right above the crossbar.
Hyder is fiending for 39. He wants to be... Is any player even close with anything like that? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Vesh came in with 30. He's been equaled by Barist in this series for the event. Because Barist has 8 goals to his credit. I had to triple check that because I didn't think it was possible.
Give me 39. Yes!
Got it! Off the side, off the defender, nothing but net.
Ask and ye shall receive. Barris just face diving the net. Hyder gives it his best go. Favorable bounce off the post, right back into the defender, straight in.
124. Genoa could still secure a world championship in regulation, no less. High bouncer. No, it's going to be cleared away. It goes all the way back to Barist. And Dead's got a full tank of boost from his back line. He's going to need to use it. He's got Hyder across the field, and he'll jump into play now as Hyder takes that from Ben. Pinballs around, but Christian's got it out. Dead. Can he center this? No, he took his time, and Vesh afforded him none.
Oh, and a nice press from Barris again. Look at him do all the work with 0 boost out of the corner, beating 2 players, lets his team go grab some boost, and now they're set to handle this, but not enough. Ben, great flip reset deep out of his own half. Nasty timing on it as well, and Christian just forcing Dead to stay grounded, could never get up to go and actually challenge it in case he got bumped. And Ben the cherry on top, the top of the net.
The lead back to 2 for St. Clair, and in most cases you'd think, all right, you can relax now, but not with these 2 squads. Plenty of offense to go around. Genoa come up with some late heroics already today. Dead, hard out of the corner. Give it away to Vesh. And St. Clair doing a good job keeping them hemmed in their own zone. Christian could have put it away there, but Hyder has the save and the clear. Now this goes all the way back, and, well, that caught an awkward bounce off of Ben, but it works out just fine for St. Clair. Down to 15 seconds now, and that one's going to get away from Vesh, but it doesn't matter. It's still staying away from Genoa, and this has just been brilliant out of St. Clair, who are going to afford themselves one more life as we go to Game 6 in our World's Final.
Excellent show from St. Clair here. A deserved win in Game 5. You had to come out here and show you still had it, not really worried about too much. And they slowed things down right off the start, put themselves in an excellent position. 2-goal lead, over half the game to play. You couldn't ask for a better start in a tough spot. And they delivered huge here. And at that point, once you've got that 2-goal lead, now you know you don't really have to take any risks. And it's just a matter of staying disciplined. St. Clair, excellent job closing out a comfortable lead for a long time.
And it's going to feel good. I mean, this is by far the best game that St. Clair has played. I mean, yes, they won Game 3, but that was in overtime. They had a hard-fought Game 4 that they lost in overtime. This one was clinical at the end, which is kind of what I look for in collegiate teams, because these are teams that if somebody's going to drop a lead late, even a 2-goal lead with like 30, 40 seconds left, it might happen here more than, say, in the RLCS. And St. Clair, under some fire with about, I don't know what, a minute and a half from Genoa, stayed poised. They didn't change anything up. They didn't panic. They realized that first of all, Genoa is not outclassing them as they did in the first couple of games, maybe even 2 games and a minute or so. They can hang with this team, and now they feel like they really can beat this team. And after seeing these past few games, instead of asking why, how about why not?
Why not? Well, the answer is statistics are never on your side when you have to win 3 straight. So there's the only reason for why not that you can always give. But apart from that, I mean, Genoa, I still don't think you really have to change anything. You just have to give St. Clair their flowers for that game 5, right? As I would say in the RLCS, they get paid too. Everyone's allowed to have a really nice game every now and again, and a well-deserved win from St. Clair. So tip your cap, move on, and dust yourself off.
Well, we go back to a European server for the last time in this World Championship. And just wonder, will anything change for Genoa? They won the 2 games so far played on European servers. A dominant 4-0 victory where that was the end of their dominance in this series. And then Game 4 where they eke one out in overtime. What's going to give here? Something has to for St. Clair. Vesh, as great as he's been, will have to kind of pick it up, I think, for St. Clair here on Game 6 on Wasteland, because Christian has been awesome, Ben, spectacular, Vesh has been great up to this point. Only the 1 overtime goal to help them out in Game 3 and a few assists to go with it. I want to see Vesh going off as he did in the quarters, in the semis. Not quite a one-man wrecking crew, but pretty darn close.
And the bigger problem that St. Clair may run into here is, it's really easy to feel confident slowing pace of play down and going for those dribbles, when you're on your home server, and you can feel confident that you understand how a 50 is going to play out. But once you start trying to trap the ball and bring it down over across the pond when you're on 120-plus ping, you start to get a little antsy with it. So that's what to keep your eye on here for St. Clair. Are they still able to find a way to slow pace of play down, take some dribbles, and put some good 50s on it out of them?
Oh my gosh!
Nope.
Barrist with the soul read of the century.
Nice try, my guy. Smash into your net. Thank you very much. Get out.
That was absolutely filthy. 1-0 Genoa, 13 seconds in. Here we go. Hyder has that one just easily picked by Vesha. That could be trouble for Genoa, if not for the efforts of Barrist, of course. Now Ben just kind of playing decoy there and trying to freeze the defense. He actually did his job. The ball went through right to Genoa anyways.
Fortunately, the shot wide. Barrist, not surprised to see him continuing on his plan. Straight through whenever it's your time and get as much as you can out of it.
I'm sure this will not come as a surprise to anybody, but European teams so far have been at a massive advantage on European servers. Vesh let that one get away just a little bit. Hyder trying to dive bomb onto one. Vesh will have to come around and collect it. St. Clair trying to play that slower, methodical style over these last few games, and as you've mentioned, it has worked quite a bit. It's served them far better than in the first couple of games, but it's really the physicality out of St. Clair that we saw all throughout the event. And finally here in this grand final,
no chance.
they start to feel comfortable, but they can't stop Dead on a ball that just whipped right out in front, and Vesh did all he could.
Yeah, Vesh going into that corner, maybe to deny a corner boost if it spawned, maybe to follow the ball up the wall, and you see that bounce straight back out into the middle, and you go, oh boy, here we go.
The lead 2 for Genoa on their second opportunity to close out the World Championship. Ben diving in, got it in front, but Dead with the demo, and Christian, of course, way too far back. Ben's got to play it off his own back wall, try to psycho it away, and Dead had it red the whole way. Vesh is there, though, and he can try and dribble around. Got past Hyder, and Ben denied by Barrist. What a recovery.
Great recovery is right. Thought for sure St. Clair was going to find a way back. Christian trying to go for a crazy redirect just to throw a curveball at the Genoa defense, but Genoa breaks out, ball to Hyder, there's 40 on the money, completely open net, 3-goal lead for Genoa, cruising in Game 6.
I had to feel like eventually the dam was going to break, and it may just have with less than 3 minutes remaining in Game 6. We've been denied Game 7 all day. And the Fun Police from Genoa might just deny it one more time. Up ahead to Christian, intercepted. Dead is all over this, and this is where Dead has done his best work. When the team's ahead,
oh no,
he's just been there to be the Grim Reaper, to put it all away. Opportunity goes by the wayside for Genoa. Barrist almost forced it through. Ben in a tough spot. Vesh has it at least out of harm's way off of Hyder.
And Hyder really actually getting surprisingly aggressive there with a 3-goal lead. If I'm third man at the midfield line and I'm up 3 with 2 on the clock, I don't think I go for that 50 because I don't want to let them back into the game at all. But Genoa just wants to pound them into the dirt, it seems.
This is the 31st time a European team has played against another region on a European server. 25 have been wins. Looks like it's going to hold, barring something spectacular, but there's Christian diving in from the heavens with a minute 46. After that got through, Vesh was there at least as a threat, and it was enough to force that ball over to Christian.
Yeah, it does pay its dividends there for sure. Ben definitely aiming to get the ball up to Vesh, but you'll take it if the opponents will do the work you were about to do for you. Hey, we'll take it. St. Clair within 2, a lot of time to play. What can you make happen? Oh, not a good ball from Christian. That is a free ball to Genoa.
But Dead's lost it from the ceiling, so Christian gets a mulligan, and, well, this is real awkward for St. Clair. Hyder got to it first, just ahead of the defense. He goes north of 40, and he may go to the title of world champion.
Man, and Ben honestly did the best he could. He got trapped in a third-man position, a lot tighter to a challenge than he would have liked to have been. Not the most flexible approach just because his 2 teammates couldn't get a hand on the ball. And then, regrettably, disaster.
Down to minute 17. Christian, got to go to work, because you don't know if anybody else will. Second touch actually given away to Vesh, and Dead is there to clean up the mess. Again, Dead has just an absolute killer at the end, and he's got a goal for his efforts as well. 5 in the series, 5 in the game for Genoa.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Let the guy with no boost go to work. Let him try and maximize his time on the ball. And hey, sometimes you get lucky. Third man is screaming back into net and just totally whiffs one. 5-1. And with that, I believe you can put an exclamation point on the end of this series for Genoa.
Up ahead, Vesh. Just watching at this point. Opportunity gone by the wayside. Christian can't get to it. Desperation setting in, and maybe a little bit of reality setting in for the Saints, who have battled valiantly through the Swiss, had their struggles, pulled it off anyways, got all the way to the finals, but they've run into the same problem that just about everybody else has here in this bracket. Genoa. That will go through for Vesh with 18 seconds. 3-goal deficit. And listen, I understand what the laws of reality are, but I've seen stranger things.
One time. I've seen it one time. The 14-second hat trick will forever be etched into my brain. Do we get one?
The kickoff goes forward, but there's nobody on it. Christian needs to center that for someone instead. It was more of a shot. Vesh has no boost to go up for this. 7 seconds, and the celebration can begin. L'Italia Campione del Mondo! Genoa, champions of the world!
What a show from Genoa. Oh my goodness gracious me. I mean, you gotta give them their credit. You come in and everyone says, ooh, no Arju, I don't know if they're gonna be as good. Ooh, yes. The answer was yes. Nobody had an answer for them pretty much all tournament. They only lose one series back on the Swiss stage to Dr. Buhmann, 1-3, and after that, lights out. The other 3 series in Swiss stage, all 3-0s, all throughout the bracket stage, only dropping 2 to Berlin and now 2 here to St. Clair. So, Genoa, if you're only dropping a combined 6 games all tournament, I think we can go ahead and say you deserve to win it.
Just unbelievable stat lines. I mean, you can see the numbers down below us. A lot of crooked numbers there. We had some shootouts in this grand final, but for Barist, you know, as impressive as the stat line has been, we've talked about it constantly. How about this? 9 goals and 4 assists. Hyder, who had been brilliant up to the finals, picked it up at the end. 6 goals to go with 5 assists. Boy, we're doing caster math live. This is really dangerous territory. And even Dead, who, again, we didn't say Dead's name very often, except at the end.
Didn't have to, you know?
He lived up to his name. He literally killed off every game that they won, it felt like. Just casually 5 goals and 7 assists in the World's Final. All those numbers add up to a World Championship for Genoa. And I'm sure we've got a panel that's got a lot to talk about to break down that final. We'll hear from them in just a moment. We got to give them a break to kind of catch their breath. Somebody has to console Seb after the loss of his Canadian squad. So we'll
Let him
take
collect
a quick break,
himself.
and when we come back, we will wrap up the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship.
Take your time. You light the sky time. You light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind. And you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind. And you were never far away. And you would always take your time. You light the sky up like the
World champions are here. University of Genoa. Joining me here is Shuffleverse after their amazing win against St. Clair. Shuffleverse, welcome in and congratulations to your team on becoming champions.
Thank you very much. We're the best.
Of course.
I'm the best.
Hey, you're the best. You can say it. You are. And you and Barris have this similar beach vibe going today.
I'm actually at the beach right now.
See, you knew we were going to be celebrating, so why not?
Yeah.
Already.
Supposedly, I had to have a drink, but the bar, as you can see, is closed right now. So, no drink for me.
Hey, but you still get to celebrate. Shuffleverse, I know you're part of this team in the seasons past as a player, so how does it feel on the coaching side to see your team succeed, even without all your starters?
It's a good feeling. Like, we knew that we were the strongest, probably, but winning is always a good feeling, right?
It's always a good feeling. Listen, you just said you knew you were the best, and I want to talk about that because when we talk about the best in a collegiate world's frame, we think of Dr. Buhmann, the reigning champions. You guys went up against them in Swiss. It didn't go as planned, but then ultimately you take them down in the semifinals. Was that a match your team was excited to get a revenge sweet victory over in the playoffs?
Nah, I mean, we just came back on from our holidays, so we were not really good, but just one day of rank in the best region, and we're set to go.
That's it. So you take down Buhmann and you take down a lot of countries. Shuffleverse, your team faced against Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Germany, Canada. I mean, what has it been like preparing your team to face against the world and to play against them in this tournament?
Nah, it was very fun. Like, we're all friends, so we have really good vibes when we talk to each other. We go to holidays together. We stay together a lot in time voice calls. So, like, it's not really a big deal prepping with them. Like, they understand me and I understand them. So it's pretty easy, to be honest, to communicate with them.
Sounds like good vibes bring you guys good victories. That's what I'm hearing. There were a few other assets that gave you guys those victories. You had some sharpshooters on your team, Shuffleverse. Hyder was popping off just about all tournament. Barrist in this grand finals was shooting at around 50%. He had 8 goals in 4 games at one point. I'm sure that makes your job a little bit easier when even without Arju, your team is popping off on the scoring front.
Yeah, of course. It's all thanks because I said to Baris that if he started to score and play good, I will take him in holidays with me. So that was the motivation for him.
Very well, very well.
Of course, I would have offered him drink if he comes. Yeah, of course, I'm a good coach.
A good coach provides good rewards. That's perfect. Good incentives, right?
Yeah, of course.
I like it. Well, Shuffleverse, hey, the floor is yours. Anything as a world champion coach you'd like to say to the fans, to the people watching?
Thank you for supporting us. And I owe this one to the boys of California, to everyone, guys.
Beautiful. Shuffle, thank you so much. University of Genoa, your world champions here for the Rocketeers tournament. Desk, I'll send it back to you for one final segment.
I'm quite happy for him. I'm very ecstatic for him. No,
So am I.
For real. Legitimately, a huge congratulations to Genoa for being able to defend their unofficial world champion title, taking it back from a Dr. Buhmann and defending it in a grand finals of the Rocketeers 2024 World Championship here. Brilliantly done on all sides. I'm happy St. Clair was able to give them a fight. I was going to cry if it was a 4-0, but Genoa was able to put them away 4-2. A great showing on all sides, Gargan.
Yeah, it was a wild and wacky event at times, but I feel like we got back to a little bit of normalcy. And you said it, we had a fantastic grand final. St. Clair, they gave you just about everything you could have wanted aside from them taking the series themselves. Obviously, you want to see that go to 7, but the fact they made it such a strong fight after the showing they had in the quarters and the semis, there's not a whole lot not to love about what St. Clair did here tonight.
Yeah, I think Vaudeville, they're definitely with how quick they left, there might have been a little bit of tilt. I think it was, St. Clair, I'm pretty sure they felt they left some stuff on the table, that they could have fought back in some series, they could have fought back in some games. There was definitely some goals that shouldn't have gone through. They felt it, they knew it. But either way, a 4-2, couldn't have asked for much better. And Genoa will be our champions. They continue their reign currently as the best team in Europe.
Yeah, I think it was, 14 or 15 games now that their series that they've defended the unofficial World Championship title. So that's like a huge thing for them. Again, claiming it back from Dr. Buhmann in such a fashion, but also St. Clair. I mean, kudos to them, of course. That is the farthest St. Clair has made it as a school in a World Championship. They got close in the 2022 one to make it to the semifinals, but now they made it all the way to the finals here. Little asterisks, of course, as people will say, for the elephant in the room with the other NA teams that didn't participate, but even then, that's on them. St. Clair, they performed as it mattered. Vesh really showed up, and everyone else on that team, Christian and Ben, really showcased their skill for like one last hurrah for that roster. So I'm curious to see what's on the horizon for their school, their team, but also Genoa too. I mean, they continue to be such a dominant factor. I really want to see them face off against some other collegiate Rocket League teams too.
Yeah, Stax, this is just more of a symptom of like, okay, now that we've seen Genoa take care of, you know, kind of the rest of the field, I mean, this is another win on the European belt that we cannot just assume that collegiate is a North American sport anymore, that it is truly a global sport, and Europe currently has that crown.
Yeah, and to Vaudible's point a moment ago about, some teams didn't participate. Yeah, A, that's on them. B, if they wanted to, they would have not burned their bridges and completely fell apart as teams, and they would have played if they said they were going to play. So no, there's not a single North American team that can look at what happened today and go, yeah, but we would have. Well, no, you had your chance and you didn't. So, like, again, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a legitimate world championship for Genoa.
Exactly.
The way they played this weekend, especially today, against very tough competition, including last year's world champions, which is the same roster, they decimated them.
Yes.
And then, the best team in the other half of the bracket got through, and they, for the better part of 3 of those 4 games, they beat the tar out of them. So yes, Genoa is, as far as I'm concerned, the best team in the world. They proved it here. And there's a lot more to being the best team than just hit the ball good. There's the team chemistry, there's building the team, there's maintaining the team, and showing up when it matters most. Genoa did all of those things, and today they did it better than everybody else by far.
You hear that, NA boys? Your Northwoods, your Maryvilles, Davenports, Ball States, Boise. There's a lot of you that have to rise up to that challenge that Genoa is offering. Akron is now back. And we have a lot of teams that are coming up, and the current peak is that European level, and it is up to you guys to rise up to the challenge. Throw away the ego. This is a world competition now, and you can't afford to have an ego when you're getting smashed in the server, boys. You gotta show up. So I hope to see you guys soon. But let's take a look at how we got here, because this all started from somewhere. This was our Swiss stage that went just about as varied as you can expect. We started off, of course, with all of our contenders from around the world. We had Buhmann, we had, of course, Genoa, we had 2 Canadian teams, we had American teams, we had MENA teams, SAM teams, SSA teams, OCE teams, all competing in the same Swiss stage, where it all resulted in our bracket that we had here. Of course, some had easier runs than others, some made more dominant runs, but I think, Vaudable, and I know I'm talking about St. Clair a lot, but I think the fact that they were able to make it to the finals, despite the fact that a lot of people were sleeping on them with as easy of a road as they had it, I still think it's a testament to how well they were playing this weekend.
Yes, it was.
Also Kitty.
The cat's a little distracting right now. Just wanting some attention after all the Rocket League. But
no more Vaudable. We need cat.
Can you repeat your question? Sorry, I was a little distracted.
Okay. So with St. Clair, they came through. We thought they weren't going to do as well, which is fairly enough, because they had the easier Swiss. They didn't have as hard of a Swiss road as maybe SETU or some other teams that came through. But I think it's fair to say that they really did come through, play to their ability, play to their skill level, and play that grand final really well.
This is the St. Clair we've been waiting for, and it's unfortunate that it happened like so late in the season for them, but it'd rather happen now than when we would never see it. So it's good for them to show up, good for them to actually get to that grand final, get that second place. Yes, I know they're upset that they didn't get it at the end of the day, but Genoa is that super team that we were talking about, that's like the best of the best in Europe, that's was undefeated until they finally lost to Buhmann, and then Buhmann lost to them in such a spectacular fashion that they got more games than them is a huge testament to the St. Clair roster. So again, hats on the back for them, kudos all around, and they can be proud of their result here today.
Gaugen, it wasn't even that Genoa made it through 3-0, right? This was a team that actually lost to Dr. Buhmann in the Swiss stage, but then the moment that bracket came, to me, it had a bit of a Northwood effect where I'm like, all right, you know, they stumble a little bit in groups. They're kind of ego and they're having fun. And then once that bracket hits, it's like all pedals are down. Foot on the gas. We're just rolling through the bracket.
And listen, I mean, the storyline coming out of Swiss was always going to be, oh, Arju's not there, that's why Genoa didn't go 3-0. But they dissuade all of that by winning the event outright without Arju. So people know, as if they didn't know before, how strong Genoa are with or without Arju. I'm not terribly surprised because Dr. Buhmann, again, getting that win over them in the Swiss, not really that shocking of a result. I think it's much more of an exclamation mark for Genoa to get their revenge in the semifinals in sweep fashion on the fully EU matchup. Really prove that Barist is the difference maker. I know Hyder and Dead were popping off, but Barist in his own right had some miraculous plays throughout the entire tournament that really pulled Genoa over the line.
Yeah, definitely embodying the title of super sub for Barist. But this is our playoff bracket and how it has gone. We kick things off, of course, with Genoa taking it to the Germans in Berlin. Phoenix, Dr. Buhmann take it.
Again, audible. Just go.
You gotta bring her up, you know, if she's demanding the attention, dude. Dr. Buhmann took it against GVSU. GVSU was able to take games. St. Clair was able to take it against SETU 4-1 in a pretty dramatic fashion. KU stomped USM 4-0 in a pretty decisive series that, was interesting. St. Clair sweeps KAU, the MENA representatives 4-0, which I think shocked everyone on the desk. Genoa also sweeping Dr. Buhmann, which also shocked everyone on the desk. And then, of course, Genoa taking it 4-2 in the grand final. Stacks, this is an interesting bracket, but I think this is the most, not predictable, because I think a lot of us all the match scores kind of went all over the place, but I think this is the result that we expected.
Yeah, in the end, I think everybody coming into this was like, okay, well, it's Genoa. And if anybody beats them, then it's them. But, Genoa came in as the team to beat. You heard Shuffleverse talking about it. They knew they were the team to beat. They knew they had the bullseye on their back. And they conducted themselves in a way that you would expect the favorites to do so. They did not mess around. They did not play with their food. They didn't take a game off. I mean, if I just kind of glance back, I don't think they had a single game today where they were themselves outclassed. Maybe Game 5 in the finals against St. Clair, where St. Clair was, I guess, clearly the better of the two teams in that one game.
E-servers.
But that's it. Yeah, right. Yeah, the EU servers helped, but that game was on NA, so obviously that helped St. Clair. So on their servers, they didn't have a single game where they were outclassed. And again, you look at a player like Barist, who, we can talk about him all day. He came in with 7 fewer goals than Vesh in the finals, and he finished with as many goals as Vesh when all was said and done.
Yeah, and Vesh is supposed to be the carry here for St. Clair. Oh, that is tragic. Of course.
And I mentioned that just to highlight how great Barist was today. Not, again, Vesh was awesome in his own right. I think he ended up actually with 16 on the day, if I remember what I saw. Like, he, as great as Christian and Ben was, Vesh carried his weight around and then some on the way up to the finals. And then when others needed to pick up the slack, they did. It just wasn't enough. Because, again, this Genoa team, all 3 of them could beat you at different points, and they did at different points in this series.
All I'm saying is I think I got another show match to set up pretty soon. We're gonna get that going.
We need
soon.
it. Genoa. And you know what? I feel like as a world champion, Genoa would be a fighting champion. They'll just take on all comers. We'll even put the actual title on the line. It's like, if you can actually beat us, let's go.
Dude, if I find like a whale of a donator, or if I just suddenly become rich, I will fly Northwood out to some sort of event.
That'd be cool.
We'll fly Genoa out somewhere. We'll just set it up in the Coliseum. We'll set it up in the Coliseum.
There you go.
Right there. All right, but while we are here, it has all come down to this. First of all, before we say anything, thank you so much to to everyone who has come through. This has all been a volunteer experience from top to down. Production, everyone. Thank you to everyone who donated to the prize pool that is in Genoa and everyone else's hands. You are supporting the collegiate scene in more ways than one. It is so important, and we are extremely thankful. With a nice announcement that, of course, Rocketeers isn't done. It's not over. Rocketeers will be returning for the winter, with more announcements to come. So eyes emoji, shaking eyes emoji, as we keep you hyped and ready to go for the winter. We're so very excited to see how that's going to manifest itself. But in the meantime, again, the biggest thank yous to players, to production, of course. Production who made this such a clean show. Haza is an amazing producer in all of this. Of course, thank you to all of our casters, Gaugen, Vaudable, Stacks, Achieve, Muntz, Mocked, Tylacto, Pyro for doing interviews. Am I missing anyone else? Oh god, Vaudable, is your memory better than mine? Am I missing any of the other casters? All right, I
think you got them all.
I think that's all. So thank you all to the casters who did a phenomenal job this weekend. Yeah, we're gonna have credits roll. Really thanks everyone. Thanks also to the admins who was in all of the servers over the week with so many different matches. Again, there are so many people to thank, but thank you for supporting Collegiate. We've had Summer Series, which was such an important tournament. We've had Rocketeers World Championship. We are here to prove that Collegiate is as much of a community as anyone else in Rocket League. And we thank you so much for giving your time, your investment to supporting this scene that we have here, because it is so important for the development of the overall collegiate scene in esports. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. But that is the end of our show. It has been a long journey, and now it is finally over. Thank you so much. We will be back in winter, hopefully with something fresh and new. But for now, thank you. Have a good night.
Precious water.